The first thing that popped into Naoki's mind was, this Squawkabilly really loves to brag. But there were more pressing matters at hand. Shaking off the thought, he focused. Can you take us there? He asked. The Squawkabilly, slightly tipsy from too much fruit wine, flapped its wings and puffed out its chest proudly. Squawk, squawk. Of course. I'll take you there right now. After all, it had been eating and drinking at Naoki's place for free. Offering help was the least it could do. Naoki hesitated. It was already late. But one look at the hopeful glint in Palmot's eyes silenced his doubts. All right, he said, bracing himself for a long night. If everything went smoothly, they'd be back before sunrise. With the ranch fast asleep and its Pokémon resting peacefully, Naoki quietly gathered supplies, climbed on a Giratina with Palmot, and followed the loud, boastful Squawkabilly as it soared into the southern sky. As expected, the Squawkabilly wouldn't stop talking. Squawk, I've traveled far and wide, forests, oceans, you name it. Squawk, the ocean, is massive. Ordinary Pokémon wouldn't dare fly over it. But I did. The legendary Squawkabilly. Naoki, Giratina. Meanwhile, Palmot listened intently, eyes wide with admiration. It clung to every word. Perhaps it was the anticipation of seeing its parents again. But in that moment, Palmot resembled a child on the brink of reunion, innocent and eager. Naoki smiled as he watched it. He couldn't help but hope. If they did find Palmot's parents, maybe he could bring them back to the ranch. Not only would that bring joy to the young Pokémon, but they could become part of the community, perhaps even help run the prop store once the World Tree matured and the Hero Expedition Team's union was fully formed. Still, Naoki knew this journey held no guarantees. Squawkabilly's account was over a year old, dating back to when Palmot had been snatched away by a bombardier and eventually brought to the ranch. Over a year had passed. The forest was vast. There was no telling whether its parents still lived there or had migrated elsewhere. But even the faintest lead was something. And in Naoki's view, where there's a lead, there's hope. As long as the two Palmot hadn't been captured by a trainer, there was still a chance. Beneath the vast night sky, the wilds of the Palia region stretched endlessly. Unlike the world Naoki had known in his previous life, this world's wilderness remained untouched, raw and wild, a perfect sanctuary for Pokémon. Though Squawkabilly wasn't as fast as a Dragonite, its pace far exceeded that of a Noctowl. After about an hour and a half, Naoki checked his Rotom phone. They were nearing their destination, a dense forest sprawling under the moon's silver glow. A single massive tree rose in the center, dwarfing the canopy around it. It stood tall and silent, a sleeping giant in a sea of shadows. Palmot's eyes lit up. Palmot! Palmot! It called out excitedly and darted toward the tree, small paws moving with urgency. Squawk! What's gotten into it? Squawkabilly tilted its head. Naoki chuckled. Maybe it's finally home. He nudged Giratina, who leapt forward to follow the tiny, excited Palmot. The Squawkabilly flapped close behind. By the time they reached the tree's base, Palmot was already zigzagging around the clearing, sniffing the grass and touching familiar spots. Naoki dismounted and stepped closer. Did you find something? Palmot chirped and rushed toward a particular spot in the clearing, pointing at a bare patch of rock. Palmot! Palmot! This is it. I used to sleep here before I was taken. Naoki smiled warmly. I remember the first time I saw you. You were sneaking feed from the chicken coop, just a hungry little troublemaker. Palmot, the little Pokémon, squeaked bashfully. They continued onward. As they ventured deeper, memories came flooding back to Palmot. The gentle rustling of leaves, the snow-dusted trees, the quiet murmur of a distant stream. It all whispered of a home long missed. Then, without warning, Palmot stopped before a snow-covered tree. Naoki followed its gaze and spotted a small, dark hollow in the trunk, low to the ground, just big enough for a nest. This must have been your home, he whispered. Go on, he said softly. They might be waiting. Palmot! The little Pokémon wiped its damp eyes and scampered inside. Naoki remained outside, scanning the area. He noticed faint footprints in the snow, ones that matched Palmot's kind. They're still here. But what followed wasn't the tearful reunion he had imagined. A flash of electricity burst from the tree hole. Palmot cried out and scrambled back out, visibly shaken. Two adult Palmots emerged behind it, bristling with hostility. Their eyes narrowed in suspicion as they looked down at the unfamiliar figure. Palmot waved its paws in panic. Palmot, Palmot! Mom, Dad, it's me, your child. But one of them growled, Palmot, liar! Our child doesn't look like you. Stop pretending. Naoki and Palmot froze. Only then did Palmot glance down at its fur, realizing the changes it had gone through during evolution. It looked different, but it wasn't ready to give up. Palmot, Palmot, remember the time we went berry picking? I fell into the river, and a boy in a straw hat saved me. You gave him berries to thank him. The adult Palmots paused. And last year, Palmot continued, I wandered off while you were digging. I fell asleep on a rock, and then a Pokémon swooped in and took me away. The tension in the adult's posture softened. One of them trembled, voice barely audible. Palmot. Palmot nodded rapidly. Palmot. Then, all at once, the dam burst. The parents rushed forward, pulling their child into a tight embrace. All three cried. Tears of disbelief, joy, and reunion. Naoki sighed, smiling. Looks like everything worked out. Giratina let out a low, contented growl. Nearby, Squawkabilly puffed up proudly. Squawk, did you see that? I did it. I brought the family together. As the reunited family quieted down, Palmot eagerly shared all it had experienced. Life at the ranch, meeting Naoki, evolving, and making new friends who felt like family. The parents listened, amazed. Eventually, they turned to Naoki and bowed their heads in deep gratitude. Naoki gave them a gentle smile. Your child is amazing. It's brought us all so much joy. The parents disappeared briefly into the tree hole and returned with vibrant fruits, placing them at Naoki's feet. A gift. A thank you. Naoki accepted with a nod, and then Palmot stepped forward. Palmot, Palmot, come live with me at the ranch. The older Palmots exchanged uncertain looks. Naoki crouched down. It's safe there. There's food, shelter, and your child. Palmot added, Palmot, I'll protect you. After a moment's pause, the parents nodded. They scurried into the tree hole one last time, returning with gathered supplies. Naoki packed everything into his large travel bag and helped them onto Giratina. With Squawkabilly leading the way, they flew back to the ranch. It was 3 a.m. when they returned. Naoki suggested they all rest for the night and promised a proper tour in the morning. Palmot led its parents to a cozy spot, full of pride and excitement. Naoki turned to Squawkabilly and handed it a large sack of fruit and drinks. Squawk, another successful mission, it cried, soaring into the night with its reward. Naoki guided Giratina to its resting spot and stumbled into bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, he was out cold. The next morning, Naoki awoke to find the sun already high. It was 11 a.m., the final day of year 199 in the Pokémon world. After a quick meal, he busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a grand feast for New Year's Eve. The ranch had grown. More Pokémon, more joy, more noise. While Naoki cooked, laughter echoed from the living room as Pokémon played, chased one another, and occasionally darted in to steal food. He shooed them away with a chuckle, urging them toward the world tree instead. They cheered and dashed off toward the glowing tree, its green light casting a magical glow over Flower Sky Island. Giratina, perched in its domain, barked orders at its Rotom assistant. It had mastered voice commands on the Rotom phone and now browsed Pokémon forums with fascination. Back at the ranch, Palmot showed its parents around, introducing the hens, the chores, and the family it had made. By evening, the feast was ready. Laughter and delight filled the air as everyone gathered to eat. Full bellies led to sleepy eyes, and soon, Pokémon curled up together, drifting into peaceful slumber. Naoki joined in DD in cleaning up, warmth in his heart. Outside, snow fell gently as fireworks lit the night sky. From Kosagi town came the sound of cheers, laughter, and finally a soft, distant chime. The New Year's bell rang out, marking the end of year 199 and the beginning of
Hey
something
everyone,
new.
I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Weren't willing to leave behind. Naoki helped them pack. Thankfully, his travel bag was just the right size. Soon, they were airborne again, Squawkabilly proudly leading the way. By the time they landed back at the ranch, it was 3 a.m. Naoki suggested they rest for the night and promised a proper tour in the morning. Palmot, the young Pokémon, chirped with pride. It was no longer the helpless little thing it once was. Now, it had the strength to take care of its family. Naoki gave Squawkabilly a hefty bag of fruits and drinks in thanks. Squawk, all in a day's work, the bird cried, soaring triumphantly into the sky. Naoki, finally spent, guided Karaden to its resting spot and stumbled to his room. The moment his head hit the pillow, he was out cold. The next day, Naoki woke to sunlight streaming through the windows. It was already 11 a.m. Today was special, the final day of the year 199 in the Pokémon calendar. A time to reflect, to celebrate. After a quick lunch, he began preparations for a grand New Year's Eve dinner. The ranch had grown, so had the Pokémon family. The house bustled with laughter, playful cries, and joyful chaos. Some Pokémon darted into the kitchen, nearly tipping over a food basin. Naoki shooed them off with a sigh and a smile, telling them to go enjoy the world tree. They obeyed happily, racing toward the reverse world, where the massive tree shimmered with an otherworldly green glow. Above, starlight cascaded like magic. Elsewhere on Flower Sky Island, Giratina practiced voice commands with its rodent partner, having become quite skilled. It preferred browsing Pokémon forums over TV now, curious about everything. At the ranch, Palmot proudly showed its parents around, chattering away about chicken coops, chores, and Pokémon friends. By evening, the feast was ready, the room filled with aromas and laughter. Pokémon gathered to eat, cheer, and celebrate. And when the feast ended, they curled up on the warm carpet, drifting into peaceful sleep, snuggled together. Naoki paused to watch, heart full. He joined Sister and DD in cleaning up. Outside, snow began to fall. Far away, fireworks lit the sky above Kosaji town. Bursts of color, joy, and the promise of a new year. And then, as the last crackles faded, a soft chime rang out. The New Year's bell echoed through the quiet night, welcoming the dawn of year 200 in the Alliance calendar. Happy New Year! Just as Naoki was settling in, several notifications buzzed on his Rotom phone. Curious, he tapped the screen to find New Year's greetings from Gita and Alder. Naoki smiled as he typed out warm replies to each of them. He then scrolled through his social feed to check the posts shared by champion trainers and gym leaders celebrating the new year. Gita's photo caught his attention first. The backdrop showed the headquarters of the Paldea League, where she appeared to be hard at work. Naoki raised an eyebrow. Is this workaholic seriously working overtime on New Year's Eve? He mused. In contrast, Leon's post was brimming with warmth. The picture showed him at his hometown in Postwick. His family, grandparents, parents, and younger brother Hop, was gathered around the dinner table, smiles all around. Iono had posted as well, lamenting her predicament in a light-hearted way. Her parents had left her at home with a herd of Pokémon while they went out for some alone time. The accompanying photo showed Iono slumped in mock despair, two Magnemite hovering lazily over her head. Naoki chuckled, easily imagining the comedic scene. He liked her post, and not long after, a message from her popped up. Iono, what are you up to? Naoki snapped a quick photo of the living room, where the Pokémon were curled up peacefully. Naoki, watching the Pokémon sleep. What about you? Iono, I'm with my Pokémon too. They're setting off fireworks here in Lavinia, and it's so loud outside. Naoki, fireworks have stopped here. The ranch is a little far from town. I was eating earlier, so I missed most of them. Compared to the bustling city of Lavinia, Kosagi town was quaint and tranquil. The smaller population meant fewer celebrations, but Naoki didn't mind the serenity. Iono didn't reply immediately. Instead, a few moments later, his phone buzzed with an incoming video call. Naoki blinked in surprise, but quickly adjusted the volume. Careful not to disturb the sleeping Pokémon, he tiptoed outside before answering. As the call connected, the screen filled with a dazzling display of fireworks bursting against the night sky. "Naoki, look! Fireworks!" Iono exclaimed, her voice barely audible over the crackles and booms. Naoki froze for a moment, then smiled, realizing why she had called. This was such a classic Iono thing to do, spontaneous and vibrant, just like her. "I see them," Naoki said with a chuckle, watching the neon-lit streets of Levincia below the fireworks. "It looks lively over there." While Levincia was bustling with energy, Kosagi town remained quiet, its blanket of snow absorbing all sound. The contrast between their settings was stark but endearing. The camera shifted, and Iono's cheerful face came into view. She was bundled up in a cozy yellow coat adorned with lightning bolt patterns, a nod to her electric-type specialty. Her usual Magnemite headwear was swapped for a fluffy knitted hat, and thick cotton gloves covered her hands. The cold weather had painted Iono's cheeks a rosy red, but her bright smile shone through as she grinned, showing her white teeth. "Wow, Rotom phones are so convenient," she said cheerfully. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. "They really are." Hearing this, he couldn't resist thinking about Iono's future in the world of technology. As a gym leader specializing in electric types, her vibrant personality seemed perfect for the internet. He recalled her role as a video star in some versions of the games and casually asked, "Have you thought about your plans for the future? Like, maybe doing some part-time work online? You could try live streaming gym battles, uploading videos to Pick a TV, or even opening an online store. A lot of people are exploring the internet industry these days." Iono blinked in surprise. "How did you know I was planning to be a live streamer?" "Wait, you're actually considering it," Naoki said, feigning surprise. "Of course," she nodded enthusiastically. "I mean, doesn't it totally fit my style to broadcast my gym battles live? I want to make Levincia Gym the most popular gym in the entire Palia region." Naoki smiled, nodding encouragingly. "That's a great idea. My Pokémon and I will definitely tune in to support you when you go live." He thought to himself that helping Iono build her initial following could benefit both of them. Once she became a popular streamer, he could collaborate with her to promote the ranch's online store. Selling fruits and moo milk through her streams would be a win-win. Unbeatable deals on fresh produce. Please help us. As winter gave way to spring, the snow melted and the world began to stir with new life. Early spring marked the departure of the Hero Expedition team on another journey, continuing their adventures in the vast Pokémon world. The year 200 of the Alliance calendar was shaping up to be remarkable. Inspired by the success of the Rotom phone, innovation surged in other communication technologies that had stagnated for years. Bulky, outdated computers were replaced by sleek, portable tablets and laptops. Gaming consoles also made their debut, causing quite a stir. When Naoki stumbled upon the 3DS being sold online, he was momentarily stunned. Curious, Naoki decided to purchase a 3DS. He had high hopes for classic Nintendo titles like Mario or The Legend of Zelda. However, when the console arrived, he discovered it was tailored specifically to the Pokémon world. Instead of his anticipated games, the 3DS was loaded with titles like Pokémon Racing League, where Pokémon like Rapidash and Arcanine competed in thrilling races, and Pokémon Playhouse Simulator, a lighthearted game about taking care of Pokémon. After trying it out for a day, Naoki lost interest. However, Brother NDD quickly became enamored with the racing game. Not long after, Sister NDD also became captivated by the device. Unlike her brother, she adored the Playhouse Simulator. The two siblings struck an agreement to take turns playing the console for an hour each day, but their constant negotiations eventually wore Naoki down. Unable to tolerate the squabbles, he ended up buying a second 3DS for Sister NDD. The two NDDs were as reliable as ever. While they enjoyed playing games on their 3DS consoles, they never let their hobbies interfere with their responsibilities. Everything in the house remained well-managed, clean, and organized. Meanwhile, Palmot's parents had also settled comfortably into life at the ranch. Along with Palmot, the family took pride in their new roles as managers of the chicken coop. Every day, they diligently herded the hens and ensured the coop remained in excellent condition. With his ranch running smoothly, Naoki turned his full attention to managing his online shop. On February 15th of the 200th year of the Alliance calendar, Naoki officially launched his online store. However, after 3 long days, not a single order came through. Naoki couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened and began to question his efforts. He carefully reviewed every detail of the store, but found nothing obviously wrong. Could it be because I'm only selling ordinary crops and moo milk? He mused. After all, these were basic goods readily available in nearby cities. Vegetables and milk weren't exactly rare commodities. Additionally, Naoki realized that online shopping had yet to become a widespread habit. While the Rotom phone was steadily gaining popularity, the number of users was still far from its peak. After some thought, Naoki understood the situation. It's just a matter of timing, he concluded. If they don't sell now, I can always use them here at the ranch. He turned off the phone and decided to check on the ranch's crops. Just as he was heading outside, Indy came running toward him with an excited look. "Hey, it called, motioning urgently for Naoki to follow. Sensing something important, Naoki hurried to the incubator. As soon as he entered the room, he spotted a cracked egg in the crib. A light pink Dratini was beginning to emerge. With a final crack, the egg split open, and a shiny Dratini poked its head out. Its glimmering scales reflected the light, making it even more enchanting. "A shiny Dratini!" Naoki exclaimed, marveling at his incredible luck. "This must be my lucky day." The Dratini blinked its bright black eyes, curiously observing its surroundings. When it saw Naoki, the little Pokémon let out a soft, affectionate cry. "Woo!" Naoki smiled warmly. "It already knows me," he said to Indy. He remembered that he had infused the egg with his dragon power during its development, so the Dratini must have become familiar with his presence and scent. As Naoki stepped closer, the Dratini wiggled its way into his hands. He gently transferred some of his dragon energy into the newborn, and the Dratini let out a satisfied sigh, clearly enjoying the comforting energy. After eating a light meal, it nestled in Naoki's arms and fell asleep, its small body curling up contentedly. Naoki had plenty of experience caring for young Pokémon, especially Eevee, so he easily adjusted to looking after the Dratini. Carefully, he carried the sleeping Pokémon downstairs, heading outside to introduce it to the 2 Dragonites. The 2 adult Dragonites widened their eyes and leaned closer to inspect the Dratini nestled in Naoki's arms. With just a glance, they recognized the tiny dragon as their own child. A warm sense of familiarity emanated from the little Dratini, and the Dragonites could feel their bond with it instantly. "Oh, you!" Both Dragonites let out delighted cries, their expressions filled with joy. They knew entrusting their egg to Naoki had been the right decision. Naoki stood there, observing the happy couple with a blank expression. "Aren't you planning to take the little one back to Dragonite Island and take care of it yourselves?" The Dragonite couple vigorously shook their heads. "Oh, you!" They explained, through their gestures and cries, that they spent more time at the ranch than on Dragonite Island. For them, leaving the baby at Naoki Ranch was the best choice. They felt reassured knowing Naoki would care for their child. This arrangement also meant they could visit their baby every day, ensuring they wouldn't miss a moment of its growth. Plus, they were already looking forward to sharing meals with it when it grew old enough to enjoy the ranch's special treats. Understanding their heartfelt reasoning, Naoki sighed and gave a small smile. "You two just want to save yourself the trouble, huh?" The Dragonites chirped happily, seemingly agreeing with his assessment. Still, Naoki didn't mind. "All right then, I'll continue taking care of this little one." Meanwhile, in the reverse world on the Sky Island of Flowers, Giratina was busy using telepathy to direct its Rotom phone, browsing the internet with an air of regal authority. After months of practice, Giratina had become a master at operating its Rotom phone, swiftly navigating through apps and websites with ease. Its companion Rotom had also grown accustomed to the fearsome Pokémon. While it was no longer petrified of Giratina, it remained cautious of the dragon's infamous temper. Giratina wasn't shy about criticizing things it disliked, and Rotom had learned to tread carefully. As its hands typed out commands, Rotom maintained a heightened sense of awareness, prepared for the dragon's sudden outbursts. Today, however, Giratina seemed unusually amused, and a sly grin played on its face. It directed Rotom to search for some rather specific terms. "Search for Dialga and Palkia," Giratina commanded. Upon hearing this, Rotom knew that Giratina was going to cause trouble again. Still, Rotom had no choice but to comply. Trembling slightly, it began the search and prepared to deliver the results in its cheerful, automated voice. "I have found information on Dialga and Palkia, Rotom. Dialga, according to the legends of the Sinnoh region, is known as the god of time. It has the power to control time itself. It is said that with its birth, time began to flow," Rotom recited. "Palkia, according to the same legends, is called the god of space. It has the ability to distort and shape space. It is said that when this deity emerges, the barriers between worlds vanish, revealing boundless dimensions. Humans in the Sinnoh region even built statues of them, and someone posted a discussion about Dialga and Palkia. Rotom," chirped the Rotom cheerfully. "That human seems to adore these two Pokémon." Giratina narrowed its glowing crimson eyes. When it heard that those two were revered as gods, it bristled with disdain. "Gods? What kind of nonsense gods are they?" It sneered inwardly, but quickly gave another command. "Search for the great Giratina." Rotom obeyed immediately, typing away with its metaphorical hands. However, it soon froze. An awkward pause hung in the air before Rotom finally squeaked. "I can't find any relevant information, Rotom." Giratina's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Check again." Rotom frantically repeated the search, but was met with the same results. "Nothing, Rotom," it said nervously. For a moment, Giratina remained silent, its ominous aura growing thicker. Rotom could feel the Pokémon's rising anger radiating like heat waves. After what felt like an eternity, Giratina finally spoke. "You said a human posted about those two?" "Yes, Rotom," chirped Rotom nervously. Giratina's voice carried an edge of malice. "Ask them if they know the great Giratina." Reluctantly, Rotom sent a message on behalf of Giratina, inquiring about its own reputation. The reply came swiftly. "Unknown user. Giratina? What's that?" Giratina's eye twitched, but before it could explode, Rotom sent another message, as per Giratina's instructions. "Giratina is the most powerful god in the world. It is far stronger than Dialga and Palkia." The response hit like a sucker punch. "Unknown user. Never heard of it. Are you making this up? Comparing power levels of Pokémon? No way Giratina is stronger than Dialga and Palkia. Dialga controls time and could just rewind Giratina back to before it existed. Get it, Giratina." The reverse world trembled under Giratina's furious roar. "How dare they?" it bellowed, its voice shaking the island. Rotom trembled violently, wishing it could disappear. Sure enough, Giratina's next words confirmed its fears. "Tell them to wait." Giratina growled, its tone cold as ice. Rotom hesitated, its small voice quivering. What are you going to do, Rotom?" "I'm going to teach this insolent human a lesson." "Rotom, find their location." Giratina demanded. "This is against human laws." "I can't do that, Rotom," the little Pokémon stammered. Giratina scoffed, snorting disdainfully. "Do human laws apply to me?" Realizing Rotom wouldn't, or couldn't, comply, Giratina decided to take matters into its own hands. It activated its ability to peer into the real world through the reverse world. In the next instant, Giratina's colossal form rose into the air, its shadowy wings unfurling menacingly. It was clear it intended to track down this human itself. Wait, no, you can't just... Rotom yelped in panic before scrambling onto Giratina's back. As the massive Pokémon prepared to leave, Rotom frantically called Naoki through the Rotom phone. Naoki, help! Giratina is about to trace someone through the internet to teach them a lesson. Rotom. When Naoki received Rotom's call, he was completely stunned. What is going on? Did I hear that right? Giratina is going to confront someone via the internet. Rotom's voice, shaky with urgency, interrupted his thoughts. It's real, Rotom, the Pokémon exclaimed as it switched to a video call. The screen instantly displayed Giratina's massive form flying through the shattered and chaotic reverse world. The surroundings blurred as sky islands rapidly vanished into the distance, pulled away by the dragon's intense speed. Shadows and dark energy swirled around Giratina's body, radiating its boiling fury. Naoki's heart skipped a beat. He immediately called for Koraidon, leaped onto its back, and dove into the reverse world to pursue Giratina. As they flew, Naoki pressed Rotom for more details. From Rotom's hurried explanation, Naoki pieced together the events. Giratina had asked it to look up information about legendary Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. Upon discovering it wasn't mentioned in any records, Giratina became irritated. Things escalated when an unknown netizen dismissed Giratina entirely, triggering the temperamental dragon's wrath. Now, the aggrieved Giratina was determined to track down the netizen and teach them a lesson. As Rotom relayed the story, it shared a screenshot of the offending comment with Naoki. Reading it, Naoki couldn't help but feel exasperated. That netizen couldn't have known they were antagonizing a literal godlike Pokémon. However, there was no time to dwell on the absurdity of the situation. If Giratina succeeded in its plan, the consequences would be catastrophic. Naoki's head throbbed at the memory of Giratina's previous tantrums, which often involved relentless use of its signature moves. This petty, short-tempered dragon. Looking up, Naoki realized Giratina was no longer visible. But thanks to Rotom's tracking feature, he could see Giratina's position on the screen as a glowing red dot. Koraidon, we need to speed up, Naoki urged. Rayo! Koraidon roared in response, accelerating to its maximum speed. The world around them blurred into streaks of color. Even Naoki, whose body was fortified by years of drinking live goat milk, struggled to withstand the intense velocity. But there was no time for comfort. They had to stop Giratina before it was too late. Naoki kept his eyes on the tracking display. Despite Koraidon's incredible speed, Giratina maintained its lead. Its ability to traverse the reverse world with ease was proving to be a significant advantage. Minutes ticked by, each one stretching Naoki's patience. The spatial distortions surrounding them grew more chaotic, a clear sign of Giratina's passage. Just as they were beginning to close the gap, a swirling purple vortex suddenly appeared ahead of Giratina. Without hesitation, Giratina dove into the vortex and disappeared. Naoki quickly checked Rotom's display. His stomach dropped. Giratina had emerged in the Sinnoh region, half a world away from their current position in Palia. This is ridiculous, Naoki thought, frustration mounting. Is this what being the master of the reverse world means? Effortlessly traveling vast distances? Realizing they wouldn't be able to catch up immediately, Naoki decided on a different approach. Rotom, he said, try to communicate with Giratina. Rotom, still perched on Giratina's back, hesitated but ultimately complied. With trembling resolve, it climbed onto Giratina's head and opened the Rotom phone. Naoki's voice came through. Giratina, stop this nonsense right now. Giratina growled in response, its anger undiminished. Don't stop me. That insolent human dared to insult me. I will teach them a lesson they won't forget. As if to preempt Naoki from attempting any further persuasion, Giratina immediately ordered Rotom to hang up the call. Rotom trembled but followed the command without hesitation. However, it discreetly left the real-time location tracking active, a small act of rebellion against its intimidating companion. Satisfied with Rotom's compliance, Giratina softened its tone. Don't be afraid. Stay by my side. I'll protect you. No one will dare bully you. Rotom felt a twinge of gratitude, but still opted to keep the location tracking on. Meanwhile, Giratina turned its gaze toward the void ahead, a sinister grin spreading across its face. It had arrived. The bold human who dared to disrespect it would now face the consequences. In the Sinnoh region, Eterna City, in a slightly aged apartment building, a young man named Ishihara was scrolling on his Rotom phone while squatting in the bathroom. Ishihara, a 24-year-old with a penchant for iced black tea and a former obsession with slot games in the game corner, had recently shifted his interest toward exploring the internet on his Rotom phone. Determined to attract followers and gain online notoriety, Ishihara had recently posted a series of photos featuring the legendary statues of Dialga and Palkia. Along with the photos, he shared the lore surrounding the twin gods of time and space. As he had hoped, the post garnered significant attention. The legends of Dialga, who governed time, and Palkia, who controlled space, captivated readers, and the comments section buzzed with enthusiasm. But that morning, a dissenting comment disrupted the harmony. A netizen asked if he knew of Giratina and claimed it was far superior to the time and space deities. Ishihara, a staunch believer in the twin god's supremacy, was incensed. Hailing from Celestic Town, Ishihara had grown up immersed in the lore of Dialga and Palkia. Their invincibility was a matter of pride. Fueled by conviction, he replied, Dialga controls time itself. It could revert Giratina to before it even existed. What could Giratina possibly do against that? Ishihara waited for a rebuttal, but none came. The commenter had gone silent. Smugly, Ishihara assumed his argument had left them speechless. No comeback? Guess I won that one, he muttered with a grin. But his self-satisfaction was short-lived. As Ishihara smirked to himself, the bathroom light flickered ominously. A chilling gust of air swept across the room, sending shivers down his spine. Startled, Ishihara instinctively clamped his legs together and glanced around nervously. What's going on? Is the light busted? He thought. The flickering grew more erratic before the bulb finally gave out with a loud crack. Darkness consumed the room. Then, in the mirror before him, two glowing crimson eyes pierced the shadows. Ishihara froze. Ah! A ghost! He shrieked, his voice cracking. In his panic, he forgot to pull up his pants and bolted toward the living room. But his escape was less than graceful. Tripping over his lowered pants, Ishihara tumbled to the ground with a heavy thud. Back in the mirror, Giratina, observing the chaos from its perch in the reverse world, snorted disdainfully. As Ishihara scrambled to his feet, he saw a swirling vortex materialize in the middle of his living room. His heart pounded as the vortex expanded, revealing a massive, terrifying Pokémon. A creature with piercing blood-red eyes, an aura of shadowy malevolence, and an overwhelming presence emerged from the swirling portal. Its colossal body radiated destruction and power as it landed with a thud that shook the ground. Ishihara froze. What is this? He stammered, his voice trembling. He had never encountered such an intimidating Pokémon before, and the way it stared at him sent shivers down his spine. It wasn't just big, it was looking at him with pure hostility. Ishihara's instincts screamed danger. Giratina stood before him, eyes glinting with malice. Under the faint moonlight filtering through the window, it bared its fangs in a menacing grin. Ishihara crumbled to the floor, paralyzed by fear. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the room. Giratina, stop this right now. Naoki and Koraiden burst through the vortex just before it closed. They arrived just in time to see Giratina charging a dark, pulsing orb of energy in its mouth, a shadow ball aimed directly at Ishihara. Don't interfere, Naoki! Giratina snarled, its voice resonating with fury. This human dared to insult me. He must pay the price. The shadow ball shot forward with devastating speed. Ishihara's eyes widened in terror as the attack closed in on him. His legs refused to move, and he braced for the worst. At the last second, Giratina leaped into the path of the attack. The shadow ball collided with Giratin's sturdy frame, dissipating into a burst of dark energy. Giratina staggered slightly, but held firm, protecting Ishihara. Ishihara gasped, tears welling up in his eyes. He had been saved by a Pokémon he didn't even know. Giratina's enraged roar filled the room. "Why are you stopping me, Naoki? This human insulted me." "Me?" Naoki stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. "He didn't mean to insult you, Giratina. He didn't know you existed. Most humans don't. I'm sorry this happened, but I can't let you hurt someone over a misunderstanding. If anything, this is my fault for giving you the Rotom phone." Giratina's chest heaved with anger, its shadowy aura intensifying. The words cut deep. It didn't want to hurt Naoki, its first human friend, but seeing Naoki stand with the human who humiliated it felt like betrayal. "You dare take his side over mine?" Giratina roared, its voice filled with hurt and rage. "Very well, Naoki. If you won't stand with me, then bear witness to my wrath." Its crimson eyes locked onto Giratina, who met Giratina's gaze with unwavering resolve. The air around them crackled with tension. In a blur, the two Pokémon shattered the window and shot into the night sky. They collided with explosive force above Celestic Town, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Naoki's heart sank. He rushed to the window and looked up at the sky. In the night sky above Celestic Town, a crimson sphere of light clashed violently with a swirling black shadow. The two forces spiraled together in an intense aerial dance, rising higher and higher with each collision, their energy crackling through the sky. This dazzling spectacle did not go unnoticed. The residents of Celestic Town gathered outside, their eyes glued to the chaotic display above. "Look, what's that up there?" a bystander exclaimed. "Are those Pokémon fighting?" Another murmured, shading their eyes as they stared at the sky. "They're moving so fast," someone observed, struggling to follow the battle with the naked eye. A man with a telescope gasped. "What kind of Pokémon are those? I've never seen anything like this before." Naoki stood by the window of Ishihara's apartment, his heart pounding. Could Giratina truly match Giratina in combat? The question lingered in his mind as the battle raged on. He wanted desperately to intervene, but was too far away to issue commands. Worse, he couldn't remind Giratina not to use fighting-type moves, completely ineffective against Giratina's ghost typing. Behind him, Ishihara scrambled to pull his pants back on, his mind racing with fear and confusion. He approached Naoki cautiously, his voice trembling. What kind of Pokémon is that?" he asked, pointing toward the glowing combatants. Naoki didn't turn to face him. His voice was calm but firm as he answered, "That's Giratina, the netizen you argued with on the forum. Your reply angered it, and now it's here." Ishihara blinked, stunned. "Wait, what? Pokémon? Use Rotom phones to go online." Naoki continued, his tone tinged with gravity. "Giratina is a god of your Sinnoh region, born alongside Dialga and Palkia. While Dialga governs time and Palkia controls space, Giratina oversees the shadows of the world and ensures the balance between dimensions. It's as great a deity as they are." Naoki paused, gazing up at the sky. "But Giratina lives in the distortion world, the reverse side of our reality. Unlike Dialga and Palkia, it rarely interacts with humans. It's a forgotten god, overshadowed by its siblings. All it ever wanted was recognition, the same reverence humans give to Dialga and Palkia. To be ignored, it only deepens its resentment." Ishihara froze, his guilt mounting with every word. He couldn't process the absurdity of Pokémon using Rotom phones, or even Naoki's mysterious presence. All he knew was that his careless words had provoked this devastating situation. Ishihara stammered, unable to finish his thought. Meanwhile, the aerial battle had reached its climax. Giratina and Giratina clashed one final time, their opposing forces creating a massive explosion of light and shadow that illuminated the entire town. As the collision subsided, the two Pokémon began to plummet towards the ground. Naoki's heart sank. He turned from the window and sprinted toward the door, ready to rush to the battlefield. But without another Pokémon to help him, reaching the site in time seemed impossible. Just then, Ishihara stepped forward, clutching a Pokeball. "Use my Pokémon," he exclaimed. He tossed the ball into the air, releasing two Pokémon, a Staraptor and a Murkrow. Naoki rode on Staraptor, while Ishihara followed closely on Murkrow. Both Pokémon soared through the sky, leading their riders to the battlefield where Koraidon and Giratina had fallen after their intense clash. They soon arrived on a vast plain just outside Celestic Town. The scene that greeted them left Naoki speechless. Both Koraidon and Giratina stood on shaky legs, their bodies battered and bruised. Despite their injuries, they maintained a tense standoff, neither willing to show weakness. Naoki felt a surge of pride and disbelief. Is Koraidon really this strong? He thought. It managed to stand its ground against Giratina. Koraidon turned its head toward Naoki with a weary expression, letting out a low, dejected growl. Reo, understanding its emotions, Naoki walked over and gently placed a hand on Koraidon's head. "You did great," he said with a reassuring smile. Turning his gaze to Giratina, Naoki hesitated. Giratina's blood-red eyes locked onto him, its expression unreadable. Naoki began to consider whether it was wise to let Giratina keep its Rotom phone. The device had allowed the Pokémon to cause this incident in the first place. If something similar happened again, the consequences could be far worse. But before he could say anything, Ishihara ran up, his face pale but determined. "I'm sorry," Ishihara shouted, standing before Giratina. He took a deep breath and bowed deeply. "This is all my fault. Before today, I didn't know about you or your role in maintaining the balance of the world. I was ignorant, and my words were careless. Please forgive me. I promise never to act so recklessly again." Giratina remained silent, its crimson gaze fixed on the groveling human. After a long pause, the imposing Pokémon turned away without a word. Ignoring Naoki and Koraidon, it opened a swirling vortex to the distortion world. Its shadowy form slipped through the portal, followed by its anxious Rotom phone. Then, the vortex slowly closed, leaving Naoki and Koraidon in the Sinnoh region, far away from the Palia region. "Naoki! Koraidon!" Naoki patted the Pokémon gently, checking its injuries. "Let's get you healed up." He made his way to the Pokémon Center in Celestic Town, where Nurse Joy and her team worked diligently to treat Koraidon's wounds. Once it was fully recovered, Naoki climbed onto Koraidon's back, ready to return to the Paldea region. He was worried about Giratina and wanted to ensure it wouldn't spiral further into resentment. Before he could leave, Ishihara hesitated and called out to him. "Wait, what's your name?" Naoki turned back, meeting the man's gaze. Ishihara's curiosity was written all over his face. "You seem to know so much about Sinnoh's legends, about Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Even the historians who study these myths don't know the things you've said. Who are you?" Naoki gave a faint smile. "My name is Naoki," he replied simply. "And next time, try to avoid unnecessary arguments online. Words have consequences." With that, he turned back to Koraidon. "Let's go," he said softly. "Reo," Koraidon responded, leaping into the sky and flying out of the Sinnoh region. The battle in the skies over Celestic Town did not go unnoticed. The sight of two mysterious Pokémon clashing above the city quickly caught the attention of the Sinnoh League. The battle between the two powerful Pokémon caused widespread panic in Celestic Town. Under such tense circumstances, Cynthia, the current champion of the Sinnoh region, rushed to the city to investigate the situation. Unfortunately, her thorough search yielded no concrete answers. It wasn't until an eager resident named Ishihara approached her and recounted the entire incident that she began to piece things together. "That Pokémon is Giratina," Ishihara explained earnestly. It was born at the same time as Dialga and Palkia. Giratina lives in the shadowy side of the world, maintaining balance and watching over that realm. I learned this from a mysterious man named Naoki. His Pokémon even fought Giratina in an intense battle. Cynthia's eyes widened slightly at the mention of a name. Naoki. Could it be the same Naoki she had met before? Her thoughts drifted to the first time they had crossed paths at a prestigious dinner party in the Unova region. She recalled his quiet demeanor and subtle charisma. Could he really possess such profound knowledge of Sinnoh's ancient legends? Cynthia's mind wandered back to the ancient murals she had once studied in the ruins of Celestic Town. The murals hinted that Sinnoh's divine legends weren't confined to just Dialga and Palkia. However, despite years of research, Cynthia had never uncovered definitive clues about this third figure. After careful consideration, Cynthia decided she needed to visit the Paldea region herself. Meanwhile, Ishihara returned to his newly rented home. His previous house, severely damaged during Giratina's dramatic appearance, was under repair and uninhabitable for the time being. Sitting on the toilet in his temporary apartment, Ishihara opened his Rotom phone and logged into the Pokémon forum. The heated comment thread under his original post was still intact. Curious, Ishihara navigated to the profile of the account named the most powerful Giratina in the world. The profile was sparse, completely empty except for the username. Despite everything he had experienced, Ishihara found it hard to believe that a Pokémon, especially one as legendary as Giratina, could operate a Rotom phone and surf the internet. And yet, he couldn't deny the truth. Giratina, the legendary Pokémon from Sinnoh's legends, had wielded this account to interact with the online world. A Pokémon once regarded as a god, born alongside Dialga and Palkia. Reflecting on the absurdity of it all, Ishihara deleted his earlier offensive comment. Then, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, he clicked the follow button on Giratina's profile. The follower count on the most powerful Giratina in the world jumped from 0 to 1. As he stared at the screen, Ishihara couldn't help but chuckle nervously. I guess I'm a first fan of a god. Aoki returned to the Paldea region, utterly exhausted from the ordeal. Without pausing to rest, he headed straight for the lake in the center of his ranch, diving into its cool waters that connected the ranch to the reverse world. Thank goodness it's still open, Naoki muttered in relief. Had Giratina sealed it, he had been forced to brew a batch of poisonous mushroom soup, a method far less appealing. As soon as he entered the reverse world, Naoki let out a long sigh. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. He had stopped Giratina earlier, but the Pokémon must still be feeling hurt and disappointed. Turning toward the direction of Flower Sky Island, Naoki's gaze hardened with resolve. Giratina was there, as expected. The majestic dragon lay sprawled across the island, its massive body crushing the once thriving flowers beneath it. The surrounding greenery bore signs of its heavy weight, with many of the plants either flattened or uprooted. Giratina's eyes were closed, its enormous head resting on its forelimbs. Its thick, muscular tail thrashed against the ground periodically, a clear sign of its inner turmoil. Naoki stared at the scene, momentarily unsure how to proceed. He cautiously approached Flower Sky Island, landing softly nearby. Clearing his throat, Naoki deliberately coughed twice to announce his presence. Giratina didn't even flinch. Its eyes remained shut, its entire demeanor radiating indifference. It was still furious, not with the human netizen this time, but with him. Naoki sighed inwardly. He could tell exactly why Giratina felt this way. During their earlier confrontation, Naoki had stepped in to protect the human instead of supporting Giratina. To Giratina, this must have felt like a betrayal from the one person it considered a friend. If he were in Giratina's place, Naoki thought he'd feel the same. But reason told him that he couldn't have done anything differently. Giratina's wrathful actions, left unchecked, could have endangered innocent lives. That was something Naoki simply couldn't allow. Still, Giratina wasn't one to easily forgive, and Naoki could sense its wounded pride and simmering resentment. He sighed again, this time aloud. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. As he spoke, Naoki cautiously approached the massive dragon, careful to stay within its peripheral vision. When Giratina made no move to acknowledge him, he continued, speaking softly. Let me explain, he said gently. You're upset, and you have every right to be. I didn't stand by you when you needed me most, and I'm sorry. At this, Giratina cracked one blood-red eye open and lazily shifted its head to face away from Naoki. Naoki took another step forward, reaching out his hand. Channeling the power of the dragon, he attempted to connect with Giratina's emotions. The flood of feelings that came back hit Naoki like a tidal wave. Giratina wasn't just angry, it was deeply hurt. And beneath that, there was a well of loneliness so profound that it made Naoki's chest tighten. He understood immediately. Since its creation, Giratina had been banished to the reverse world. It lived in isolation, surrounded by desolation, forever gazing at the world it could never fully be part of. It had no one to talk to, no friends, and no connection to the real world. When Naoki had first stumbled into the reverse world, things had started to change. Naoki had improved the environment, created Flower Sky Island, shared food, and even used his power to massage Giratina. Slowly, Giratina had begun to regard Naoki as a friend, the first one it had ever known. And then today happened. The friend it trusted had sided against it, standing with the human who had insulted it. Naoki exhaled deeply. Understanding Giratina's feelings only deepened his own guilt. How was he supposed to fix this? For a moment, Naoki considered his options. Deception? Empty promise? A clever lie to soothe Giratina's anger? No, he decided firmly. That wasn't the way. He took a step closer, his voice steady and sincere. Giratina, for humans, the definition of friendship varies from person to person. I don't know how others define it, but to me, being a friend means helping each other in times of need, and it also means stopping each other from making mistakes. Even though that person argued with you, their actions don't warrant death. I understand I have no right to stop you, and human laws cannot restrain you. But I worry that if you harm humans, you'll be hated by them. Deep down, you're not a bad being, are you? Giratina remained silent, eyes closed, but it absorbed every word Naoki said. It scoffed internally. Hated by humans? It couldn't care less about their opinions. But Naoki's words stirred something else within Giratina. Was Naoki implying he didn't want to see it stray down a destructive path? Did Naoki intervene not to oppose it, but because he wanted to guide it? Giratina's crimson eyes snapped open, focusing intently on Naoki. Through the connection forged by Naoki's dragon power, Giratina not only sensed Naoki's emotions but also grasped his intentions. Naoki wasn't protecting the human out of loyalty to humankind. Instead, Naoki viewed Giratina as a friend and didn't want to see it cause unnecessary harm or invite consequences that would only isolate it further. The dragon also realized something else. Rotom had explained the consequences of harming humans on their journey back. In the human world, killing a person led to police intervention, arrest, and imprisonment. If Naoki were to take responsibility for Giratina's actions, he would likely face arrest too. And while Giratina could easily tear through a police station to rescue him, it understood this would be distressing for Naoki. Piecing everything together, Giratina finally saw the truth. Naoki wasn't opposing it out of defiance. He was trying to protect it from its own wrath. A subtle shift in Giratina's mood followed this realization. Though it maintained its icy demeanor, its voice, deep and resonant, betrayed a hint of grudging understanding. I'll forgive you this time, Giratina said, turning its head slightly. Naoki exhaled in relief, a weight lifting from his chest. It seemed Giratina had listened after all. Grinning, Naoki offered advice in a lighter tone. If someone insults you online in the future, why not just scare them? No need to escalate things as long as it doesn't go too far. This suggestion struck a balance. The online trolls could learn their lesson without escalating Giratina into a full-blown world-threatening disaster. and Giratina could vent its frustration without inviting universal retaliation. As Giratina mulled over this idea, its earlier anger melted away. Pokémon, after all, were emotional creatures, their moods shifting quickly. Soon, Giratina and Naoki were reconciled, their bond even stronger than before. Naoki eventually left the reverse world, satisfied that Giratina was calm again. But Giratina wasn't done contemplating what had transpired. After Naoki's departure, Giratina turned to Rotom and issued a command. Search for what it means when a human stops their friend from killing someone. Rotom's screen flickered nervously as it processed the query. Searching, found 208 relevant results. Rotom, read them to me, Giratina ordered, its tone as commanding as ever. Copy that, Rotom. Rotom replied, sweat dropping slightly, and began reciting. When a human stops their friend from hurting someone, it usually means they care deeply about their friend, Rotom. Murder violates the laws of the Pokémon Alliance. If such a crime is committed, Officer Jenny will lead the police to arrest the perpetrator. If the case causes significant damage or becomes widely publicized, Interpol may step in to take over, Rotom. Once caught, the offender could face life imprisonment or even the death penalty, losing their freedom or life entirely, Rotom. As a responsible and caring friend, one would definitely intervene to stop such actions before they happen, because they wouldn't want their friend to walk a path of no return. If you have a friend like that, please treasure them, Rotom. As Giratina listened, its tail swayed rhythmically. It nodded slowly, letting the words sink in. So, Naoki truly does care about it? Giratina's mood lightened slightly, and it urged Rotom to continue reading. When Rotom reached the 28th article, its voice hesitated for a moment before it announced excitedly, "Someone has become your fan, Rotom." Giratina tilted its head in confusion. "What is a fan?" it asked, its tone curious yet cautious. Rotom explained enthusiastically. "A fan is someone who follows you online, Rotom. It means they admire or respect you for your strength, appearance, or abilities. Fans often look up to their idols and follow them willingly out of appreciation, Rotom." As Rotom elaborated on the concept of fandom, it accessed Giratina's online profile to check the information of its new follower. The moment Rotom saw who it was, it froze. The follower was none other than the human who had insulted Giratina online. Giratina, noticing Rotom's hesitation, narrowed its glowing crimson eyes. "What's wrong?" it asked, its voice dropping to a low, dangerous rumble. Rotom stammered nervously. "It's the human from before, Rotom, the one who argued with you." Giratina's expression darkened instantly. "What does he want now?" it growled, its tail lashing against the ground. The memory of that human dismissing Giratina as inferior to Dialga flashed through its mind, rekindling its earlier frustration. Rotom, sensing the tension, quickly began investigating the man's actions. It reviewed his activity and discovered something unexpected. The offensive comment had been deleted. Not only that, but the man's profile now featured a prominent introduction post that read, "The third god of the Sinnoh region, a shadow Pokémon born alongside Dialga and Palkia." Both Rotom and Giratina paused, stunned. "Shadow Pokémon? Is he talking about me?" Giratina muttered, its anger momentarily replaced by confusion. The post had been published mere minutes ago. Rotom clicked on it and began reading aloud. "Shadow Pokémon, Giratina, a legendary Pokémon hidden beyond the world." It is said that Giratina was born at the same time as Dialga and Palkia. While Dialga governs time and Palkia commands space, Giratina resides on the other side of reality, overseeing the dark matter that stabilizes the world we live in and maintaining the delicate balance of existence. In response to this post, many Sinnoh residents flooded the comment section, expressing their skepticism. Having grown up with stories of the gods of time and space, these individuals had never heard of a Pokémon called Giratina. Their replies reflected their disbelief. "This has to be fake, right? Pokémon using the internet. This sounds completely fabricated." a stunt to gain attention. I don't believe for a second that Pokémon can operate Rotom phones to go online. Amid these doubts, some users share their experiences. Don't be so sure. My Antelian plays fighting games with me on my 3DS, and I've never won a single match. Faced with this wave of skepticism, Ishihara, the post creator and the man who had a near-death experience with Giratina, decided to lay all his cards on the table. He replied with undeniable evidence. A photo of his living room, now in shambles after Giratina's dramatic entrance. A screenshot of Giratina's response to their argument the previous day. A direct mention of Giratina's online account. The response was explosive. Within moments, hundreds of curious individuals flocked to Giratina's profile. Meanwhile, in the reverse world, Rotom suddenly began receiving a flood of private messages. Notifications popped up in quick succession. Rotom was baffled, and Giratina shared its confusion. Humans swarming to its profile? This could only mean one thing. They were there to mock it. Giratina's face darkened, and it growled with if these weak humans dared to humiliate it again, Giratina would immediately pay them a visit, just enough to terrify them without crossing any lethal lines. However, Rotom's reply was entirely unexpected. They're asking if you're truly Giratina, Rotom. Giratina froze. What kind of question is that? Who else could I be? Incensed by the doubt, Giratina's temper flared. Rotom, take a picture of me and post it. Show them who I am. Rotom dutifully snapped a photo and uploaded it to Giratina's profile. The image captured Giratina's imposing form, its gray and red-striped body, ghostly wings unfurled menacingly, and blood-red eyes glaring fiercely. At Giratina's insistence, Rotom added a caption, "I am Giratina." Within 10 minutes, the post had gone viral. 20 minutes later, Giratina's follower count began climbing rapidly. An hour later, news of a legendary Pokémon using a Rotom phone to browse the Pokémon forums had spread like wildfire. 4 hours later, Giratina's fan count surpassed 5 digits. Sinnoh region, Celestic Town. Cynthia, having just returned to her hometown, was preparing to revisit the ancient ruins when a notification from the Sinnoh League caught her attention. Logging into the forums, she came across the viral post by a user named the most powerful Giratina in the world. Clicking on the profile, Cynthia was greeted by the now-famous photo. She blinked, then muttered to herself, "What? Veilstone City, Team Galactic Base." Cyrus stared at the photo on his screen, his icy demeanor betraying a flicker of intrigue. "A Pokémon hidden in the shadows of our world. Giratina," he murmured. Kanto region, Palia Town. Professor Oak leaned forward, staring at his computer screen with the excitement of a child discovering a new Pokémon for the first time. Giratina, could it really be the legendary Pokémon of the Distortion world? Amazing. And it can use a Rotom phone to access the internet. He turned to his assistant, eyes alight with curiosity. "No, I haven't tried to contact it." Without hesitation, Professor Oak followed Giratina's account and sent it a private message. Back in the reverse world, Rotom was overwhelmed as thousands of private messages flooded in. "Should we reply, Rotom?" Rotom asked cautiously. Giratina, now calmed but still disdainful, scoffed. "Ignore them." It looked away, wings folding regally. "Mere humans aren't worthy of a god's reply." Rotom obediently replied, "Understood, Rotom." After a moment, Giratina added, "By the way, what's Naoki's account name? Follow him for me." Rotom reached out to Naoki's Rotom phone, but learned that Naoki was fast asleep, exhausted from his journey back to Paldea. Acting swiftly, Rotom obtained Naoki's account information and followed it on Giratina's behalf. When Naoki finally woke up, he grabbed his phone to catch up on updates. To his surprise, a notification popped up. "The most powerful Giratina in the world is now following you." Naoki recognized the name immediately. It was one Giratina had proudly coined for itself. Curious, he clicked on the profile. What he saw left him utterly stunned. Giratina's fan base had exploded into 5 digits. "When the world happened while I was asleep?" Naoki muttered, completely bewildered. Naoki sat up straight, leaning against the headboard as he scrolled through the Pokémon forum on his Rotom phone to understand what had unfolded. He didn't need to dig too deep. The situation was immediately clear. Right there on the homepage was a blazing hot topic. Shocking. A legendary Pokémon surfs the internet using a Rotom phone. It was ranked first, far ahead of the second most popular topic. Wow, Naoki muttered, his disbelief growing as he read. Things had spiraled wildly out of control, like being dragged by 10,000 stampeding toros with no way to rein them in. 58,678. That was the number of followers on Giratina's personal page, and it had only been 7 hours since its post went viral. Was this fate? Naoki wondered. The sudden fame of Giratina not only skyrocketed its follower count, but also brought attention to Naoki's account. His profile, named Gold King, was the only one followed by the now-celebrity Giratina, earning him an additional 400 to 500 followers overnight. The forum was abuzz with speculation about his connection to Giratina. Many users sent him private messages with questions like, "Are you Giratina's trainer?" Naoki groaned, completely at a loss for how to respond. Opting to avoid the avalanche of questions, Naoki turned off his phone and decided to head to the reverse world to speak directly with Giratina. When Naoki arrived, he found Giratina lounging lazily on Flower Sky Island. Its massive head rested on its forelimbs, while Rotom floated nearby, reading human comments aloud. Naoki sat beside Giratina's enormous head. The Rotom phone hovered in front of them, its screen alive with notifications. The private message inbox was filled with red notification dots, all reading 99+. It was chaos. Rotom continued to read out messages, while Naoki scrolled through them, curious about what people were saying. Some messages stood out. Invincible young hero. Are you really a Pokémon? Strongest trainer. Giratina, please accept my challenge. I want to battle you. Dragon hero. Respect. Then, Naoki stumbled across a message from none other than Professor Oak. Professor Oak, hello Giratina. I am Professor Oak, specializing in Pokémon research. If you have time, could you visit my lab in Palia Town? We'd treat you with the utmost hospitality. Naoki sighed, a smile tugging at his lips. That's just like Professor Oak, he muttered. He checked the profile and confirmed it was indeed the esteemed researcher, certified and verified. Looking at the content, Naoki shook his head and turned to Giratina. The Pokémon, who had been in a foul mood not long ago, now looked completely at ease. Its eyes were half closed as it listened to Rotom's narration with a serene expression. Aren't you going to reply? Naoki asked. Giratina cracked open one eye and snorted disdainfully. Humans don't deserve a response from me. Naoki. Yep, that's Giratina, all right. After all, Giratina was a legendary Pokémon that had existed since the dawn of the world. Its pride was well-earned. Deciding not to interfere further, Naoki let the matter rest. If Giratina wasn't replying to netizens, he didn't need to either. Let the internet speculate about their connection. Back at the ranch, Naoki returned to his ranch as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting golden hues across the fields. The Pokémon roamed freely on the grass, basking in the soft light of dusk, their carefree laughter filling the air. Refreshed from his nap, Naoki stretched and took a deep breath, ready to prepare dinner for the Pokémon. As Naoki passed through the living room, he noticed that Calyrex was seated elegantly on the sofa. He had returned from the glass greenhouse and was now sipping black tea while watching a TV series on its Rotom phone. The legendary Pokémon exuded an air of sophistication. Naoki paused and marveled at the sight. Giratina has become an internet sensation, yet the king of bountiful harvests is still deeply engrossed in its dramas. If only these two legendary Pokémon could swap roles, Naoki mused. Imagine Giratina binge-watching shows while Calyrex became an online celebrity, spreading its legend far and wide. It could absorb the admiration of fans across the Pokémon world, strengthening itself with the collective faith of its followers. With the blessings of the entire world's belief, Calyrex would become truly invincible. Inspired, Naoki created a forum account that night under the username cultural ambassador for the king of bountiful harvests. He began posting about the legendary Pokémon, detailing its lore, abilities, and significance. His posts were crafted to inspire awe and admiration. All that's left is to let the idea simmer, Naoki thought with a satisfied smile. After dinner, Naoki returned to his room to rest. The newly hatched Dratini followed him eagerly. Its soft pink body wobbled slightly as it moved, and Naoki gently placed the little Pokémon on his belly to sleep. Dratini yawned widely and quickly drifted into a sweet slumber, surrounded by warmth and safety. In various corners of the room, his Eevees had already claimed their spots for the night. With so many Pokémon, the bed had grown too crowded for comfort, so Naoki had recently purchased individual nests for them. Now, each Eevee retreated to its cozy little bed every evening for a peaceful sleep. Recently, Pomade had taken to spending nights in the pasture with its parents, leaving Naoki's room occupied only by Koraidon, Dratini, and the Eevees. As Naoki lay on the bed, he absently pinched Dratini's adorable snout, then opened Pikachu Live on his Rotom phone. He searched for the stream, Iono Live, and quickly found it. Naoki chuckled to himself. Apparently, Iono had just started live streaming and wasn't ready to let familiar faces know about it. When Naoki had asked her about her plans a few days ago, she had replied cryptically, "It's a secret." Clicking into the live broadcast, Naoki saw only a handful of viewers in the room. On screen, Iono was welcoming a challenger for a gym battle. Even though it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, Levincia, one of the largest cities in the Paldea region, was just coming alive with its vibrant nightlife. The gym battle had reached an intense climax. Both Iono and her challenger were down to their last Pokémon. The challenger sent out a Quaquaval, while Iono unleashed her ace Pokémon, Mismagius. The battle escalated immediately as both trainers activated terrestrialization. With a brilliant flash of light, Mismagius transformed into an electric Terra type, while Quaquaval became a V-Water Terra type. Naoki could tell the outcome of the battle at a glance. The challenger's Quaquaval lacked sufficient training. Even though it had undergone terrestrialization, its water Terra type left it vulnerable to Iono's Terra-Electric Mismagius. Sure enough, the battle ended exactly as Naoki predicted. Mismagius overwhelmed Quaquaval with dazzling electric attacks, knocking it out in under a minute. The young trainer who owned the Quaquaval looked crestfallen. Seeing this, Iono smiled warmly and encouraged him. "Hey, even though you lost, I could see the strong bond between you and Quaquaval. Don't get discouraged. Keep training, and you'll definitely beat me next time." "Yeah." The trainer brightened up, visibly motivated. He thanked Iono with a shy smile, then hurried off to the Pokémon Center with his partner Pokémon for treatment. Iono turned back to her live stream, beaming at the camera. One electrifying match, don't you think? That challenger had some serious spirit, just like a Wattrel riding a storm. Naoki chuckled as he watched the stream. With a sly smile, he decided to reward Iono's performance with a generous donation in the form of a big rocket gift through the live streaming platform. It was both a gesture of support and a subtle investment, as he planned to recruit Iono as a future spokesperson for his ranch's products. Iono's eyes widened when she noticed the flashy notification about the donation. She glanced at the username and froze momentarily. Realizing something, she quickly changed the subject mid-sentence. "Oh, thank you so much for your support. You're too kind. Anyway, I've been streaming for quite a while now, so I think it's time to call it a day. See you next time, everyone." With that, the stream abruptly ended, leaving Naoki smirking knowingly. Moments later, his Rotom phone buzzed with an incoming video call from Iono. When the video connected, Iono's face appeared, slightly flushed with embarrassment. She leaned closer to the camera and said, "That donation just now? That was you, wasn't it?" Naoki feigned ignorance, shaking his head repeatedly. "It wasn't me. You must have me mistaken for someone else." Iono raised an eyebrow skeptically. "Oh, really? Then how do you know what I said during the stream?" Caught off guard, Naoki was silent for a moment, scrambling for an excuse. "You're way too easy to figure out. Iono huffed. I mean, seriously, every single one of your online usernames is Gold King. How could I not notice? Naoki mentally kicked himself for the oversight. It had indeed been a habit of his to use the same username for convenience. All right, you caught me, he admitted sheepishly. Iono sighed, her face softening into a shy smile. You really didn't have to go out of your way to send me such a big tip. I don't even know how to feel about friends watching my streams. It's a little embarrassing. Naoki smiled reassuringly. You'll get used to it. After all, as your popularity grows, more people you know will tune in. Think of it as preparation for when you become a famous streamer. Iono blinked, taking in his words. You really think I can get that big? She asked hesitantly. Of course, Naoki replied confidently. When that happens, I'm going to ask you to endorse my online store. Your store. Iono tilted her head, intrigued. Naoki let out a small sigh. Yeah, I opened an online store to sell agricultural products and fresh moo milk, but so far, not a single order. Iono's face fell slightly as she murmured. Oh no, I'd love to help, but I've only got about 300 followers on my channel right now. I don't think I can do much. Naoki waved his hand dismissively. That's okay. I believe in you, Iono. Someday, you'll become a top-tier streamer with thousands of fans. Iono was momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected Naoki to express such unwavering confidence in her abilities. This deeply touched Iono, who was still finding her footing in the world of live streaming. After a brief moment of surprise, Iono's face lit up with a radiant smile. All right, when the time comes, I'll definitely help you promote it. Satisfied with the conversation, Iono prepared to call a night. Before hanging up, she made sure to remind Naoki, and no more tipping, okay? I'm not streaming for the money. I just want to make Levincia Gym famous. After all, the Palia Pokémon League provided excellent benefits for gym leaders and staff, ensuring none of them were short on money. Reluctantly, Naoki agreed. In truth, aside from Iono, Naoki could also consider asking Giratina, now an overnight internet sensation, to endorse his ranch. However, he realized this would attract countless fans and tourists, turning the peaceful ranch into a bustling tourist destination. That wasn't the life he wanted for himself or his Pokémon. So, after some thought, he decided to stick with Iono's future potential as an influencer. Having napped during the day, Naoki found himself unable to sleep that night. To avoid throwing off his schedule, he asked the NDD siblings to use their hypnosis move to help him drift off. Meanwhile, in Levincia City, after hanging up the call, Iono returned home and, "Good morning, Naoki," she greeted cheerfully, a playful smile on her face. Immediately took out her Rotom phone. She opened the Pokémon online shopping app and started searching for Naoki's online store. Typing Gold King into the search bar yielded no results, which puzzled her. Isn't his username Gold King? Iono wondered aloud. She racked her brain, tried to recall what Naoki had mentioned earlier, and finally typed Ranch Store into the search bar. This time, her search returned several results. Her eyes were drawn to one in particular, Naoki Ranch. Clicking on it, she noticed the store's disheartening 0 purchases record. Iono couldn't help but mutter, I didn't expect someone as capable as Naoki to hit a roadblock like this. He must be feeling down, determined to lend a hand. Iono chuckled to herself in her brightly lit living room and proceeded to place an order to show her support. As she browsed the store's inventory, Iono assumed Naoki would use Squawkabilly Express for deliveries. It was a common choice for ranch goods. However, when she reached the checkout page and saw Dragonite Express as the delivery option, she was completely taken aback. It's so like Naoki, Iono murmured with a smile. Dragonite's flying speed was renowned for being exceptionally fast. Even though Kosagi Town and Levincia City were located on opposite ends of the Palia region, a Dragonite could cover the distance in just 20 minutes. With such swift delivery, there was no concern about the vegetables or moo milk spoiling en route. Realizing this, Iono added her parents' address to the delivery information and decided to buy some fresh vegetables and moo milk for them as well. She placed the order, ensuring everything would be delivered straight to their doorstep. After finalizing the purchases, she chuckled to herself. When Naoki sees all these orders tomorrow, he's going to be thrilled. The next morning, Naoki woke up to the sound of his Rotom phone chiming with notifications. The alert announced that a customer had purchased agricultural goods from his online store. In an instant, all traces of sleep disappeared. Naoki shot up, wide awake with excitement. He quickly opened the Pokémon online shopping app and found several new orders waiting for him. 3 crates of Moo Moo milk, 2 baskets of berries, a jar of rock salt, 2 jars of honey, a box of eggs, 2 cabbage. That's quite a lot, Naoki exclaimed, his smile widening. He immediately instructed his Rotom phone to relay the customer information and delivery addresses to the Dragonites assigned to transport goods. Then, Naoki went out to sort through the ordered items, preparing them for delivery. The Dragonites' delivery backpacks, enhanced with special spatial technology, could hold far more than they appeared to, easily accommodating over a dozen crates of Moo Moo milk. Once the Dragonites were loaded up, they spread their wings and took off, soaring into the clear morning sky. Watching them go, Naoki felt an immense sense of satisfaction. This is a great start, he said to himself, returning to his room to admire his shop's progress. However, as he reviewed the orders more closely, he noticed something odd. All 3 orders were bound for Levintia City, and the delivery addresses looked suspiciously similar. Not only that, but one of the names was already saved in his phone's contacts. Curious, Naoki quickly entered the details into his Rotom phone and confirmed his suspicion. One of the customers was Iono. He picked up his phone and dialed her number. Iono, who had been preparing sandwiches for her belly bolt and Miss Smagius, saw Naoki's name flash across the screen. She wiped her hands and answered the video call, feigning innocence. My dear customer, your order of Moo Moo milk, berries, rock salt, honey, and other farm goods has been dispatched. You should receive it in about 20 minutes, Naoki said with a smile, mimicking the polite tone of customer service he had seen in his past life. Iono suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, but kept up her act. Huh? Naoki, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Naoki. All right, enough pretending. Those 3 orders were from you, weren't they? Naoki asked, both exasperated and touched. Caught. Iono broke into a sheepish grin. Fine, you got me. I just wanted to support your ranch. Your produce is top-notch. Eating it is good for health, so I bought some for my parents too. At that moment, one of Naoki's Dragonite couriers, guided by the Rotom phone's navigation, landed right in front of Iono's house. Iono quickly shifted her camera, walked over to collect the goods, and cheerfully said, Got it. Dragonite Express is amazing. Naoki sighed, shaking his head. All right, just don't overdo it. Got it, Iono replied, nodding quickly. Worried Naoki might scold her further, she hastily made an excuse to hang up the call. 10 minutes later, Naoki logged into his online store to check its status. He was greeted by a glowing review from a familiar username. User, Bright Light Trainer. I received my order. The Moo Moo milk is delicious. The vegetables are incredibly fresh, and the rock salt is uniquely flavorful. My Pokémon and I love everything. I'll definitely order again. Reading the review, Naoki couldn't help but smile. It does feel a bit like staged feedback, he muttered. Meanwhile, in Levintia City, Iono was getting ready for the day when her phone rang. It was her mother. Hey, Mom, did you get the package I sent? She asked. Her mother's voice, a mix of amazement and urgency, replied, We did, but where did you get that goat milk from? What happened? Is something wrong? Iono asked, concerned. Her mother explained what had transpired. Earlier that morning, a Dragonite courier had delivered the fresh produce. Upon seeing the name and contact information on the package, they had realized it was from their daughter. After signing for the delivery, her parents began inspecting the items, planning to enjoy the fresh crops for breakfast. Among the items was a small bottle labeled Life Goat's Milk with a cute, cartoonish Gagoat logo. Curious about its taste, Iono's father decided to try it. The result? He was now running laps around their yard with newfound vigor and had started challenging the neighborhood Mac Hop to wrestling matches. Hearing this, Iono froze for a moment before remembering the properties of the goat milk from Naoki's ranch. Mom, I forgot to tell you. Iono said quickly. That goat milk is really special. It's meant for Pokémon or people recovering from serious injuries. If someone healthy drinks it, they get so energized they won't stop moving until the excess energy is burned off. Hearing this, the woman was dumbfounded after hearing Iono's explanation. That store sells something like this. Her mind wandered briefly to dubious products sold in shady pharmacies, sparking a hint of concern. There aren't any side effects, right? She asked, her voice tinged with worry. Iono quickly reassured her. Don't worry. I've seen others drink it before, and there were absolutely no side effects. It's completely safe. Relieved, the woman finally relaxed. Spring had arrived, and the entire ranch was bursting with life. Flowers in the garden were in full bloom, their vibrant colors attracting wild beautifly and butterfree, which danced gracefully among the petals. Their wings shimmered in the sunlight, adding a touch of magic to the serene landscape. After finishing his call with Iono, Naoki waited patiently at the ranch. 20 minutes later, the Dragonite delivery team returned, their backpacks considerably lighter. Naoki checked the time on his Rotom phone and muttered to himself, it only took 20 minutes to travel from Kosagi Town to Levincia. As expected, Dragonite could probably fly around the whole world in under 16 hours. He even mused that if the Dragonites used moves like Agility, Extreme Speed, or Dragon Dance, the delivery times could be even shorter. Compared to ordinary couriers, Dragon Express felt like a service from another dimension. For now, there were no new orders in the ranch's online store apart from Iono's. Setting aside the online business, Naoki decided to check on the Pokémon on the ranch. Spring brought plenty of tasks to handle, and he was determined to ensure everything ran smoothly. One of the highlights of spring on the ranch was the upcoming horse racing event. Naoki noticed that Glastrier seemed especially excited about it. Glastrier was determined to win the championship trophy, currently worn by Spectrier, the Shadow Rider Pokémon. Spectrier had won the trophy in the previous year's race, and ever since, it had taken to wearing it like a crown. Naoki had tried several times to take the trophy off Spectrier, intending to store it safely. However, Spectrier stubbornly refused. It saw the trophy as a symbol of its status as the reigning horse king and was unwilling to part with it. With no other options, Naoki reluctantly gave up. Still, he couldn't help but worry. If Spectrier keeps wearing that trophy for too long, will its head start to mold into the shape of the trophy? Thinking about the possibility, Naoki shuddered at how dreadful it could be. He looked over at Spectrier in the stable, its ethereal form proudly adorned with the trophy-turned crown. This couldn't continue. Determined, Naoki sought out Calyrex to share his concerns. Calyrex listened calmly before taking action. Without a word, the Pokémon approached Spectrier and exchanged a few quiet words. To Naoki's amazement, Spectrier bowed its spectral head, carefully removed the trophy, and handed it to Calyrex for safekeeping. It is resolved, Calyrex said with its characteristic composure. Thank goodness. Naoki sighed in relief. Just to be sure, he conducted a detailed examination of Spectrier's skull and was pleased to confirm there was no deformation from wearing the trophy for so long. After expressing his gratitude, Naoki set off once again for the reverse world, eventually making his way to the base of the world tree. There, he sought out Tropius, the grass/flying-type Pokémon that had been recovering from a wing injury last winter. Naoki had a question for it. It's spring now. The snow is melting, and everything is coming back to life. What are your plans? Will you return to Casseroyal Lake to join your companions? Or do you plan to stay at the ranch? Tropius raised its head majestically, letting out a melodic cry. Tropio, do you want to stay here and live with us? Naoki clarified. Tropius nodded eagerly and called out again. Tropie. Fantastic. Naoki beamed. Let's continue working together, Tropius. Tropio. Tropius chirped in delight. However, Naoki couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If only the holy bun made with Ho-Oh's feathers worked on Tropius, he thought wistfully. The holy bun was a special item infused with blessings from Ho-Oh, said to grant Pokémon incredible fortune. Its effects, however, were limited to Pokémon like Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos. Holy blessing. Upon consumption, a Pokémon will receive Ho-Oh's favor, significantly increasing its luck and fortune. This effect applies only to certain Pokémon species. If it worked on Tropius, it might have guaranteed 100% activation of its harvest ability, doubling its banana output each time, Naoki thought, slightly disappointed. The divine blessing bestowed by the Phoenix King was limited to the chosen members of its expedition team. Still, Naoki reminded himself to be content. Compared to the meager 2 harvests a year Tropius initially produced, the current situation was a massive improvement. Gently patting Tropius on the head, Naoki admired its vibrant form. With the warming weather, the Gagote and Arboliva had already left the reverse world and resumed their lives in the open air. The heroic expedition team had also pressed forward on their journey. Tropius, feeling a bit restless in the confines of the reverse world, decided to accompany Naoki outside. Naoki found a picturesque spot by the river, abundant in water and sunlight, perfectly suited for Tropius. When the world tree is fully grown, I'll build you a special perch on it. After settling Tropius by the river, Naoki made his way to the apple orchard on the opposite bank. Thanks to the care and nurturing of Gagote, the saplings he planted earlier had flourished into mature apple trees, now heavy with fruit. The apples gleamed bright red, their color and shape rivaling those from more famous orchards like Kitakami Township. Naoki plucked an apple from a branch and took a bite. The crisp flesh released a burst of sweet, refreshing juice. This is good. Sweet and crunchy, perfect. Naoki nodded in approval. As he continued examining the trees, he noticed a few clusters of green apples mixed among the red ones. I'll let these ripen for another couple of days before harvesting, he mused. Strolling through the orchard, Naoki admired the trees laden with fruit, though a nagging thought crossed his mind. Would these apples attract Applin? Applin, the grass/dragon-type Pokémon, is known for its penchant for apples. Upon hatching, it burrows into an apple, using its host as both camouflage and sustenance. While it grows by consuming the fruit, it often becomes a nuisance for farmers. Particularly troublesome are Applin with the gluttony ability, which could decimate an orchard in no time. However, there is a silver lining. Applin with the ripen ability could accelerate the growth of apples rather than devouring them entirely. If evolved into Flapple or Appleton, their ripen ability would be even more effective, significantly boosting fruit yield. In the Galar region, Naoki recalled, many orchard farmers kept Applin to assist in ripening their harvests. The thought prompted Naoki to carefully inspect his apple orchard. He wanted to ensure no mischievous Applin had snuck in to feast on the fruit. His ability can play a big role in identifying apples. As he examined each apple, Naoki could see detailed information displayed in his mind. Apple. An ordinary fruit, sweet and delicious, with a crisp and refreshing texture. Nurtured by Gagote during growth, its quality has been significantly enhanced. Highly nutritious and suitable for culinary use. After carefully inspecting every apple in his orchard, Naoki confirmed there were no Applin lurking among the fruit. Oddly enough, this realization left him feeling slightly disappointed. Naoki was quite fond of Appleton, the evolution of Applin. With an Appleton on the ranch, he could potentially cultivate an apple orchard atop the world tree, letting the Pokémon assist in nurturing the fruit. Inspired by this idea, Naoki decided to research the habitats of Applin, Flapple, and Appleton on his Rotom phone once he returned home. He hoped to capture a few Pokémon with the ripen ability to help oversee his orchard. But just as he turned to leave, the sky darkened ominously. Naoki glanced up and saw the massive figure of Rayquaza descending gracefully onto the ranch. Its sleek, emerald body shimmered under the dimming light as it landed in the pasture with a quiet but powerful presence. Slightly taken aback, Naoki's gaze shifted toward the Snorlax park. Sure enough, A crowd had already gathered to greet Rayquaza. Dragonite, Cyclizer, and Ogerpon were all there, and this time, even Eevee and Dratini had joined the group. The younger Pokémon stared at Rayquaza in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration for the majestic legendary Pokémon. It didn't take long for Naoki to piece things together. Dragonite must have invited Rayquaza back to the ranch. Naoki let out a sigh, imagining what this would mean for their food supplies. The freshly baked puffins and cookies he and NDD had prepared yesterday would undoubtedly be devoured by Rayquaza, who was notorious for its appetite. Why do I even bother? Naoki muttered to himself, resigned to his fate. He couldn't very well deny Rayquaza hospitality, not after Dragonite and Ogerpon had already offered their finest treats as a welcome. Well then, Naoki sighed as he walked back to the house. Let's see how many puffins we have left. Once inside, Naoki opened the cupboard to check their inventory. As he tallied the ingredients, his Rotom phone buzzed with an incoming video call. Glancing at the screen, Naoki was surprised to see it was from Teddiursa and Mew. Intrigued, he quickly answered the call. The screen lit up, revealing the 3 members of the Heroes Expedition team. Teddiursa, Mew, and a third Pokémon, their expressions animated as they jostled to get in view. Hey, what's going on? Naoki asked, a smile forming on his face. It seemed this day was about to get even more interesting. Naoki noticed the background behind them, which appeared to be a lush forest teeming with life. It seems you've successfully arrived at your destination, Naoki said with a warm smile. Teddiursa looked overjoyed, exclaiming, Ursa, Ursa! Rotom's electronic voice chimed in, translating the excited Pokémon's words. That's right. There are so many Pokémon here we've never seen before. Mew joined in, its tone cheerful. We even helped a Wingull that got lost in the forest find its trainer. A Wingull, Naoki echoed, a hint of surprise in his voice. Mew and Teddiursa both nodded enthusiastically. They adjusted the phone's camera to give Naoki a better view of their surroundings. The screen displayed a variety of Pokémon going about their business in the forest. A Seviper slithering gracefully through the tall grass, a Poochyena prowling the clearing, a Beautifly fluttering elegantly among the trees, and a Swellow perched regally on a branch. Seeing the familiar Pokémon on the screen, a realization struck Naoki. His eyes widened slightly. Could it be the destination of the Heroes Expedition team is the Hoenn region? Naoki thought. Naoki's mind wandered back to his earliest memories of Pokémon. It was during the Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald eras that his journey into the Pokémon games truly began. The vibrant colors red, blue, and green were symbolic of Groudon, the god of the land, Kyogre, the god of the sea, and Rayquaza, the god of the skies. These 3 legendary Pokémon had left an indelible mark on his heart. I wonder what time it is in the Hoenn region now. Has the epic clash between Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza already happened? Naoki mused quietly. The Paldea region, where Naoki resided, was far from Hoenn, making it difficult to hear news from there. But given the sheer destructive power and influence of Groudon and Kyogre, if such an event had occurred, it would undoubtedly have made waves across the world. Aside from these 3 legendary Pokémon, the Hoenn region was also home to several mythical and legendary Pokémon, such as the ancient Regi trio, Regirock, Regice, and Registeel, each slumbering in their respective ruins. However, one Pokémon intrigued Naoki the most, Jirachi, the Wishmaker, known as the Wishing Star of 7 Nights. Jirachi was unlike any other Pokémon. It awakened only once every 1,000 years, and its waking period lasted a mere 7 days. Once the 7 days ended, Jirachi would fall into a deep slumber, not to wake again for another 1,000 years. As Naoki observed the Hero Expedition team on his screen, he found himself lost in thought. If his memory served him right, there was a location in Hoenn called Farina. It was in this special landscape that the events of the movie Jirachi, Wishmaker, took place. A Jirachi lay dormant there, waiting for the arrival of the Millennium Comet to awaken, absorb cosmic energy, and revitalize the land of Farina, ensuring its lushness and beauty. Naoki wondered if the same events from the movie would occur in this world. His curiosity sparked an idea. By the way, Teddiursa, Naoki said, addressing the 3 Pokémon on the screen, including Zapdos. The Pokémon perked up, their attention focused on Naoki. I've heard rumors of a Pokémon named Giratina in the region you're visiting, he began. He detailed the legend of Farina and Giratina, explaining its 1,000-year slumber and its brief 7-day awakening tied to the Millennium Comet. Teddiursa blinked, its eyes filled with sympathy. Ursa, so sad, it exclaimed. Mew nodded solemnly. Mew, only 7 days, every 1,000 years? Giratina must be so lonely. The 3 Pokémon exchanged glances before looking back at Naoki with determination in their eyes. Naoki, can you help Giratina? Teddiursa asked, its voice translated by Rotom. Naoki paused, taken aback by their earnestness. Am I a wish-granting machine? He thought wryly. Based on the movie, Giratina's awakening and slumber seemed to be a fixed part of its nature. There didn't seem to be an easy way to change it. Developing a food or remedy to help Giratina stay awake longer sounded like a monumental task, if not outright impossible. He had no idea where to begin, but the hopeful gazes of the 3 Pokémon made it impossible to say no outright. I'll do my best, Naoki said finally, though his tone lacked conviction. Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa clapped their hands, their joy contagious. Rotom's voice chimed in with a translation. Then we'll search for Farina and find Giratina. After ending the call with Naoki, Mew and Teddiursa stared at the Rotom phone floating in front of them. Ursa, Teddiursa chirped. Rotom, please record Naoki's request for us. Understood, Rotom, the Rotom phone replied in its usual chipper tone. It quickly opened the memo function and added a new entry. Commission 2. Help Giratina. Content. Travel to Farina in search of Giratina, the mythical Pokémon that awakens only once every 1,000 years, and assisted alongside Naoki. Status. Not yet completed. Rotom also displayed the existing mission for the Hero Expedition team. Commission 1. Find Expedition team members. Content. Locate a Pokémon named Hoopa and invite it to join the Expedition team. Status. Not yet completed. Rotom explained that it had developed this memo system to help the team stay organized. It stored all ongoing missions in the phone's memo app, ensuring the team could easily check their tasks and progress. Around midday, Naoki strolled through the orchard, picking a basket of ripe red apples. He returned home and set to work crafting some delicious treats for the Pokémon on the ranch. Apple pie, a traditional dessert with a sweet and crispy crust. Effect. Increases the friendliness of Pokémon that enjoy sweet foods. Candied apple, C+. A sugary snack with a glossy finish. Effect. Enhances the silk thread moves of Pokémon, increasing their durability and strength. Though he noted the effects of these dishes, Naoki treated them as simple snacks for now. He also prepared hearty meat dishes, knowing that Giratina and Cyclizer weren't particularly fond of sweets. For lunch, the 2 Pokémon eagerly devoured their roasted meat and sandwiches, savoring every bite. Meanwhile, Alchemy, Ogerpon, and Palmot were delighted with the apple pie. Naoki smiled warmly, observing the Pokémon's enjoyment. You guys eat up. I'll bring some candied apple to Butterfree. Naoki found Butterfree fluttering gracefully in the garden. When he offered the candied apple, Butterfree accepted eagerly. It chirped after eating, clearly pleased. Naoki chuckled. This dish can make your silk more resilient. Want to give it a try? Butterfree blinked in surprise before nodding eagerly. It flapped its wings and released a shimmering strand of white silk. Naoki caught the thread in his hands and tugged with all his strength, only to find it nearly unbreakable. This is incredible, Naoki said, marveling at the silk's newfound durability. It's perfect for crafting sturdy materials. He recalled stories of artisans using spinnerack silk to create sweaters. Although he lacked the skill for such intricate work, the thought of creating something with Butterfree's enhanced silk was inspiring. That afternoon, Perhaps due to Iono's glowing review, Naoki's ranch shop finally welcomed a new customer. When Naoki received a notification on his Rotom phone, he initially thought it was Iono placing another order. However, upon checking, he discovered it was a new customer from Mesagoza Paldea Academy. A man in his 20s sat in a room, idly browsing the Pokémon online shopping app on his Rotom phone. His name was Kai, a student who preferred convenience over effort. Kai had been craving Moo Moo milk, but the idea of trekking to a store felt like too much work for his laid-back lifestyle. Instead, he decided to order it online. Pokémon delivery services were incredibly convenient. Place an order, pay, and a Pokémon courier would deliver your goods straight to your door. As he scrolled, a small shop caught his attention. Naoki Ranch? Is this run by a ranch owner? Kai murmured. The name Naoki struck a familiar chord, though he couldn't immediately place it. He racked his brain for a moment, but the more he tried to recall, the more elusive the memory became. Eventually, he shrugged off the thought and tapped on the shop's icon. Kai's eyes widened as the shop's inventory loaded. Whoa, they've got everything, he exclaimed. From fresh vegetables and fruits to Moo Moo milk from Tank, the shop offered a wide variety of farm-fresh goods. But what truly caught his eye were the specialty items. One listing, in particular, piqued his curiosity. Life-giving goat milk. Description: special milk produced by the unique goat herd raised on the ranch. Known for its miraculous healing properties. Severely injured or critically ill Pokémon can recover fully after drinking this. Best reserved for emergencies. Limit: 2 bottles per week per customer. After reading the description, Kai's first reaction was pure disbelief. How did goat milk like this even exist? It claims to instantly heal a severely injured or dying Pokémon to full health. He muttered, skepticism written all over his face. This has to be an exaggeration. What an audacious claim for a product. But then his eyes landed on the price tag, and he was left even more shocked. 30,000 Poke dollars for 1 bottle? He gasped, nearly dropping his Rotom phone. For perspective, a single bottle of Moo Moo milk typically cost around 600 Poke dollars. That meant 1 bottle of this so-called life-giving goat milk was equivalent to 50 bottles of Moo Moo milk. As a broke student, Kai didn't even consider splurging on something so outrageously priced. Instead, he turned his attention to the regular milk offerings in the shop. Fortunately, those were priced to the usual market rate. Satisfied, Kai decided to order a box of Moo Moo milk. But as he moved through the checkout process, something unusual caught his attention. The delivery method. Dragonite Express, he read aloud, his eyebrows shooting up in disbelief. Was this shop seriously using Dragonite, a rare and powerful Dragon-type Pokémon, as delivery Pokémon? The thought of such an exceptional Pokémon being used for mundane deliveries felt almost sacrilegious. No way, he murmured, feeling equal parts intrigue and skepticism. Curiosity got the better of him, and he completed the order. The delivery fee for Dragonite Express was 600 Poke dollars, which was reasonable compared to the convenience it promised. Still, Kai assumed it would take at least 4 or 5 hours for his order to arrive. But just 10 minutes later, he heard an unexpected knock on his dorm room window. Startled, Kai froze in place. His dormitory was on the 5th floor. Who, or what, could possibly be knocking at his window? Trembling slightly, he walked over and cautiously pulled back the curtains. Staring back at him was a large, orange Dragonite with kind, watery eyes. The Dragonite's docile expression and adorable demeanor melted away Kai's initial fear. Perched on its back was a small red delivery satchel, and hovering beside it was a Rotom phone. Dragonite Express. It's real? Kai whispered in awe, his mind racing. The Rotom phone beside Dragonite came to life with a cheerful electronic voice. Dear customer, your Moo Moo milk has arrived. Please sign for your delivery, Rotom. Snapping out of his daze, Kai scrambled to open the window. The Dragonite leaned in gently, careful not to disturb anything, and placed a box of Moo Moo milk neatly on the floor. Once Dragonite had completed the delivery, it let out a satisfied roar, spread its majestic wings, and gracefully soared into the sky with Rotom following closely behind. Kai stood frozen in his dorm room, staring out the window in stunned silence. Dragonite. It's really a Dragonite. His mind was reeling. Who was the owner of this ranch? What kind of trainer had the audacity, or perhaps the luxury, to use such a rare and powerful Pokémon for deliveries? Naoki. Naoki Ranch. Suddenly, Kai's memory was jogged. He recalled a post he had once seen on the Palia Academy campus forum. With his heart racing, he quickly grabbed his Rotom phone, logged into the forum, and found the post. The bold title jumped out at him. The hidden boss of campus legend. The true final trial of the Palia region. The post began with an intriguing claim. Every trainer in the Palia region should know. Challenging all the gyms, collecting all the badges, and conquering the Palia League Championship doesn't signify the end of your journey. According to legend, there exists a mysterious and formidable trainer somewhere in the region. Only by defeating this hidden figure can one truly call themselves the strongest trainer in Palia. Kai's interest peaked as he scrolled further down. On the next page, the poster had elaborated, breaking down Naoki Ranch's legendary trials. This guide compiles insights from countless challengers who have attempted the 3 legendary trials at Naoki Ranch. Here's what you need to know to stand a chance. The Green Grass Trial. For this trial, Naoki sends out his mighty Gagote. To succeed, the challenger must defeat 3 champion-level Gagote. Beware, their mastery of grass-type energy is unparalleled, and they can manipulate the battlefield to create a grassy terrain that only benefits them. Prolonged battles are ill-advised, as these Gago can outlast nearly any opponent with their relentless recovery moves and their signature attack, the Sacred Sword of Grass. The best strategy? Exploit their type weaknesses. Flying, fire, ice, bug, or poison types can deal devastating blows. Aim to finish the battle within 2 moves. Any longer, and you'll face an uphill battle. Kai read on, growing increasingly excited. The post also detailed 2 other trials. The Thunder Trial, led by a fearsome Palmot, known for its agility and devastating electric-type moves. The Storm Trial, overseen by none other than Dragonite itself, whose mastery over dragon and flying-type moves could humble even the most experienced trainers. Kai's jaw dropped. It's him, he murmured. That evening, after finishing a long day of tending to his Pokémon, Naoki received a message from Reforged. It was a link. Curious, Naoki tapped on it, and the title Campus Legend, Palia Hidden Boss, popped up in bold letters. Raising an eyebrow, he clicked through and began reading. The post thoroughly detailed the trials he had set up at the ranch. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle as he scrolled through the meticulous strategies shared by challengers. The Green Grass Trial, the Thunder Trial, the Storm Trial. Each section was painstakingly detailed, offering advice, tips, and even diagrams to aspiring trainers. Naoki scratched his head and let out a soft laugh. They really put in the effort, huh? What left him truly speechless, however, was the title, Hidden Boss of the Palia region. When it comes to hidden bosses in Pokémon games, the ultimate example has to be read from Pokémon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. In the game, after players collect all the gym badges and defeat the Pokémon League champion, they unlock the path to MT Silver, where they can challenge a legendary trainer known as Red. Red began his journey at the age of 10, and within a year, he became the Pokémon League champion. Along the way, he single-handedly dismantled Team Rocket, defeating their leader Giovanni in the process. After that, Red stepped down as champion and retreated to the remote MT Silver to train in solitude. Years passed, and no one heard from him, until the players reached the summit to find him waiting. Naoki recalled that in the game, all 6 of Red's Pokémon were over level 80, with his Pikachu being a staggering level 88, only 12 levels shy of the maximum. Such a formidable lineup made him the true hidden boss of his era. Thinking of this, Naoki glanced at Giratina, who was napping peacefully at the foot of the bed, and then thought of Palmot and Dragonite. If we were to calculate their strength in terms of levels from the games, What levels would my Pokémon be? He wondered. Calling himself a hidden boss felt like an exaggeration. But then he thought about the special traits of his ranch's Pokémon, and the term didn't seem so far-fetched. Well, maybe he could consider himself a half-hidden boss. At that moment, Reforged sent him another message. Reforged, did you see that post? You're really famous at our academy now. I even heard that some trainers are forming a team to challenge you. Naoki, was this turning into an MMORPG, where players had to team up to raid the boss? Naoki, by the way, how's your research progressing? Reforged, so far, so good. I found a way to undo the seals, and I've pinpointed the general locations where they're hidden. Some areas might have shifted slightly due to earthquakes or other factors, but I'm confident we can finish this soon. Reforged, when the time comes, I'll need your help again. Naoki, got it. Ancient treasures like the jade fish, the celestial cauldron, and the mythical deer Pokémon were fascinating. Even if he couldn't capture or tame them, it would be worth it just to see them in person and take some photos. After ending his conversation with Reforged, Naoki logged onto the Pokémon forum. He immediately noticed that Giratina's fan count had surpassed 100,000, reaching 6 figures. In this world, legendary Pokémon were exceptionally rare and often symbols of immense power. Across cities and countrysides, countless people dedicated their lives to searching for these mythical creatures. Yet, aside from a fortunate few, most would never encounter a legendary Pokémon in their lifetime, leaving them with an unfulfilled dream. But now, Giratina, a legendary Pokémon that not only revealed itself but also used a Rotom phone to surf the internet, had naturally captured the world's attention. Naoki couldn't help but marvel at the sheer curiosity netizens had for legendary Pokémon. But Giratina's popularity was utterly overwhelming. Seeing the number surpassing 150,000 followers, Naoki felt a twinge of envy. His cultural promotion account for the King of Bountiful Harvests only had a little over 200 followers. If only I could transfer Giratina's fan base to Calyrex. Naoki mused with a sigh, but then a spark of determination lit in his eyes. We can't let Giratina's popularity go to waste like this. The next morning, Naoki found Calyrex, relaxing in the garden with its phone. Naoki quickly helped the Pokémon register an account on the forum. Afterward, Naoki used his Rotom phone to capture a series of picturesque shots. Calyrex elegantly sipping afternoon tea amidst the blooming flowers of the ranch. Satisfied with the photos, Naoki uploaded them to the forum with the caption, "A tranquil moment with the King of Bountiful Harvests." As Calyrex observed Naoki's actions with a mix of curiosity and confusion, it tilted its regal head slightly and asked, "What purpose does this serve?" Naoki simply grinned, his tone teasingly cryptic. "You'll see soon enough." Naoki then ventured into the reverse world, where he found Giratina engrossed in online discussions. Without hesitation, he asked for its help in sharing Calyrex's post. Giratina, intrigued, readily agreed. The powerful Pokémon remembered Calyrex from a past visit when it had come to the reverse world with Naoki and assisted in planting flowers. Giratina rumbled, "Rotom, repost the message for Calyrex." "Right away, Rotom." Rotom phone responded promptly, albeit with a hint of nervousness. It quickly opened Giratina's account to forward the post. Before finalizing, Rotom asked, "What caption should I attach, Rotom?" Giratina turned its imposing gaze toward Naoki, clearly unsure. Naoki thought for a moment before suggesting, "Hello everyone, meet my good friend, Calyrex." Rotom chirped, "Got it, Rotom," and the post was forwarded successfully. Watching the post go live, Giratina raised a metaphorical eyebrow and asked, "Since when am I friends with Calyrex?" Naoki chuckled and replied, "You are now." He quickly opened the forum's group chat function, creating a new group and adding Giratina and Calyrex to it. "The most powerful Giratina has joined the group chat. Farmer has joined the group chat." Naoki grinned. "There. From now on, if you want to say anything, you could just drop in the group. Convenient, right?" He turned toward Giratina. "Calyrex is a fellow legendary Pokémon like you, but its powers focus on granting abundance and prosperity to the land. I believe you've witnessed its abilities firsthand. Giratina's crimson eyes glimmered as it recalled the lush fields Calyrex had nurtured during its previous visit to the reverse world. Naoki continued, his tone turning persuasive. The more people know about Calyrex and revere it, the stronger its powers grow. Someday, its strength might even extend to restoring life to the barren lands of the reverse world. Giratina blinked in astonishment, its imposing presence slightly softening. He could do that. Naoki smiled knowingly. Perhaps. That's why I came to ask for your help today. Giratina understood immediately. With its growing fan base, this was the perfect moment for Calyrex to step into the limelight. Calyrex could attract more attention from humans and become even stronger. Realizing this, Giratina grinned mischievously. You owe me a favor for this, Naoki. Naoki blinked, caught off guard. You keep track of favors? Giratina huffed proudly. I am Giratina. Naoki couldn't help but laugh, realizing that Giratina had clearly learned such posturing from its time spent browsing the internet. All right, how about this? I'll give you another massage using the power of the dragon, Naoki offered. Giratina's eyes gleamed with interest. 100,000 massages. Naoki froze, stunned by the absurd demand. 100,000? That's impossible. My dragon power takes all night to recover after one use. I've been using it for the cyclizers lately. I don't have any extra for you. Giratina leaned closer, undeterred. 90,000 then? 3 massages. Naoki countered. 50,000. 15, and that's my final offer. You're already so powerful that dragon taming barely benefits you anymore. Meanwhile, the other dragon Pokémon at the ranch still need my help. After a tense moment, Giratina grudgingly relented. Fine, 15 massages it is, but don't you dare forget. The post shared by Giratina sent shockwaves across the internet. The king of bountiful harvests? Giratina's friend? Another legendary Pokémon. Fans of legendary Pokémon flocked to Calyrex's profile in droves, marveling at the image of the elegant Pokémon enjoying afternoon tea amidst the garden's serene beauty. But their curiosity quickly turned into skepticism. Another legendary Pokémon that surfs the web? Is this legit? Or just a publicity stunt? Who's behind this? Are they trying to boost traffic to the site? The rising suspicions also impacted Giratina's reputation. Faced with waves of doubt from humans, Giratina became visibly irritated. Angered by the accusations, Giratina responded swiftly. It commanded Rotom, post another photo of me, and make it clear who I am. Right away, Rotom. Rotom chirped nervously. The second photo showed Giratina in its majestic origin for me, surrounded by swirling shadows and a foreboding aura. The caption, written at Giratina's request, read, I am Giratina, ruler of the reverse world. Believe it, or feel free to confirm it yourself. With the release of Giratina's second photo, all doubts about its authenticity vanished. The environment in the background was surreal, clearly not of this world. As legend stated, the god of time and the god of space resided in separate dimensions, and Giratina, being their counterpart, shared the same origins. This left little room for skepticism. However, the story of Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests, was different. Unlike Giratina, Calyrex's background was intertwined with the human world. The skepticism surrounding Calyrex began to diminish as netizens claiming to have encountered it shared their experiences online. Cherry Wine, stop doubting the king of bountiful harvests. Potato, exactly. Calyrex saved the mountain near Kosagi town after a devastating fire 2 years ago, restoring its ecosystem completely. Aaron, I bought a souvenir in Kosagi town that honors Calyrex. The shopkeeper told me that he can make crops grow instantly and rejuvenate soil fertility. It's a miraculous Pokémon. Petal Lover, so true. Last fall, I attended the Kosagi Town Harvest Festival where Calyrex appeared. I even have photos. Take a look. These heartfelt testimonials and photos gradually silenced the doubters. The internet began buzzing with admiration for Calyrex. As Calyrex observed the growing support, it responded humbly on its Rotom phone. Those events are in the past. Now, I'm just a simple farmer. To reflect this shift, Calyrex changed the name of its profile to Farmer. Unlike Giratina, who seldom interacted with fans and had a fiery temper, Calyrex was gentle and approachable. It often responded to questions from netizens, further endearing itself to its growing fanbase. For instance, when someone asked where Calyrex lived, it replied, "I now live in a peaceful and beautiful place." When questioned about its use of a Rotom phone, Calyrex explained, "A friend taught me. The little Rotom in the phone helps me use it. If I come across a word I don't know, Rotom translates it for me." This candid explanation revealed how these legendary Pokémon managed to navigate modern technology, and it sparked admiration among fans. With time, the number of Calyrex's followers increased rapidly. More and more people began to learn about the King of Bountiful Harvest. The growth in popularity of Calyrex, the King of Bountiful Harvests, was astonishing, even showing signs of surpassing Giratina. The reason was simple. Calyrex's deeds and benevolence resonated deeply with humanity, earning it their respect and admiration. Meanwhile, in Palia Town, Professor Oak sat in his laboratory, staring at the photo on his Rotom phone. The image showed a regal Pokémon with a large crown-like head sitting gracefully in a vibrant garden, elegantly sipping black tea. The esteemed professor's hands trembled with excitement. Incredible! Another legendary Pokémon in just a matter of days. Oak scrolled through the forum posts detailing the King of Bountiful Harvests. Calyrex truly lives up to its title, he murmured, eyes gleaming with admiration. Professor Oak's enthusiasm boiled over as he formulated a plan. With trembling hands, he opened the private messaging feature on Rotom phone. He began typing a heartfelt message to Calyrex. Professor Oak, greetings, Calyrex. My name is Professor Samuel Oak, a scholar devoted to studying Pokémon and their unique connections to nature and humanity. It would be an honor to meet you. If you have time, I would be delighted to invite you to my research lab here in Palia Town in the Kanto region. I promise to serve you the finest black tea as we discuss your incredible abilities and history. The message was sent. Professor Oak leaned back, his heart pounding with anticipation. He recalled how his previous message to Giratina had gone unanswered, leaving him uncertain if Calyrex would respond. Still, he held on to hope. Needing to distract himself, Oak decided to prepare a quick meal. With a sigh, he grabbed a pot of instant noodles and made his way to the kitchen. As he returned to the lab with his steaming cup, a familiar notification chime from the Rotom phone caught his attention. Professor Oak quickly set down his instant noodles and grabbed his Rotom phone. His heart raced as he opened the message. From Calyrex, the King of Bountiful Harvests. Farmer. Hello, Professor Oak. I have heard of you. I am sorry, but I cannot visit your research institute in Palia Town. Oak's excitement dimmed, replaced by a wave of disappointment. He muttered, his shoulders slumping. But before despair could fully set in, another message appeared on the screen. Farmer. However, while I cannot travel there, you are welcome to visit me instead. My friend is also looking forward to meeting you. Professor Oak froze in place, his mind swirling with possibilities. Calyrex's friend? Could it be Giratina? He quickly dismissed the thought. No way. Giratina didn't even acknowledge my previous message. It wouldn't be looking forward to meeting me. Then who could it be? The human who taught Calyrex how to use a Rotom phone? If that person also taught Giratina, were both legendary Pokémon connected to this mysterious trainer? The thought boggled Oak's mind. Capturing a Pokémon like Giratina, a deity from another dimension, seemed impossible. If such a trainer existed, they must be someone truly extraordinary. Looking back at the message, Oak turned to his assistant and declared, "Prepare my travel kit. I'm heading to the Palia region." On February 24th of the Alliance calendar, Professor Oak boarded a jet bound for the distant Palia region, filled with anticipation for what lay ahead. Palia region, Kosagi Town, Naoki Ranch. Calyrex placed the Rotom phone down gently and looked to Naoki. Will this be sufficient? Naoki nodded with a grin. Perfect. Professor Oak is one of the most respected Pokémon researchers in the world. If he acknowledges your greatness, your name will spread to every corner of the globe. Feeling the surging energy that had been growing within, Calyrex smiled softly. To think this was unimaginable just a few years ago. Now, the world knows my name. Naoki's expression turned resolute. We've come this far, but we're not stopping here. One day, your name will echo in every part of this world. Meanwhile, in the reverse world, Rotom buzzed urgently in front of Giratina. Emergency, Rotom. The number of fans for Calyrex has surpassed yours. Giratina's crimson eyes snapped open, wide with shock and indignation. What? Impossible. As the most powerful legendary Pokémon, Giratina believed it deserved the largest following. Anything less was an affront to its status. It growled deeply, wings flaring with dark energy. Rotom, start taking more photos of me immediately. Copy that, Rotom. After preparing everything for Professor Oak's visit, Naoki turned his attention back to the growing popularity of Calyrex on the forum. With every new follower, the faith directed toward Calyrex grew stronger. Though Calyrex's calm demeanor betrayed no outward change, Naoki could sense the surging power of faith coursing through the Pokémon. It was as if the strength of over 100,000 believers had condensed into an unstoppable force. If Calyrex unleashed its full strength now, Naoki had little doubt it could rival even Giratina. Such was the might of collective faith. That afternoon, Naoki gathered his ranch Pokémon and led them, along with Calyrex, to the base of the World Tree. The once barren void had transformed into a lush paradise, with the colossal World Tree standing as its centerpiece. Its towering crown seemed to touch the heavens, spreading green leaves that shimmered with an otherworldly light. The tree's vast trunk, encased in golden sunlight, was as wide as half the ranch itself. Rivers flowed down from the sky-high canopy, nourishing the earth below. Naoki looked up at the tree in awe. Just a few months ago, it had been a mere seedling. Now, it was a monument of life and vitality, a beacon of nature's power. The site reaffirmed its legendary status, a tree capable of sustaining the world itself. Naoki cast his gaze towards the World Tree, and the information of the World Tree was fully displayed in front of him. World Tree, mature stage. Originally a small seedling infused with immense grass-type energy. Due to care from Gago during its growth, it underwent a unique mutation. It now radiates vitality and holds the potential to sustain life worldwide. Time to full maturity, 48,054 years. Before, Naoki estimated the tree would reach full maturity by the year's end. Now, with faith fueling its power, Naoki had a hunch that timeline would shrink drastically. Let's begin, Calyrex, Naoki said with anticipation. He couldn't wait to see how much power those 100,000 believers had granted the king of bountiful harvests. Very well, Calyrex replied softly. Under the watchful eyes of the ranch's Pokémon, Calyrex raised its hands gracefully. A tranquil blue light enveloped its body, radiating warmth and serenity. The light gathered into an ethereal river of energy, connecting Calyrex to the World Tree in a dazzling display. As the energy flowed into the tree, ripples of power spread across its massive trunk and canopy. The leaves began to shimmer, emitting a gentle rustling sound as though responding to the surge of life. Rustle, rustle. The energy resonated through the tree, its shadows shifting like living creatures. The Pokémon watched in awe as the World Tree seemed to breathe, its vitality intensifying with each passing moment. Under the watchful eyes of Naoki and the gathered Pokémon, a peculiar transformation began to unfold before them. A gap appeared on the thick, tangled trunk of the World Tree, exposing an entrance that seemed to lead into its depths. As Naoki observed, the trunk of the tree began to shift. What once appeared to be simple bark started to resemble a hybrid of rock formations and crystalline structures, while still maintaining the essence of a tree. What's happening? Naoki murmured, perplexed. Glaring at the phenomenon, Giratina tilted its head curiously and approached the roots alongside Naoki. The massive roots extended across the ground like ancient, gnarled veins of the earth. Giratina sniffed at the roots, but seemed unable to discern anything unusual. Naoki, however, was deep in thought. His mind wandered to another world tree mentioned in legends, the Tree of Beginning in the Kanto region, located near Kingdom of Rhoda. Unlike ordinary trees, that world tree was a crystalline life form. Though it resembled a tree, it was made of rock-like structures and relied on sunlight for energy and sustenance. Could it be? Naoki mused aloud. Is this world tree also evolving into something similar? If so, it would solve a major concern. Even if this world tree eventually took to the skies or lost access to soil nutrients, it would remain alive and thriving, sustained by solar energy. Naoki then turned his attention back to the information, which had automatically updated the world tree's description. World tree, mature stage. The world tree is thriving. Its growth is nearing completion as it transforms into another life form, constructing a self-contained internal environment. A magical tree capable of sustaining a world and nourishing all life with natural energy. Time to full maturity. 38,198 years. The reduction in growth time was startling. Naoki performed a quick calculation. 48,054 minus 38,198 is equal to 9,856 years. Nearly 10,000 years shaved off. Naoki murmured in astonishment. That's almost double the progress from last time. He recalled the earlier stages of the world tree's growth, when Calyrex's powers were just beginning to flourish. Initially, Calyrex could reduce the growth cycle by roughly 2,000 years with each effort. As more people in Kosagi Town and visiting travelers began to believe in the king of bountiful harvests, his power grew stronger, allowing it to shorten the tree's growth cycle by more than 4,000 years in subsequent sessions. Now, with the faith of over 100,000 people fueling Calyrex, the time reduction had skyrocketed to nearly 10,000 years in a single attempt. Calyrex beside Naoki appeared weary, but his expression remained serene and gentle. "This is the extent of my strength right now," he said softly. Looking up at the towering world tree, Calyrex's heart swelled with a mix of pride and anticipation. "Do you want to rest for a while?" Naoki asked, his voice filled with concern. Calyrex shook his head firmly. "There's no need. Like you, I'm eager to explore the inside of the world tree." Naoki nodded, understanding the resolve in the Calyrex's gaze. "All right, then let's go see it together." Several curious Eevees clung to Naoki, peeking excitedly at the entrance of the cave. Holding the pink Dratini close, Naoki took the first step inside, followed closely by his Pokémon companions. Giratina, Cyclizer, Palmot, the Gagoed herd, Alchemy, Palmot, Butterfree, Goldingo, Garganacl, Dugtrio, and the diverse Eeveevolution group, Vaporeon, Flareon, Jolteon, Glaceon, and Umbreon, all followed in a lively procession. The passage beyond the entrance twisted and turned, its layout deliberately intricate, as if designed to confuse intruders. Despite his determination, Naoki soon found himself lost in the maze-like interior. Staring at the dead end before him, he turned to Calyrex. "Could you use your telekinetic powers to guide us?" Calyrex nodded, his eyes glowing faintly as he cast his powers outward. With his help, the group navigated the confusing pathways and finally arrived at the world tree's core. At the center of the world tree, they discovered a unique vertical passage resembling an ethereal elevator. A soft, green light encircled floated lazily upwards through the space. The bubbles seemed to be the key to reaching the upper levels. Curious, Naoki extended his hand toward the glowing ring of light and watched in amazement as his hand passed through effortlessly. The Eevees, ever curious, jumped down from their perch and sniffed at the light film cautiously. One Eevee, accidentally nudged by a companion, tumbled forward into the light. Eevee! The startled Pokémon squealed, but before panic could take over, a bubble gently enveloped it, lifting it skyward. Naoki blinked in surprise as the bubble ascended, carrying Eevee effortlessly upward. Giratina, ever perceptive, pointed at the floating bubble with its claw and let out an enthusiastic cry, signaling the group to follow. Naoki quickly caught on. "All right, let's go." Naoki stepped into the light film with his Pokémon. Immediately, several bubbles formed, enveloping him, Giratina, Cyclizer, and the rest of the group. They began to rise swiftly, ascending through the world tree's interior. Through the translucent bubbles, Naoki could see glimpses of various floors within the tree. Each level seemed unique, brimming with lush greenery and shimmering light. Is the world tree's interior this vast? Naoki murmured, marveling at the size and complexity of the space. Before he could count the floors, the bubbles reached the top. With a soft pop, the bubbles burst, gently releasing Naoki, Giratina, and the others. When Naoki and his Pokémon companions fully took in the scene before them, they were left in awe. The land was lush and vibrant, with fertile soil and soft grass stretching across the terrain. A tranquil lake rested among the dense woods, shrouded in a thin mist that gave the area an ethereal, dreamlike quality. Moss-covered trees framed the lake, with long, green vines draping elegantly from their branches. Brightly colored flowers adorned the grassy patches near the lake, their sweet fragrance blending with the natural energy of the environment, creating an atmosphere that was both relaxing and invigorating. This was the summit of the World Tree. Through the thick canopy above, Naoki could see the dark void of the reverse world beyond. If they were in the real world, he imagined the scene would be framed by a brilliant blue sky or a shimmering starry night. The thought of such beauty made him smile. "Palmot," Palmot murmured softly. Even without translation from Rotom, Naoki understood its sentiment. The little Pokemon's wide-eyed gaze said it all. "It's beautiful," Palmot conveyed. "It really is," Naoki agreed. Nearby, the Eevee that had been carried to the summit by the bubble stood transfixed, its astonished gaze sweeping over the breathtaking landscape. Naoki decided to take a moment to relax and sat down on the soft grass, watching his Pokémon explore and play with unbridled joy. The Gagote herd and the Tropius stood on the lush grass, their bright eyes shining with excitement as they grazed on the vibrant greenery. The Eevees darted through the grass, playing an enthusiastic game of hide-and-seek, their laughter-like cries adding to the harmony of the scene. Vaporeon was drawn to the lake, where it curiously examined its reflection on the water's surface before leaping in with a graceful splash. It swam energetically, its tail cutting through the water in elegant arcs. Butterfree perched atop a tree branch, its wings catching the sunlight. Meanwhile, Palmot flitted excitedly through the woods, exploring every corner of the new environment. Cyclizer and Giratina sat beside Naoki, watching their friends with contentment. Calyrex, serene as ever, floated beside him. Naoki turned to Calyrex and said, "When the World Tree is fully grown, this can be your home. I want to turn this place into a paradise for Pokémon." Naoki's mind brimmed with ideas. During their ascent, he had noticed the various levels within the World Tree, each with a distinct environment. Grasslands, forests, valleys, and caves. Each space seemed tailor-made for different types of Pokémon. "We can create habitats for every type of Pokémon here," Naoki continued. "The grasslands and forests can be for grass types, the caves for rock types, and the lakes for water types. I can build an expedition guild, a supply store, a restaurant, a tavern, a dessert shop, and even a cafe." He chuckled at the thought of his Pokémon taking on these roles. Palmot's parents could run the supply store. Tropius can supply fresh produce for the restaurant. Alchemy could make desserts, and Rotom could manage the guild and hand out commissions. Although this world lacks mysterious mazes or hidden dungeons, commissions could focus on simpler, yet equally rewarding tasks: planting fruit trees, cultivating crops, harvesting fields, and maintaining the lush environment around the world tree. With the secret base of the Heroes Expedition team established, the infrastructure on the world tree was finally complete. Now, Naoki could focus on inviting more diverse Pokémon species to join the community and live on the world tree. Compared to Professor Oak's research lab, the world tree offered a far grander and more dynamic environment, a perfect haven for Pokémon. Naoki eagerly shared his future plans with Calyrex, who listened intently. The noble Pokémon occasionally whispered, "I look forward to that day." Beside them, Koraidon nodded enthusiastically, its cheerful demeanor infectious. "Rayo," it cried, its energy reflecting its faith in Naoki's vision. The Pokémon could sense that all of Naoki's dreams would one day become a reality. Suddenly, Koraidon's expression shifted as it remembered something important. As the world tree grew closer to full maturity, it would inevitably draw the attention of a powerful entity. This figure, whose strength was terrifying, would one day invite Naoki to assist in opening portals to other worlds atop the world tree. These portals would allow the Pokémon of the expedition team to venture into different realms, aiding Pokémon in need and saving worlds in turmoil. Although Koraidon itself had stayed with Naoki, Farfetch'd, who had ventured into those portals, often shared tales of incredible adventures and other heroic Pokémon teams in distant worlds. That night, Naoki and his Pokémon returned to the ranch from the World Tree. With Calyrex's strength, the time needed for the World Tree to reach full maturity had been drastically reduced. It was now estimated to take just 4 months. Naoki was filled with anticipation, but couldn't shake a lingering worry. He had promised Giratina to help deal with Archus. Only after keeping this promise would Giratina assist in raising the world tree into the sky, allowing it to flourish as a beacon of life. Earlier that afternoon, Naoki had researched online using his Rotom phone and confirmed the current era by examining the list of participants from the Silver Conference. He deduced that Ash Ketchum, known in this world, had recently completed his Johto journey and competed in the Silver Conference last year. This year, Ash will be traveling to the Hoenn region. Naoki realized this timeline meant Ash would venture into the Sinnoh region the following year, precisely when Archus would awaken, seeking vengeance on humanity. The thought of Archus, of being heralded as the creator of the Pokémon world, was daunting. Naoki could only imagine the immense power it wielded. From what he recalled in Pokémon, Archus and the Jewel of Life, even the combined efforts of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina weren't enough to subdue Archus. It had taken Ash and his companions traveling back in time to rewrite the course of events. Naoki's mind lingered on a critical factor: the plates. These elemental artifacts granted Archus immunity to corresponding types, making it nearly invincible when equipped. It all comes back to those plates, Naoki murmured to himself. Without them, Archus might not be so untouchable. Even though Palmot had gained some of Calyrex's power, Naoki felt uneasy about relying solely on it. He pondered an alternative. Could they turn their attention to Archus's plates? The thought of Baby Bear's unique ability, paired with its fortune and runaway effect, sparked an idea. Maybe I could send Baby Bear to pick up Archus's plates, Naoki mused to himself. If it grabs one and bolts, the runaway effect might ensure its escape, and that could effectively limit Archus's strength. The idea was bold and risky, but Naoki began drafting a contingency plan in his mind, just in case the unthinkable happened. Later, dinner was prepared by Sister and DD. The warm, homely meal brought everyone together, and after eating, the Pokémon returned to their respective nests for a well-deserved rest. Naoki headed back to his room, intending to wind down with his Rotom phone. However, as he scrolled, he felt a gaze boring into him. He turned to find Koraidon watching him intently, its big eyes filled with an unmistakable look of longing. All right, Naoki relented with a small laugh. He set his phone aside and patted the bed, motioning for Koraidon to come closer. Come on, then. Karaden perked up instantly, bounding over with excitement. It nuzzled Naoki affectionately, its large tongue brushing against his face in a wet, slobbery show of gratitude. Karaden, Naoki exclaimed, grabbing a nearby towel to wipe his face clean. Do you have to do that? Karaden cooed, utterly unrepentant. Naoki sighed, his exasperation quickly melting into fondness. Fine. No more phone tonight. Let's just sleep, okay? Karaden let out a happy trill, curling up beside him on the bed. Despite its size, it somehow managed to fit snugly without taking up too much room. As Naoki closed his eyes, he couldn't help but think about how attached his Pokémon had grown to him. If Professor Sato were to see this side of Karaden, she'd probably be surprised. With a final chuckle at the thought, Naoki drifted off to sleep. After considering suggestions from you all and fellow translators, I've decided not to bulk upload all the chapters at once. Webnovel might flag it as MTL or something similar if I do. Instead, I'll be releasing 5 to 10 chapters per day while also rearranging them properly. This way, we can keep things steady without risking another removal. On February 25th, 200 of the Alliance calendar, after a day of flying, Professor Oak's plane finally arrived in the Palia region. A Kanto Air passenger plane landed at Messagoza Airport, its cabin bustling with eager tourists. Among them was Professor Oak, dressed in casual attire, his face lit with curiosity as he took in the sight of the vibrant metropolis. This was his first visit to the Palia region. Messagoza's architecture exuded Paldine charm, and its centerpiece was an ancient and prestigious academy, Naranja Academy. Before departing for this region, Professor Oak had done his homework, gaining a broad understanding of Paldia's Pokémon and culture. Stepping out of the airport and onto the lively streets, Professor Oak marveled at the unique Pokémon casually accompanying pedestrians. He spotted a green-furred cat-like Pokémon washing its face diligently, a pink Pokémon wielding a small hammer, and a lizard-like Pokémon with a tire-shaped air sac around its neck. Oh my! Pokémon that don't exist in Kanto! Professor Oak exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. Reaching for his Rotom phone, he scanned each Pokémon eagerly. Rotom's mechanical voice chimed in with detailed descriptions. Sprigatito, the grass cat Pokémon. Its fur has a plant-like texture, and it frequently washes its face to prevent its fur from drying out. Tinkatink, the metalsmith Pokémon. It attacks groups of Poniard and Bisharp to collect metal for forging its hammer. Cyclizer, the mount Pokémon. Since ancient times, humans have used it as a mount. Murals dating back 10,000 years depict this relationship. Professor Oak chuckled in amazement. How convenient these Rotom phones are. Back in my day, we had to sketch Pokémon for our research notes. He reminisced fondly about the early days of the Pokédex before considering whether he should suggest Ash explore Paldea someday. No, he's still traveling in Hoenn, Oak mused aloud. I'll let him finish that journey first. One step at a time. Just as his thoughts were drifting, Professor Oak realized he'd gotten distracted. I almost forgot why I came here, he exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Quickly, he consulted his Rotom phone for travel options to Kosagi Town. The answer? A flying taxi. Minutes later, Professor Oak boarded the unique aerial vehicle powered by 3 Squawkabilly. Ropes connected the energetic flying Pokémon to a compact carriage with seats for both the driver and passengers. This is fascinating, Professor Oak remarked, admiring the novel transportation method. The driver, a friendly young man, chuckled. First time in Paldea. Oak nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. Well, you're in for a treat. The Squawkabilly flying taxi is unique to Paldea. Our neighbors in Galar use a similar system, but their flying taxis are powered by Corviknight instead. Corviknight. Professor Oak's mind immediately pictured the massive, steel-feathered bird Pokémon he'd seen earlier in Swoka City. Professor Oak, I noticed there are Pokémon like Corviknight in the Paldea region. Why not employ them for transport instead? Judging by the appearance of Corviknight, it seemed better suited for this job. Its size and strength were ideal. The driver sighed, looking troubled. It's not that we don't want to use Corviknight, but it's impossible to employ them. Oh, Professor Oak raised an eyebrow. The driver continued. There's a Pokémon called Tinkaton that lives in the Paldea region. It's highly intelligent, and whenever it spots a Corviknight flying in the wild, it immediately attacks it with its hammer. Hearing this, Professor Oak's mind flashed to two words: natural enemy. Tinkaton was the natural predator of Corviknight, much like the relationship between Caterpie and Pidgeot. Ah, I see now, Professor Oak exclaimed, nodding in understanding. That makes perfect sense. The driver smiled sheepishly and returned his attention to navigating the flying taxi. After a long day of travel, Professor Oak felt his energy waning. Leaning back in his seat, he decided to take a short nap. When he opened his eyes again, the Squawkabilly flying taxi had arrived safely in Kosagi town. Professor Oak stepped out onto the quiet, charming streets, the atmosphere a stark contrast to the bustling city he had left. He pulled out his Rotom phone and opened his private chat with Calyrex, whom he had been referring to as Farmer. Since Calyrex hadn't provided an exact address, only mentioning Kosagi town, Professor Oak decided to send a message for further guidance. The reply came almost immediately. Farmer, please wait a moment. Professor Oak stood patiently, his gaze wandering over the town's quaint surroundings. Within minutes, a large, familiar figure landed gracefully before him. A Dragonite. Its imposing yet gentle demeanor caught the professor slightly off guard. The Dragonite regarded him with intelligent eyes, then turned around and gestured with its head. "Who-oh-oh," it called out warmly. Professor Oak blinked in surprise. He pointed himself. "Do you mean me? You want me to ride on your back?" The Dragonite nodded, its demeanor both patient and confident. "Did your trainer send you to pick me up?" Professor Oak asked again, already guessing the answer. "Who-oh-oh." Dragonite nodded once more. Understanding the situation, Professor Oak chuckled softly. "Well, thank you, Dragonite." Without further delay, Professor Oak climbed onto Dragonite's back. The dragon flapped its powerful wings, lifting them both into the sky. The serene town below quickly turned into a patchwork of fields and homes as they soared toward the outskirts. As Dragonite descended gracefully onto the ranch, Professor Oak stepped off its back and immediately noticed a familiar figure waiting for him. Naoki, standing near the entrance, greeted him warmly with a smile. "Long time no see, Professor Oak." Professor Oak's eyes widened in shock. "It's you." The trainer standing before him was no stranger. Naoki had attended a prestigious Unova banquet last year alongside Champion Alder. Not only that, he had also famously defeated Lance, the revered Dragon Master of the Kanto region. This memory made an indelible impression on the esteemed professor. Naoki nodded, his smile unfaltering. "Yes, it's me. Let me properly introduce myself. I'm Naoki, the owner of this ranch. Welcome to the Paldea region." At first, Professor Oak didn't think much of Naoki's identity as a rancher. It seemed like a simple, unassuming title. At Naoki's invitation, he followed him to the living room for tea and a chance to rest. However, the journey there quickly began to challenge his initial assumptions. As they walked, Oak's attention was drawn to the immaculate rows of crops and the bustling activity of Pokémon working alongside the ranch's systems. Among them, a strong, well-bred Dragonite stood by a field performing rain dance. Dark clouds gathered overhead, and a gentle rain began to fall, irrigating the farmland below. Naoki noticed Oak's curiosity and gestured toward the Dragonite. "That's one of my Dragonites. It's in charge of watering the crops." Professor Oak nodded in acknowledgement, impressed by the Pokémon's precision. However, his astonishment grew when a large shadow passed overhead. Looking up, he saw a swarm of Dragonite soaring through the skies, each carrying a backpack. "Dragonite, so many Dragonite!" Professor Oak exclaimed. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even during his visits to the Dragon Holy Land, the famed Dragon Sanctuary, he had never seen such a gathering. Naoki glanced up and smiled. "Ah, those are the delivery Dragonites. I recently opened an online store, and they handle customer deliveries. When someone places an order, the Dragonites are dispatched to deliver the goods. Professor Oak blinked in disbelief. Delivery Dragonites? He had traveled the world, met countless trainers, and seen his fair share of extraordinary things. But this? A ranch filled with an army of Dragonite serving as couriers? As realization dawned, a sense of incredulity washed over the professor. A man who had captured so many Dragonite, and who might have connections to legendary Pokémon like Calyrex, could not simply be a humble rancher. His achievements, reputation, and the strength of his Pokémon all pointed to something far greater. In all his years, Professor Oak had never encountered a rancher quite like Naoki. Could it be that Naoki retired? From what Professor Oak knew, some trainers chose to retire as they grew older, venturing into other industries after achieving great feats. That must be it. You look young. Why did you retire so early? Professor Oak asked, puzzled. Retire? Naoki was caught off guard for a moment, but soon he realized what Professor Oak was implying. Professor Oak thought Naoki was a retired champion who had decided to settle down and run a ranch. Naoki had encountered this misconception many times before. By now, he didn't feel the need to clarify in detail anymore. So, he simply smiled and said, compared to battling, I prefer a peaceful life like this, surrounded by Pokémon. Is that so? Professor Oak nodded, his gaze sweeping over the ranch and the Pokémon. You must care about them deeply. Naoki smiled warmly. Of course. As they continued walking, Professor Oak's attention was drawn to the variety of Pokémon on the ranch. Dragonite, Cyclizer, Palmot, Alchemy, Ogerpon, and Fluttermane. I remember them. Professor Oak exclaimed with excitement. He recalled seeing them in action during the Unova banquet. Naoki grinned and nodded. Gesturing toward the Pokémon, he began introducing them. Over there, Goldingo. Beside Alchemy is Garganacl, and of the ghost horse type over there is Spectrier. The white horse next to it is Glastrier. They are favorites of Calyrex. On the other side of the ranch, near the river, some Pokémon were enjoying their time in Snorlax Park. Naoki decided not to rush through introductions, knowing that Professor Oak was brimming with curiosity and would take his time exploring. Surveying the area, Professor Oak was overwhelmed with excitement. So many Pokémon. It felt like paradise. There were more Pokémon species on this ranch than in his entire research institute. As a scholar devoted to studying Pokémon ecology, Professor Oak felt an irresistible urge to observe and document them immediately. But his sense of responsibility reminded him of his primary objective. He still hadn't met the legendary Pokémon, Calyrex, the so-called king of bountiful harvests who could use a Rotom phone to surf the web. Sensing the professor's eagerness, Naoki led him toward the house. Opening the door with a smile, Naoki said, "Come in. Sorry to intrude." Professor Oak stepped into the room, his face alight with excitement. As he entered, his gaze immediately fell on a majestic Pokémon seated gracefully on the sofa. It was Calyrex. Dr. Oak's heart raced. Finally, he was face to face with this legendary Pokémon. I don't think I need to introduce him to you, do I? Naoki said with a smile. Calyrex looked at Professor Oak and nodded elegantly. A calm voice echoed telepathically in Professor Oak's mind. Greetings, Professor Oak. It speaks. Professor Oak inhaled sharply, his amazement palpable. However, he quickly realized that Calyrex wasn't physically speaking. This was telepathy. Please, have a seat, Naoki offered, gesturing toward the sofa. NDD brought a cup of black tea to the guest. Professor Oak thanked her, took a sip, and then turned his attention back to Calyrex, his enthusiasm barely contained. This wasn't the first time Professor Oak had encountered a legendary Pokémon. Decades ago, he had crossed paths with Celebi, the time-traveling Pokémon, in a mysterious forest. Yet, despite his prior experience, this moment felt extraordinary. Naoki, when did you meet Calyrex? Professor Oak asked eagerly. Naoki thought for a moment before responding. It was during the winter 2 years ago. 2 years ago, Professor Oak repeated. By his calculations, that would place the meeting in the year 198 of the Alliance calendar. At that time, Naoki continued, Calyrex had lost both its power and its memory. It was wandering alone across a vast, snowy wilderness. Hearing this, Professor Oak's eyes widened in shock. How could such a thing happen? Naoki nodded thoughtfully and posed a question in return. Professor Oak, are you familiar with the Galar region? Professor Oak nodded. Of course. Naoki explained, Calyrex was once the revered king of the Galar region, worshipped by its people thousands of years ago. They built temples in his honor and offered sacrifices to show their devotion. Professor Oak was taken aback. Calyrex was the king of ancient Galar? Naoki nodded. That's correct. The revelation left Professor Oak stunned. The legendary king of bountiful harvests, the deity of abundance, was the ruler of Galar in ancient times. The thought was incredible, but something gnawed at Professor Oak. If Calyrex was so revered, he wondered, how did he lose his power and memory, only to end up stranded in the snow? Professor Oak frowned, deep in thought. Could have been more than that. Perhaps an external force sought to dethrone Calyrex. Someone or something Professor Oak's mind was racing with thoughts as he glanced at Calyrex, sitting beside him with a calm and regal demeanor. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he finally asked the question burning in his mind. Why did Calyrex fall into such a state? Naoki nodded knowingly. A lot happened in the Galar region thousands of years ago. Tell me, Professor, have you ever heard of the Darkest Day? Darkest Day? Professor Oak asked, his brow furrowing in thought. Naoki elaborated. You might know it better as the origin of Dynamax energy. At this, Professor Oak's expression shifted to one of recognition. Gigantamaxing, a phenomenon unique to the Galar region, came to mind. He recalled that trainers used Dynamax bands, developed by Professor Magnolia, to temporarily Gigantamax their Pokémon during battles. Pokémon would grow to enormous sizes, and their moves would transform into powerful Gmax attacks. Despite being far from Galar, the rumors of Dynamax energy and its peculiar effects had reached even Kanto. Is this related to Dynamaxing? He asked. Naoki nodded, his tone solemn. Yes, it is. The story begins a long, long time ago. In ancient Galar, there were two horse Pokémon living in the Crown Tundra, a harsh, snowy region. One was called Glastrier, the Ice Rider Pokémon, and the other was Spectrier, the Ghost Rider Pokémon, Naoki explained. At that moment, a wave of telekinesis emanated from Calyrex, enveloping both Naoki and Professor Oak. The next instant, the living room vanished, replaced by a vast, snowy tundra under an overcast sky. Professor Oak blinked in astonishment as the scene unfolded before him. In the middle of the snowfield stood Glastrier and Spectrier, their majestic forms etched against the pale backdrop. What is this? Professor Oak whispered, looking around. This, Naoki began, is a memory of the past. Calyrex had decided to show Professor Oak its memories through telepathy, a decision made after Naoki and Calyrex concluded that mere words would fail to convey the gravity of the tale. In the memory, humans and their Pokémon trudged through the tundra, bundled tightly against the biting cold. But as they approached the horses' territory, the two Pokémon began to defend their land fiercely, attacking the humans and their Pokémon without mercy. Naoki's voice narrated the scene, resonating in the icy air. Glastrier and Spectrier were furious at the humans for invading their territory. Their attacks were relentless, driving the intruders away. Amidst the chaos, a regal figure appeared on the horizon, Calyrex. Its body radiated an aura of immense psychic power, and its gaze was filled with authority. It approached the battling horses, its power quelling their rage. Calyrex unleashed a powerful telekinetic wave, subduing both Glastrier and Spectrier. The injured horses lay on the snow, subdued but wary. Then, Calyrex used its healing powers, a soft green light enveloping their wounds. Slowly, the horses rose, looking at Calyrex with newfound respect and reverence. From that day, they became Calyrex's loyal steeds. The memory shifted again, showing a group of settlers building homes in the snowy tundra. However, the harsh environment made it nearly impossible to grow crops, and food supplies quickly dwindled. The settlers faced starvation. Watching from a distance, Calyrex, astride its loyal steeds, couldn't bear their suffering. It raised its hands, and a miracle unfolded. Fertility was bestowed upon the land. Hardy crops like carrots and radishes began sprouting in the frozen ground, and delicate blue flowers bloomed despite the cold. The settlers, awestruck by the miracle, built a grand temple in honor of Calyrex and its steeds. They named it the King of Bountiful Harvests and worshipped it as their savior. The vision shifted once more, showing Calyrex traveling across forests and plains atop its steeds, spreading life and abundance wherever it went. Under the serene glow of the memory, Naoki's voice rang clear and steady, narrating the tale of Calyrex's reign. At that time, Calyrex rode atop his loyal steed, traversing the lands of Galar. Gradually, people began to call him the King of Bountiful Harvests, revering him as the ruler of the Galar region. Under Calyrex's guidance, the Galar region prospered. Professor Oak watched the memory unfold, his gaze captivated by the harmony between humans and Calyrex. Villages flourished under Calyrex's protection, the fields abundant with crops, and the people free from the hunger and hardship that had once plagued them. The Radiant King bestowed blessings, ensuring that life in Galar thrived. So this is why Calyrex is called the King of Bountiful Harvests, Professor Oak murmured, deeply moved by the sight. However, Naoki's tone grew solemn as the scene began to shift. But the good times didn't last forever. One day, Calyrex foresaw a terrible disaster that would soon engulf Galar. Professor Oak listened intently as the narration continued. Calamity loomed on the horizon. Darkness would soon cover the entire region, and under its influence, countless wild Pokémon would grow to massive sizes, lose their minds, and wreak havoc indiscriminately. The memory projected by Calyrex's psychic power changed, displaying a foreboding vision of the future. Gigantic Pokémon rampaged through forests and towns. Flames consumed buildings, and a suffocating black shroud hung over the skies. It was chaos incarnate. To prepare for the impending crisis, Naoki continued, Calyrex sought out two legendary Pokémon, Zacian and Zamazenta, known as the heroes of many battles. In the evolving scene, Zacian and Zamazenta appeared alongside a Melmetal, their presence commanding respect and awe. Naoki explained, using Melmetal's durable steel, he forged a sword for Zacian and a shield for Zamazenta. Calyrex, in an extraordinary act of sacrifice, imbued both with his power, enabling them to transform into their crowned forms, Zacian, the Sword King, and Zamazenta, the Shield King. The vision depicted a grand coronation ceremony. Calyrex, standing with regal poise, placed the sword and shield into Zacian and Zamazenta's care. The two legendary Pokémon knelt in deference before rising as champions prepared to face the encroaching darkness. Once everything was ready, night fell, and Zacian and Zamazenta departed for battle, Naoki said. The memory showed the two heroes bowing to Calyrex before turning toward the source of the looming darkness. However, even as the heroes set off, Calyrex remained vigilant. The king had expended immense energy during the preparations, but had no time to rest. Disaster struck shortly after, Naoki continued. Giant Pokémon began wreaking havoc across Galar, and Calyrex was forced to act. The vision shifted again, revealing Calyrex standing amidst a forest besieged by chaos. Using the last reserves of his strength, Calyrex unleashed a miraculous wave of psychic energy. The entire forest was uprooted and safely moved to a distant location, sparing countless Pokémon from the dark forces. However, this act of immense power left Calyrex utterly drained. After saving the forest, Calyrex fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke, thousands of years had passed, Naoki concluded, his voice heavy with the weight of the tale. As the memory dissolved, the living room returned to view. Professor Oak sat silently, his expression a mixture of awe and sorrow. How could this happen? He muttered, his voice barely audible. After learning about the king of bountiful harvests and his extraordinary feats, Professor Oak's admiration only grew. Yet, the lingering questions about the events of the darkest day pressed on his mind. What happened next? Professor Oak asked eagerly. He was fully immersed in the story, desperate to know whether the disaster had truly been averted and the truth behind Dynamax phenomena. Naoki replied. Later, Zacian and Zemista successfully repelled Eternatus, the source of the darkest day. However, they couldn't completely defeat it. Eternatus was sealed away, left in a dormant state. But even now, the threat of its awakening looms. Eternatus. Professor Oak perked up at the unfamiliar name. Is that a Pokémon? Naoki nodded. Yes, but not a Pokémon of this world. According to legend, Eternatus came to the Galar region on a meteorite from deep space. From outer space, Professor Oak muttered, his thoughts flashing to other extraterrestrial Pokémon like Clefairy and Deoxys. But his brow furrowed as something clicked. If Eternatus was neutralized, shouldn't Dynamaxing have ceased to exist? Why does the phenomenon still occur in Galar? Professor Oak looked solemn. Naoki knew what the professor was thinking. Zacian and Zamazenta managed to suppress it. They didn't destroy it. Maybe it will wake up again in the near future. Professor Oak's expression darkened with concern. Professor Oak opened his Rotom phone, hoping to find information on Eternatus or the events of the darkest day. However, his search yielded nothing but tales of two human monarchs from Galar's ancient history, the Sword King and Shield King, who were said to have repelled the darkness using their legendary weapons. There is also an introduction about them above. It is said that they were the royal family of the Galar region. Looking at this information, Dr. Oak couldn't help but be filled with questions. Why is this different from what Naoki said? Naoki knew what the professor was thinking. However, it is impossible to find information about Calyrex on the internet. The situation in the Galar region is a bit complicated. Rose, the president of the Macrocosmos Group and the chairman of the Galar Pokemon League, plans to use Eternatus as a power bank to provide Dynamax energy to the entire Galar region. President Rose's intentions may have been good, but his plan was too horrifying, and he underestimated the power of Eternatus, which led to Eternatus getting out of control and allowing darkness to once again shroud the Galar region. In the effort to prevent the looming disaster, Champion Leon fought valiantly, but suffered serious injuries. In the end, he relied on the help of Hop, Zacian, and Zamazenta to turn the tide. This operation was extremely perilous. Naturally, Chairman Rose, the head of Macrocosmos, withheld all information regarding Eternatus, ensuring that it would remain a secret. As the president of both the Pokemon League and the Macrocosmos Corporation, which monopolizes nearly every industry in the Galar region, Rose wielded the power to suppress such information with ease. Why does the historical record claim that it was the Galar royal family who defeated the darkest day? Professor Oak asked, puzzled. Naoki sighed before replying. That's because the heroic deeds of Zacian, Zamazenta, and Calyrex were seen as a threat to the royal family's influence. After Calyrex fell into slumber and Zacian and Zamazenta retreated into obscurity, the royal family appropriated their achievements. They claimed to the public that it was their ancestors who repelled the darkest day. He continued, at that time, communication methods were primitive. There were no mobile phones, no television, and even the number of people who witnessed the battle was limited. The truth was easy to manipulate. Over time, as those who knew the real story passed away, the false narrative became widely accepted. The faith and belief of humans empower Calyrex. With his accomplishments stolen and belief in him fading, Calyrex lost his source of strength. As a result, he was unable to awaken for a long time, and even lost his memories in the process. Hearing this explanation, Professor Oak nodded in understanding, his face clouded with sympathy. The earlier image of Calyrex wandering alone across a desolate snowfield now resonated deeply with him. Those deceitful royals. How despicable! Professor Oak exclaimed, his voice tinged with anger. It was rare to see the usually calm professor so worked up. Pokémon risked their lives to protect humans, and instead of gratitude, their efforts were stolen to bolster the royal family's rule? It's unforgivable. Naoki was unsurprised by Professor Oak's reaction. Smiling slightly, he said, "That's precisely why we asked you to come here, Professor Oak. We need your help." "Help?" Professor Oak asked, his curiosity piqued. Naoki leaned forward, his expression serious. "We need your assistance in officially documenting Calyrex's legend and deeds in the Pokémon Encyclopedia. The world needs to know the truth about the King of Bountiful Harvests." Without hesitation, Professor Oak nodded. "Leave it to me. I won't allow these Pokémon heroes to be disrespected." As a renowned researcher who loved Pokémon deeply, Professor Oak was resolute. However, as an authority in the Pokémon research community, he knew it was important to verify the story before officially recording it. Even though the Kanto region was far from Galar, Professor Oak had his own methods of investigation. It didn't take long for him to confirm the truth. Through his research, he uncovered evidence of the ancient legend in the Galar region. The frozen village in the Crown Tundra, the ancient snowfield temple, and accounts of Zacian and Zamazenta. Everything aligned with Naoki's story. "So that's the truth," Professor Oak muttered. That afternoon, after verifying the details of the story, Professor Oak used Naoki's computer and his own Rotom phone to work remotely. He contacted the Oak Laboratory in Palia Town and communicated with his assistants. Naoki wasn't entirely sure what Professor Oak was up to. However, by the next morning, new information had been added to the Pokémon database on Rotom phones. Calyrex, a regal Pokémon that possesses the power to heal and bless. Revered for its compassionate heart, it once ruled the Galar region long ago. Following that update, a groundbreaking research paper authored by Professor Oak was published. This paper, completed overnight at Naoki Ranch, meticulously detailed the legend of Calyrex and its bond with Zacian and Zamazenta. It highlighted Calyrex's immense contributions to Galar's history and emphasized its greatness as a Pokémon. With the assistance of his connections, Professor Oak managed to have the paper published in one of the most authoritative journals in the Pokémon research community. The impact was immediate. The Pokémon community buzzed with excitement. Trainers, researchers, and enthusiasts from Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Unova, and beyond expressed admiration for Calyrex's noble deeds. As the story spread, the number of Calyrex's fans skyrocketed once more. However, the revelations in Galar caused an uproar. The paper claimed that Calyrex was once the revered king of Galar. For many in the Galar region, this was a shocking revelation. Netizens quickly took to online forums to debate the newfound information. Caller woof woof. Is everything in this paper true? Eevee enthusiast. It must be. This came from Professor Oak, the most renowned Pokémon researcher in the world. Surprise Pikachu, oh my. Are you telling me that Calyrex and his companions saved us from the calamity of the darkest day? Rocky Geolith, this is unreal. I once heard the elders in Freezing Ton mention Calyrex, but I thought it was just a myth to draw tourists. Wooloo Lover, I can't believe the Galar royal family stole credit for this. They erased the true hero's achievements. But not everyone was willing to accept this narrative. Ninja in Pajamas, this is nonsense. It was our ancestor, the true hero of Galar, who ended the darkest day. Zacian and Zamazenta were just assisting him. Squircool. Exactly. The royal family defeated Eternatus. Zacian and Zamazenta's existence only brings chaos to Galar. Passionate citizen, oh please. The royal family couldn't possibly have done this without Zacian and Zamazenta. They relied entirely on the Pokémon's strength. The debate grew heated. Ninja in Pajamas. How dare you insult the royal family? Mark my words, we'll prove the truth. Squirtcool. We'll expose this fabricated tale. You'll all see what history truly looks like. The tone and replies from the two individuals claiming ties to the Galar royal family clearly conveyed a sense of entitlement. Their condescending attitude angered many users on the forum, leading to their posts receiving thousands of critical comments. Frustrated by the backlash, the two uninstalled the Pokémon Forum app in a fit of rage. Amid the uproar, a realization dawned on the netizens. Had Professor Oak actually met Calyrex, the king of bountiful harvests? Curiosity spiked, and many rushed to Professor Oak's public profile, bombarding him with private messages to confirm the rumor. In response, Professor Oak offered a carefully worded explanation. "I'm sorry. While I would love to share details, Calyrex has expressed that he no longer identifies as a king. He wishes to live a quiet life as an ordinary farmer and doesn't want his peace disturbed." This revelation sparked shock among forum users. "Wait, Calyrex can talk?" some exclaimed. Professor Oak, ever the educator, shared his expertise with a down-to-earth tone. Telepathy. Psychic-type Pokémon often use their powers to establish mental links, allowing them to communicate directly with a person's mind. Isn't that fascinating? Although Professor Oak refrained from revealing Calyrex's location, observant netizens pieced together clues. Reports indicated that Professor Oak had departed for the Paldea region 2 days prior, strongly suggesting that Calyrex now resided there. Paldean netizens swelled with pride, engaging in spirited banter with their Galarian counterparts on the forum. Favorite Sprigatito. Hee, Calyrex is now our king of Paldea. Mighty Macamp. Rumor has it that our region's booming agriculture in recent years is thanks to the blessings of Calyrex. Farmers claim the bounty is a gift from the king of bountiful harvests. Corviknight Commander, Arg, I'm going to give those royal families a piece of my mind again. Snowy Day, that's it. I'm moving to Paldea. Public sentiment in Galar turned overwhelmingly negative toward the royal family, reducing their influence to mere whispers. Meanwhile, their followers were left scrambling to avoid scrutiny. Winden City, Galar region. In a sleek office atop the Rose building, President Rose sat calmly as his secretary briefed him on the growing public discourse. When she finished, Olina inquired, "What course of action should we take, President?" Rose shook his head. "Leave it. Let the royal family handle their own mess. Our focus remains on Eternatus." Rose's sights were set firmly on the energy revolution. For Galar, backward agriculture was a thing of the past. The key to future prosperity lay in harnessing the power of Dynamax battles through Eternatus' energy. Paldea region, Paldea League headquarters. Gita, seated at her desk, couldn't conceal her excitement. A triumphant smile lit up her face as she reviewed recent developments. Rika, standing nearby, raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Chairwoman, please control your expression." Gita laughed, unbothered. "Did you see the forums, Rika? So many trainers are talking about moving to Paldea. It's only a matter of time before talent from all over the world flocks here." Her voice brimmed with enthusiasm. "This is amazing. Naoki is truly a lucky star for our Paldea region." The official authorities in the Galar region remained silent. The only responses came from ordinary trainers and the occasional outbursts from members of the royal family who had previously engaged in online arguments with netizens. Some individuals in the Galar region expressed regret over Calyrex's departure, while others shifted their frustrations toward the Galar royal family, blaming them for the situation. Surprisingly, very few seemed to argue that Calyrex was an indispensable asset to the region, a reaction Naoki had not anticipated. It was puzzling, considering that a legendary Pokémon of such significance would generally be regarded as a vital part of a region's identity. However, upon reflection, Naoki realized that not all legendary Pokémon bring prosperity to their regions. For example, Groudon and Kyogre in the Hoenn region often clashed, causing widespread natural disasters during their battles. People in Hoenn likely wish these titanic Pokémon would remain dormant or far from their homeland. Moreover, Pokémon are autonomous beings, free from a notion of belonging to any specific region or governing alliance. This broader perspective clarified the indifferent attitude some trainers in Galar displayed toward Calyrex's departure. Naoki also recalled the industrial focus of Galar, led by President Rose. Rose had prioritized Dynamax battles and sought to harness the energy to power the region's economy. Under such priorities, the agrarian legacy represented by Calyrex might have seemed outdated or less critical to Galar's vision of progress. With Naoki's invitation, Professor Oak decided to stay at the ranch to observe its Pokémon and conduct ecological research. After documenting Calyrex's story and logging its legendary status, Professor Oak turned his attention to the other fascinating Pokémon living on the ranch. February 27th, 200 of the Alliance calendar. Early that morning, Professor Oak could be found crouched in the tall grass, telescope in hand. He was watching a particularly robust Farfetch'd wielding an enormous leek. The leek, far taller than the Farfetch'd itself, was swung with remarkable ease, almost like a sword. What caught Professor Oak's attention most was the bird's imposing physique. This Farfetch'd was far bulkier than any he had seen before, its muscular chest rippling under its pristine white feathers. The Pokémon's sharp gaze and pronounced V-shaped eyebrows gave it an air of determination. Professor Oak noted that this was no ordinary Farfetch'd. Years of rigorous training had transformed it into something extraordinary. Suddenly, with precision and strength, Farfetch'd swung its massive leek toward a wooden training dummy. Accompanied by a rapid series of thwack, thwack, thwack sounds, Farfetch'd's attacks struck the wooden training dummy like a whirlwind. Wow, is this some kind of special Farfetch'd? Could it be the Galarian form of Farfetch'd? Professor Oak exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. No, it's just a regular Farfetch'd. But it's been training hard lately, came the reply from Naoki, who happened to overhear Professor Oak's comment as he walked by. Noticing Professor Oak crouching behind a bush in a rather conspicuous attempt to hide, Naoki couldn't help but speak up with mild exasperation. Professor Oak, you don't need to sneak around like that. You can stand right next to the Pokémon and observe. They won't mind. Professor Oak laughed sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. Oh, it's not that. If I get too close, the Pokémon might not act naturally. This way, I can observe them in their most authentic state. Ha! Don't worry about me. Go on and do what you need to. I'll just watch from here. Naoki sighed, but relented. All right then. If you have any questions later, feel free to ask. No problem. Professor Oak grinned and gave a thumbs up. With that, Naoki took Giratina and Cyclizer along to harvest apples in the orchard. Meanwhile, Professor Oak resumed observing the Pokémon's daily routines. It was early morning, and the ranch was bursting with life and energy. Dragonite and its partner Rotom were already hard at work organizing deliveries. The other Dragonite team members, each carrying sturdy backpacks, took to the skies one by one, flying off in various directions to fulfill their tasks. Naoki's lead Dragonite stood at the edge of the fields, calling forth clouds to summon rain. The gentle drizzle fell precisely over the farmland, nourishing the crops. In the fields, Dugtrio poked their heads up from the soft soil. As the rain fell and the fresh air surrounded them, the three heads shared a look of pure contentment. Nearby, a swarm of combi buzzed out of their hive. They flitted gracefully across the crops, spreading pollen to aid in pollination and collecting nectar to produce honey. It was a seamless system, a harmonious farmland ecological cycle in perfect motion. Using Dugtrio to till the land, Dragonite to water the crops, and combi to assist with pollination. Fascinating, Professor Oak said, his enthusiasm bubbling over as he scribbled notes into his journal. After finishing its irrigation duties, the lead Dragonite let the rain clouds dissipate into the morning sky. Taking a well-deserved breath, the Dugtrio quickly burrowed back into the earth with a synchronized shoop. Just then, Professor Oak noticed three Gagote emerging from the pen and slowly making their way toward the farmland. His curiosity was piqued. What are those Gagote up to? He muttered, watching closely. Before he could finish the thought, the answer became evident. The three Gago reached the edge of the farmland and stood still. A second later, vibrant grass-type energy radiated from their sturdy forms, glowing with an intense emerald light. The entire area around the fields lit up, transformed into a stage of vivid green brilliance. The Gagots stood at the epicenter of this energy, channeling their strength to nurture the crops. Professor Oak, what's going on? Professor Oak stammered wide-eyed. Is that grassy terrain? But something about this grassy terrain seemed vastly different from the one he knew. Before he could make sense of it, something even more shocking unfolded before his eyes. Under the surge of rich grass-type energy radiating from the Gagot trio, a carrot in the farmland began to grow at an astonishing speed. So quickly, it was visible to the naked eye. Within moments, the carrot broke free from the soil and expanded until it was a massive, nearly 1 meter wide giant. What is this? Professor Oak gasped, his voice trembling as he stared at the gigantic carrot. Meanwhile, the three Gagot appeared completely unfazed. With a calm glance at their handiwork, they turned away and leisurely strolled back to the pen. There, they began munching on grass dumplings thoughtfully prepared by Naoki, completely undisturbed by the miraculous display they had just performed. Professor Oak, however, could no longer focus on observing Pokémon ecology. He rushed over to the farmland, eyes fixed on the enormous carrot. Sticking up out of the ground, even the visible portion of the carrot, towering more than 1 meter high, was astonishing. He could only imagine how large the part still underground must be. Unable to contain his curiosity, Professor Oak decided to ask Naoki about the phenomenon. He looked around and spotted Naoki on the far side of the river, busy with something in the orchard. Realizing the distance was too great to shout, Professor Oak whipped out his Rotom phone and made a quick call. The call connected, and Professor Oak immediately pointed the camera at the giant carrot. Naoki, is this the power of the king of bountiful harvests? He asked in awe. Naoki, noticing the gigantic carrot in the video feed, raised his eyebrows in surprise. Another mutated crop had appeared on the ranch. Smiling, Naoki responded, No, Professor Oak. That's actually the power of the Gagot. The grass-type energy they release while working the fields occasionally causes crops to mutate. That giant carrot you're seeing is one of the results. This is simply incredible, Professor Oak murmured, barely able to comprehend what he was witnessing. Initially, he had assumed that aside from the king of bountiful harvests and Giratina, the other Pokémon on Naoki's ranch were just ordinary Pokémon. But now, it was clear that every single Pokémon here was exceptional. As he replayed the scene in his mind, Professor Oak realized something else. When the Gagot unleashed their grass-type energy, it was no ordinary display. It was powerful, bursting forth in an instant like a concentrated storm of life force. These Gagot weren't just any Pokémon. They were champion-level. 3 champion-level Gagot, calmly working as dairy Pokémon to produce goat milk for the ranch. Professor Oak was speechless. Adding to this revelation, he thought of Dragonite, the reliable delivery Pokémon, Giratina the guardian of the ranch, and Calyrex who plays with his cell phone. This ranch was brimming with hidden talents. Professor Oak shook his head in disbelief, muttering to himself, I've never seen a rancher like this before. The Palia region really is full of incredible talents. Professor Oak muttered to himself, still marveling at the performance of the Gagot. After witnessing the amazing display, his curiosity about the other Pokémon on the ranch only deepened. Hanging up his call with Naoki, he grabbed his telescope and began to survey the area, eager to observe the Pokémon ecology in greater detail. Near the Gagot's sheepfold, a massive Arboliva stood tall in the grass, stretching its limbs to absorb the warm sunlight. Its majestic form resembled a grand, ancient tree swaying peacefully in the breeze. In front of the Pokémon house, a group of Miltank grazed leisurely on lush patches of grass. They looked entirely at ease, their tails swishing contentedly as they enjoyed their meal. On the open lawn, a collection of Eevee were scattered about, engaging in various playful activities. Some bounced around energetically, chasing one another in a lively game of tag. Others reclined on the soft grass, basking in the sunlight with half-closed eyes. A few lay on their backs, exposing their bellies to the fresh air, radiating pure relaxation. Nearby, 5 Garganacle were sitting together in a circle. Their sturdy, salt-covered bodies gleamed faintly under the sun as they listened intently to an alchemy standing before them. The alchemy appeared to be delivering an animated lecture, gesturing gracefully and punctuating her words with a cheerful mree. Every so often, while the Garganacle nodded along as though deep in thought. "Well, these Pokémon look fairly ordinary," Professor Oak murmured, feeling a sense of relief. Compared to the champion-level Gagote, these Pokémon seemed much more typical. For a moment, the tranquil and harmonious atmosphere put Professor Oak at ease. It seems not every Pokémon on this ranch is extraordinary, he thought. Just then, a young girl wearing the uniform of the prestigious Naranja Academy appeared at the ranch gate. Her name was Leah, and she had come to the ranch after reading intriguing rumors on her school's forum. Determined to challenge this seemingly extraordinary ranch, she had traveled here specifically to test her mettle. As soon as Leah arrived, she spotted Professor Oak. Mistaking him for Naoki, she approached with unshakable confidence and called out, "Mr. Naoki, I'm here to challenge you." Professor Oak blinked, startled by the sudden declaration. A challenge? Professor Oak quickly realized the misunderstanding and chuckled. Pointing toward the river where Naoki was busy working, he kindly explained, "Oh, you've got the wrong person. Naoki is over there. I'll call him over for you." Leah blushed as she realized her mistake. Bowing politely, she said, "Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate it." Professor Oak smiled warmly. "You're very welcome," he said. Without missing a beat, he pulled out his Rotom phone and dialed Naoki. It didn't take long for Naoki to answer. After hearing about the situation, he immediately headed back to the ranch's entrance, accompanied by Giratina and Cyclizer. Naoki looked at the girl in her school uniform, his expression calm. He first washed his hands before asking, "So, you want to challenge one of the ranch's trials?" Leah, brimming with determination, replied enthusiastically, "That's right." Naoki tilted his head slightly. "How many gym badges have you collected so far?" Leah blinked, caught off guard. "Wait, I need gym badges to challenge the trial." Naoki nodded. "That's right. You need to have collected at least 6 badges to be eligible for the trials here. Whether or not you pass the trial depends on your own efforts." 6 badges. Leah's confidence wavered as embarrassment crept onto her face. "But I only have 4 badges right now. Mr. Naoki, could you make an exception? I came all the way from Mesagoza." Naoki gave her a helpless look. The trials here are designed to be very challenging, especially for trainers who haven't earned 6 badges yet. Even those who meet the requirement often struggle to pass. He continued, "To be honest, I'd recommend these trials for trainers who are either about to become gym leaders or already have gym leader level strength. Early on, they were manageable for newer trainers, starting with battles against Gagote. But as the Pokémon in the trials grew stronger, the gap in power became too great. Now, the trials aren't suitable for beginners." Leah sighed, her shoulders drooping. "I see. But is there really no trial here that I can attempt?" Her gaze remained hopeful. She had read on the forums that Naoki's ranch had several unique trials. Naoki was about to deny her again when a thought struck him. He smiled faintly. "Actually, there's one trial you can try, but it's very different from the others." Leah's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Really? What is it?" "It's called the metronome trial," Naoki explained. "In this trial, trainers can only use Pokémon that know the move metronome. The battle rules are simple. Both sides can only attack using metronome. It's a test of pure luck. There are no strength requirements for this trial. If you have a Pokémon that knows the move, you're welcome to participate." Hearing this, Leah lit up with enthusiasm. She quickly reached for a Pokeball at her waist and said, "My Clefairy knows metronome. I'd love to give it a try." With a flash of light, her Clefairy appeared, its soft pink form radiating cuteness as it waved at everyone with its tiny hands. Naoki raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure you want to participate in the metronome trial?" he asked, wanting to confirm her decision. Leah nodded firmly. "That's right. Once I earn more gym badges, I'll come back to challenge the other trials too." "All right then," Naoki said, a small smile playing on his lips. "I accept your challenge." Turning toward the ranch, he called out, "Alchemy, we've got a guest here to see you." A short while later, a cheerful Alchemy arrived riding atop a garganacle. Her face lit up with excitement, and she greeted them with an eager mree. It seemed Alchemy had been looking forward to hosting her own trial, just like the Gago. Professor Oak, who had been observing from nearby, chuckled with interest. It appeared Naoki had set up various trials on the ranch for passing trainers to tackle. This wasn't a new concept. Professor Oak recalled how, in the past, people who organized such challenges were often referred to as venue leaders. Fascinating, Professor Oak said to himself. A trial based entirely on luck? He had never encountered such a concept before. Laughing heartily, he added, "In that case, I'll be your referee." Clefairy, a fairy-type Pokémon. Its round, pink body and chubby cheeks give it an adorable, star-like appearance. It has pointed ears, large, expressive eyes, and a small curl on its forehead. If it evolves into Clefable, those wings will grow larger and more majestic. Before the battle began, Professor Oak couldn't help but study the Clefairy with great interest. Perhaps it was his natural curiosity as a researcher that made him comment with a smile. A Clefairy. Such a rare Pokémon. Clefairy were known to live quietly in serene mountain areas, usually in close-knit groups, and rarely made appearances in front of humans. However, on magical nights under a full moon, they would gather in large numbers to perform enchanting moonlit dances. Leah beamed with pride. "That's right. I'm so happy I got to meet my Clefairy." Hearing its trainer's affectionate words, the Clefairy let out a cheerful cry. "Clefairy, ha ha, it seems to like you very much." Professor Oak laughed heartily. Then, with a curious glint in his eye, he asked, "So, are you ready to begin the battle?" Leah and Clefairy both nodded with determined expressions, their eyes locking onto Naoki and Alchemy standing opposite them. Their gazes radiated an unwavering spirit. "Such energy," Naoki remarked with an amused smile. He couldn't help but note that many people and Pokémon in the Pokémon world seemed to wear their enthusiasm on their sleeves. Professor Oak raised his hand to address both sides, his voice clear and authoritative as he explained, "The Pokémon for this battle are Clefairy and Alchemy. The rules are simple. It's a one-on-one battle where only the move metronome can be used. The match ends when one Pokémon can no longer continue." Seeing both sides ready, Professor Oak raised his hand high before swiftly bringing it down. "Begin. Clefairy, use metronome," Leah commanded. "Alchemy, use metronome," Naoki echoed. At their trainer's orders, the two Pokémon waved their fingers rhythmically. A shimmering light enveloped their fingers as they focused their energy. After a few moments, the finger-waving stopped, and their chosen moves activated. What would it be? Professor Oak leaned forward, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The first to act was Alchemy. Behind it, a radiant crescent moon appeared, surrounded by twinkling stars that created an ethereal, cosmic backdrop. The light from the stars and moon merged into Alchemy, infusing it with a mysterious aura. "It's cosmic power," Professor Oak exclaimed, immediately recognizing the move. Cosmic power enhanced both defense and special defense, giving Alchemy a solid edge right at the start of the battle. It seemed luck was on Alchemy's side. And Clefairy? Professor Oak turned his gaze to see green, blade-like leaves materializing around Clefairy. With a swift motion, the leaves shot forward, slicing through the air toward Alchemy. It's Razor Leaf, a grass-type move, quite effective if they all connect. The flurry of leaves struck Alchemy, but thanks to the defensive boost from Cosmic Power, the damage was minimal. The first round concluded, and both Pokémon remained ready for the next. Alchemy. Use metronome again. Naoki called. Marie. Alchemy responded enthusiastically. Not to be outdone, Leah called out. Clefairy, it's your turn. Use metronome. Clefairy. The small Pokémon responded with equal energy. The intensity between the two Pokémon was palpable, their eyes locking in a clash of determination as they both waved their fingers again. This time, Clefairy acted first. It blew out countless shimmering bubbles that floated gently, but purposefully toward Alchemy. Is that bubble? Professor Oak mused. Clefairy's luck is incredible today. It's used 2 offensive moves in a row. If this keeps up, Alchemy might be in trouble. But just before the bubbles reached Alchemy, something unexpected happened. A surge of energy erupted from Alchemy's body, forming a glowing, milky white barrier of light. When the bubbles collided with the barrier, they seemed to dissolve into nothingness upon contact. What kind of move is that? Professor Oak exclaimed, his eyes wide with curiosity. Professor Oak watched Alchemy closely, his mind racing to identify the move being used. Could be a fighting-type aura sphere, or perhaps a psychic-type light screen. Marie! Alchemy cried out, her creamy body trembling with intensity as she reached her limit. The next second, the glowing orb of light hovering around her surged upward, shooting straight into the sky. It ascended rapidly and paused high above the battlefield. Even Naoki appeared momentarily stunned, unable to determine the move at first glance. Suddenly, the orb burst into a brilliant display of light, releasing countless shining projectiles that scattered across the battlefield like a celestial fireworks show. The radiant bullets rained down with destructive force, dealing widespread damage to everything below. Boom! The projectiles struck the ground with deafening explosions, leaving deep craters in their wake. It resembled a meteor shower, both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Clefairy sensed the impending danger and darted about in a panic, desperately trying to evade the barrage. But this move was Judgment, a divine attack so expansive that Clefairy couldn't escape its range. Clefairy! Leah cried out. A brilliant light projectile struck Clefairy squarely with a loud thud. Letting out a pained cry, Clefairy stumbled before its eyes rolled back, and it collapsed in defeat. Seeing Alchemy execute such an extraordinary and unfamiliar move, Professor Oak stood frozen in awe. What incredible power! What kind of move is that? He exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Judgment, Naoki murmured, the name surfacing in his mind. The move, exclusive to the legendary creator Pokémon Archus, punished opponents with a divine rain of meteor-like light projectiles. Naoki hadn't expected Alchemy to channel that move again. It left him just as astounded as everyone else. However, amidst the chaos, a stray light projectile veered off course and plunged into the serene lake on the ranch. As it hit the water's surface, it activated a shimmering portal, tearing open a passage to the distortion world. Deep within this realm, Giratina, resting in eerie silence and half listening to Rotom's animated commentary, suddenly stirred. It sensed the unmistakable aura of Archus. Its eyes snapped open, glowing with crimson fury as its pupils locked onto the source of the energy. In the next instant, Giratina's massive form surged upward, breaking through the reflective lake's surface like an unstoppable force. Professor Oak, who had just begun recovering from a shock, opened his mouth to declare Clefairy unable to battle and end the match. But his words caught in his throat as his eyes widened in sheer terror. Bursting forth from the tranquil lake was a majestic and fearsome figure. Blood-red eyes gleamed menacingly. Its form exuded an air of cold, unyielding authority. Its towering, otherworldly presence was undeniable. It was Giratina, the legendary Pokémon of the distortion world. Professor Oak immediately recognized the dragon. After all, it wasn't every day that you saw such a rare Pokémon, let alone one with a penchant for making appearances online. Giratina had even posted a selfie on the Pokémon forums before. Oh my goodness! Professor Oak gasped, struggling to process the surreal sight. He hadn't anticipated Giratina's sudden arrival. No, in hindsight, he should have foreseen this possibility. Professor Oak suddenly noticed something peculiar. Giratina had once mentioned that it was friends with Calyrex, and it had revealed that Calyrex learned how to use the Rotom phone because Naoki had taught him. By the same logic, Giratina, who also used the Rotom phone to browse the internet, must also be one of Naoki's Pokémon. It wasn't just Professor Oak who was shocked. Leah, too, was left speechless by the sudden appearance of such a legendary Pokémon. Giratina, meanwhile, surveyed its surroundings cautiously. It had sensed the aura of Archus, which was why it had emerged from the distortion world. But now, where was Archus? Giratina's piercing, crimson gaze swept over the humans below, before finally settling on Naoki. Naoki shifted awkwardly under the intense stare. He hadn't expected Alchemy's judgment-like move to spook Giratina into thinking Archus had arrived. Realizing there was no sign of Archus, Giratina quickly understood its mistake. With a final glance at the humans below, it turned and dove back into the lake, vanishing into the portal that shimmered momentarily before closing behind it. Professor Oak and Leah remained frozen in place, staring at the spot where Giratina had disappeared. After what felt like an eternity, Professor Oak finally broke the silence. That Pokémon just now, was that Giratina? Naoki hesitated for a moment before answering. Yes, this is absolutely incredible, Professor Oak said, his voice filled with awe as he turned to look at Naoki. First, Calyrex, and now Giratina? Not to mention your Dragonite and all the other rare Pokémon. You're truly an extraordinary trainer. Noticing the awe in Professor Oak's eyes, Naoki quickly waved a hand in protest. No, that Giratina isn't my Pokémon. We're just friends. Before anyone could ask more, Naoki gestured toward a nearby spot. Brother and DD approached carrying a bottle of freshly prepared goat's milk. He knelt beside Clefairy, gently offering it the revitalizing drink. Clefairy stirred after a few moments, opening its eyes and letting out a soft, Clefairy. Naoki smiled and turned back to Leah. Unfortunately, you didn't pass Alchemy's metronome trial this time. Leah, still recovering from the whirlwind of events, snapped back to reality. She recalled the breathtaking move Alchemy had used and couldn't hold back her curiosity. Mr. Naoki, what was that move? It was like nothing I've ever seen before. Naoki scratched his head thoughtfully. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. There are still many Pokémon and moves in the world that humans haven't discovered yet. It's possible that move belongs to a Pokémon we haven't identified. Leah nodded slowly, processing his words. I see. That makes sense. She turned to Naoki with a look of deep admiration. The rumors on the school forum were true. Mr. Naoki, Leah said quietly, you really are an incredible trainer. Not only had Naoki raised so many champion-level Pokémon, but he had also managed to befriend the legendary Giratina. Even the top champions might not stand a chance against him, right? At that moment, Leah completely agreed with the whispers on the school forum. Naoki was indeed the hidden boss of the Paldea region. Later that day, in the afternoon, Leah departed from the ranch. Before leaving, she turned back and declared, once I've earned all 6 badges, I'll return and challenge the official trial. Naoki watched as her figure gradually disappeared into the distance. With a small smile, he turned back toward the ranch, intending to fix the grass damaged by Alchemy's judgment. However, before he could take a step, a familiar voice called out behind him. Excuse me, is this Naoki Ranch? Both Naoki and Professor Oak turned toward the voice. Standing not far away was a tall woman dressed in a sleek black coat. Her long, golden hair shimmered in the afternoon sunlight, and her expression was warm and composed. She smiled as she looked at them. For a moment, both Naoki and Professor Oak were stunned. Professor Oak was the first to recover. Ms. Cynthia? W. How are you here? Cynthia greeted Professor Oak with a gentle tone. It's been a while, Professor Oak. I'm here today because I need to ask this trainer a few questions. Her gaze shifted to Naoki, her demeanor friendly and approachable. Despite her reputation as a reserved and formidable champion, there was no trace of coldness in her manner. Naoki. It wasn't hard to guess why Cynthia had come. She had likely investigated the reports of Giratina venturing into the Sinnoh region, and how it may have traveled there through some unusual means, possibly involving the Rotomphone network. And, of course, she must have learned about Naoki's involvement in stopping Giratina. Naoki sighed internally as Cynthia and Professor Oak both turned their curious gazes toward him. Well, if they wanted to know, there was no avoiding it. Naoki decided he might as well take the opportunity to share what he knew about Giratina's legend. Naoki invited the two guests to his living room. Calyrex wasn't around at the moment, most likely out basking in the garden. Cynthia and Professor Oak seated themselves on the comfortable sofa, and Sister Ned brought out cups of fragrant tea for the guests. Giratina, Naoki said slowly, letting the name hang in the air as he organized his thoughts. He pondered where best to begin. Hearing him utter the name, Cynthia's icy blue eyes widened slightly. A flicker of surprise crossed her otherwise composed face. "Mr. Naoki, you seem to know why I'm here?" Cynthia asked, her tone polite but curious. Naoki smiled faintly. "If I'm not mistaken, you've likely investigated the connection between Giratina and me. That's why you came all the way to the Palia region, to learn more about it, right?" Cynthia nodded slightly, acknowledging his perceptiveness. It wasn't surprising. Whether in games or anime, Cynthia's character had always been deeply interested in mythology and history, often dedicating herself to studying ancient relics, myths, and legends. "Then, please do share," Cynthia said graciously. Professor Oak, seated beside her, appeared eager and impatient, leaning forward slightly in anticipation. Noticing this, Naoki asked, "Do you both have some knowledge about genetics?" "Genetics?" Both Cynthia and Professor Oak blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift in topic. As a scholar of Pokémon, Professor Oak had some understanding of the field. Fossil revival technology, for instance, used genetic extraction to restore ancient Pokémon to life. Humans and Pokémon alike have genes, which are often referred to as the blueprints of life. Naoki began, his voice steady and deliberate. At their core, genes are composed of DNA, structured like two interwoven, spiraling chains. These chains contain opposing, yet complementary information. The red chains created by Cyrus of Team Galactic in Sinnoh were based on this principle. By manipulating DNA-like energy, he was able to control Dialga and Palia. Naoki glanced at his listeners to ensure they were following. This genetic chain is fascinating. Even if one strand breaks, it can restore itself using the information from its counterpart. Do you see what I mean? Professor Oak seemed lost in thought, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of his chair. Cynthia, too, wore a contemplative expression. Time flows continuously in the real world, Naoki continued, and space remains stable. But on the other side, the distortion world, time does not flow, and space is inherently unstable. The only constant there is Giratina. Professor Oak's eyes widened as realization struck. Are you saying that the real world and the distortion world function like the two strands of DNA, interconnected and supporting one another to prevent either from collapsing? Naoki nodded. Exactly. Dialga represents time, Palia represents space, and Giratina embodies the distortion world. The two worlds are intertwined and interdependent. If something happens to one, the other will inevitably be affected. This was demonstrated in the events of Giratina and the Sky Warrior. Is that really how it works? Cynthia murmured, deep in thought. Her mind wandered to the murals of Celestic Town. The ancient paintings hinted at a hierarchy of Pokémon, depicting one above Dialga and Palia. Was it Giratina? No, that couldn't be right. The Pokémon described in the mural didn't match Giratina's form at all. Could this mean there was a being even greater than Giratina, Dialga, and Palia? A Pokémon that surpassed them all? Naoki noticed their thoughtful expressions and added, "What I've shared is based on my investigations into the distortion world and Giratina. These are my interpretations, but the truth may differ. Cynthia snapped out of her reverie and offered Naoki a warm smile. Regardless, thank you very much, FO. It all makes sense now. Professor Oak murmured, his face filled with disbelief. The relationship between Giratina and the gods of time and space, as well as the connection between the distortion world and the real world, were topics worthy of in-depth study. This newfound information made it clear that humanity had barely scratched the surface of the mysteries of the Pokémon world. There's still so much out there waiting to be discovered, Professor Oak said, his voice tinged with wonder. Naoki smiled faintly and asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to know?" Cynthia glanced sideways, her mind drifting to the murals in Celestic Town. The ancient artwork depicted a Pokémon that seemed to be above Dialga and Palkia. Could Naoki possibly know something about this enigmatic figure? With curiosity guiding her, Cynthia decided to ask. "Mr. Naoki," she began, "is there another Pokémon, one not yet discovered by humans, that exists beyond Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina?" Naoki blinked in mild surprise at the question. Had Cynthia already started piecing together the clues about Archus? He studied the Sinnoh champion for a moment, then decided that there was no harm in sharing what he knew. "If I'm not mistaken," Naoki said carefully, "you're referring to a Pokémon called Archus." Archus. Cynthia and Professor Oak both repeated in unison, their attention instantly captivated by the name. Naoki nodded. Yes, in Legends, Archus is described as the creator Pokémon. It has been called many names throughout history: the god of creation, the great deity of Sinnoh. He paused before continuing. According to what I've learned, when the world was first created, there was nothing. Archus emerged and brought the first semblance of order by creating Dialga to control time and Palkia to govern space. From that moment, time began to flow and space stabilized. He gestured thoughtfully. At the same time, Archus created the distortion world, which Giratina governs. It serves as a counterpart and support to the material world we live in. Once the material world was established, Archus created the Lake Guardians, Azelf, Mesprit, and Uxie, to give form to the spiritual world. Together, they represent knowledge, emotion, and willpower, combining spirit with matter to complete the balance of existence. As Naoki spoke, Cynthia's golden eyes sparkled with awe. These myths and legends, so deeply entwined with the origins of the world, were unlike anything she had encountered before. Naoki noticed her fascination and added, "The Sinnoh region isn't the only place with tales of Archus. Many regions around the world have their own legends and relics tied to the creator Pokémon." Cynthia's curiosity deepened. "Where might I find such places?" she asked, her voice urgent but composed. Naoki could see her determination and pointed out a few notable locations. The first is the ruins of Alf and the Sinjo ruins in the Johto region. It's said that the innermost part of these ruins holds secrets tied to the truth of creation, but only those who are chosen may find the path. The truth of creation. Cynthia murmured, her heart racing with excitement. "Have you been there yourself?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, during my travels before settling here at the ranch, I visited the ruins of Alf. The experience was unforgettable. This was partially true. It aligned with his adventures in the games. He wasn't deceiving Cynthia, merely framing his knowledge in an understandable way. Cynthia committed the location to memory, already planning an investigation. The second place, Naoki continued, is the ancient town of Machina in the Sinnoh region. Its ruins date back thousands of years and hold significant ties to Archus. Naoki hesitated briefly before elaborating. According to legend, Archus was once betrayed and sealed underground by humans using a mercury trap. Gravely injured, it fell into a deep sleep in a void, harboring immense anger and waiting to awaken. When it does, it is said to seek retribution against humanity. Machina, Cynthia whispered, her expression serious as she etched the name into her thoughts. The third location, Naoki said, is Kalos region. There, I saw a tower, depicted as a structure built to honor Archus. I've got all noted, Cynthia said, her tone brimming with determination. She looked as though she wanted to rush off immediately to investigate the 3 places Naoki had mentioned. True to her decisive nature, Cynthia didn't linger at the ranch. After gathering the information she needed, she stood and expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Mr. Naoki. I won't take up any more of your time. My next stop will be Machina in the Sinnoh region, she said. But as she thought further, she adjusted her plan. No, I should transit through the Johto region first, investigate the ruins of Ulf, and then head north back to Sinnoh, she decided internally. Naoki. So this was Cynthia's personality, direct and efficient. He didn't try to persuade her to stay, but offered her a simple farewell. I wish you the best of luck. Cynthia smiled faintly, the corners of her lips curving up gracefully. Before leaving, she added Naoki to her contacts on her Rotom phone. I'll reach out to you after I've investigated those myths, legends, and ruins, she said. Naoki nodded. Sounds good. And with that, Cynthia departed. As he watched her leave, Naoki couldn't help but reflect. Despite being a champion with a regal demeanor often likened to an iceberg beauty, Cynthia was approachable and down-to-earth when discussing myths and legends. The contrast between her reputation and her actual personality caught him off guard, even though he had anticipated she would be respectful and kind. After all, people with noble and virtuous appearances often carried cold, distant personalities. Yet Cynthia was gentle, warm, and devoid of arrogance. I have to admit, Naoki thought with a smile, Cynthia is truly a captivating person. What's on your mind? Professor Oak's voice interrupted his thoughts. Naoki blinked, snapping back to reality. I was just thinking how different Cynthia is from what I expected. Professor Oak chuckled. Oh, Naoki elaborated. Doctor, don't you think it's unusual? Logically, someone like Cynthia, unfathomably strong and exuding such noble grace, would seem cold or difficult to approach. Understanding dawned on Professor Oak, and he laughed heartily. I see what you're getting at. But isn't it the same with you? Naoki raised an eyebrow. Me? Professor Oak gestured toward him. You're just as extraordinary, Naoki. You've raised Pokémon of incredible strength, yet you're here running a humble ranch instead of showing off your skills as a champion. On top of that, you welcome passing trainers and students, letting them train with your Pokémon. You're hardly arrogant yourself. Naoki, when phrased that way, it did seem true. Naoki smiled epishly. Just then, Professor Oak's Rotom phone rang. Pulling it from his pocket, he glanced at the screen before pressing the answer button. The next moment, a familiar face appeared on the video call. It's Ash, Professor Oak exclaimed. And it looks like you've made it to Rustboro City. That's right. Ash grinned widely, holding up a badge case. Opening it, he revealed a gleaming badge. Pikachu and I just completed the Rustboro Gym Challenge and won the Stone Badge. That's great. Professor Oak nodded with a smile. There's still many badges left to collect before you have all 8. So keep up the hard work. When you participate in the Evergrande Conference, I'll come and cheer you on. Ash, filled with enthusiasm at the mention of the Evergrande Conference, clenched his fist and said, Yes, Pikachu and I will give it our all. Pikachu chimed in agreement. At that moment, Brock, who had been observing the background on Professor Oak's Rotom phone, noticed something unusual. The area around Professor Oak didn't resemble his lab in Pallet Town. Instead, it looked like a farm with vast fields of crops and several unfamiliar Pokémon roaming nearby. Brock squinted, his curiosity piqued. Professor Oak, are you on a business trip? Professor Oak chuckled. No, I'm visiting a friend here in the Palia region. He adjusted the Rotom phone's camera, pointing it at Naoki, and introduced him to Ash and the group. This is Mr. Naoki, a very skilled trainer from the Palia region. Naoki smiled as he saw Ash, Brock, and their companions, May and Max, on the screen. Waving, he greeted them warmly. Hello there. It was Naoki's first time meeting Ash, and he couldn't help but feel curious about the energetic protagonist he had heard so much about. Ash, always polite and cheerful, waved back. "Hello, Mr. Naoki. I'm Ash from Palatown." Professor Oak laughed. "Ash, if you ever get the chance, you should visit the Paldea region. There are many Pokémon here that you won't find in Kanto." Ash's eyes lit up at the mention of discovering new Pokémon. "Really? That sounds amazing. I'll definitely visit when I get the chance." Professor Oak nodded, smiling at Ash's excitement. "Good. For now, I'll be heading back to the lab soon. And as always, if you catch any new Pokémon during your journey, feel free to send them to me. I'll take care of them for you." Ash grinned. "Thanks, Professor. I'll keep that in mind." With that, the call ended. Professor Oak lowered his Rotom phone and let out a nostalgic sigh. That boy is Ash. His father left home when he was young, so he grew up with just his mother. He smiled fondly as he continued. Ash has always been a bit reckless. When he was 5, he missed his summer camp because he overslept. And when he turned 10, he arrived late to pick his first Pokémon. By the time he got there, Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle had already been chosen by other trainers. All that was left for him was Pikachu. Naoki listened with interest as Professor Oak recounted Ash's early days. "Ah, that boy's been traveling for quite a while now." Naoki listened quietly from the side. As he observed Professor Oak's thoughtful expression, a realization suddenly struck him. Professor Oak knew Ash. More precisely, he knew Ash even before Ash was born. When Professor Oak was a young man, he traveled through time with the help of Celebi. During that journey, he was transported to the future, where he met Ash. Together, they embarked on a thrilling adventure and worked to defeat a Pokémon hunter. Through that extraordinary experience, the two became close friends despite being separated by time and space. Could this be the reason why Professor Oak took such great care of Ash later in life? Naoki pondered this newfound insight. In his past life, many online jokes speculated about Professor Oak's kindness toward Ash, attributing it to his relationship with Ash's mother, Delia. But now, Naoki saw that wasn't the case at all. Looking at the kind and gentle Professor Oak standing before him, Naoki felt he finally understood. Oak's care for Ash came from their shared bond during that fateful journey. Perhaps even Ash's unique Pikachu was something that Professor Oak had specially prepared for him, knowing what lay ahead. After all, Professor Oak had already seen glimpses of the future. These thoughts led Naoki to ask, "By the way, Professor Oak, why did you choose to build your research lab in Palatown?" After all, Palatown was a small, quiet village in the Kanto region. Whenever Ash introduced himself during his travels, people often remarked on its remoteness, calling it a tiny place or even saying they'd never heard of it. Professor Oak wasn't just any researcher. He was a renowned Pokémon professor and a top graduate of Celadon University. He could have chosen a more prominent location for his work. Hearing Naoki's question, Professor Oak paused for a moment, a nostalgic expression spreading across his face. He then answered softly, "That's because someone very important to me lives there. When I was a child, I made a promise to him that we'd meet again." Naoki watched as Professor Oak's mind seemed to drift to the past. His thoughts returned to a summer long ago, when he encountered a boy named Ash in a forest where the legendary forest guardian Celebi was said to dwell. Naoki smiled inwardly. His suspicions had been correct. "That friend must have meant a lot to you," Naoki said. Professor Oak nodded with a warm smile. "And I shared a connection. Our temperaments were surprisingly similar." "That's amazing," Naoki exclaimed. But new thought crossed Naoki's mind. Had Professor Oak moved to Palatown to keep his promise to Ash? Or had Ash met Professor Oak because Oak had already settled there? If we think about it, Naoki thought this might be a time loop. There was no beginning or end, no one who came first or later. The two events were intertwined, cause and effect of one another. Because Professor Oak met Ash as a child, he chose to establish a research institute in Palatown. And because Professor Oak established his research institute in Palatown, Ash eventually met the young Professor Oak. March 1st, year 200 of the Alliance calendar, spring. After spending 6 days at the ranch, Professor Oak departed from the Paldea region, his luggage brimming with research data. Naoki accompanied him to the airport, riding atop Koraidon to see him off. Only after watching the professor board his plane did Naoki and Koraidon turn to make the journey back home. By the time Naoki returned to the ranch, the sun had dipped low in the sky, painting the horizon in hues of gold. The evening had arrived, and the Pokémon who had spent the day playing across the ranch now showed signs of fatigue. Yet, without Naoki home, they hesitated to retreat indoors. Instead, they formed a neat line under the eaves of the ranch, their curious eyes fixed on the gate, eagerly awaiting Naoki's return. As the minutes stretched on, some Pokémon began to nod off, their heads bobbing drowsily. When Naoki finally appeared, gliding across the grass on Koraidon's back, the sight before him made his heart melt. Under the soft glow of the setting sun, a small Eevee, half asleep, was the first to notice him. Its drowsy expression lit up in an instant. "Buoy!" it called, its voice a joyful melody that broke the quiet. The call stirred the other Pokémon, who turned their heads toward the approaching pair. Spotting Naoki, they immediately perked up, their weariness forgotten. With excited cries, the Pokémon dashed toward him, their faces beaming with happiness. Naoki dismounted and was quickly surrounded by his companions, their eyes sparkling with joy and relief at his return. Seeing them so eager to welcome him home, warmth spread through Naoki's heart like a comforting fire. Smiling gently, he crouched down and began to pat their heads one by one, his voice soft and full of affection. "All right, everyone," he said, his tone soothing. "If you're tired, it's time to head inside and rest." His Pokémon, reassured by his presence, began to calm down. Some nuzzled his hand, while others yawned and stretched before heading toward the cozy warmth of the ranch house. As Naoki watched his Pokémon slowly make their way home, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. This was more than just a ranch, it was a family. The next morning, after finishing his chores around the ranch, Naoki turned his attention to the giant carrot ripened by his Gagote. Like the giant watermelon that had grown before, this carrot was another colossal crop. It was orange-red, with a diameter of roughly 1 meter. The part of the carrot visible above the soil alone was more than 2 meters tall, making it hard to imagine its full size. After circling the field to inspect it, Naoki gave a command. "Koraidon, can you help me pull out?" "Rayo!" Koraidon responded enthusiastically, bounding over to the carrot. Wrapping its powerful arms around the massive vegetable, it gave a firm tug. With a single mighty pull, Koraidon uprooted the giant carrot and carried it over to Naoki. "Well done," Naoki praised with a grin. As he examined the carrot, details about it surfaced in his mind. Giant carrot, a unique crop bursting with nutrients, highly favored by certain Pokémon and ideal for crafting food. If anyone on the ranch loved carrots the most, it would undoubtedly be Calyrex. With an idea forming in his mind, Naoki quickly came up with a plan. Leaving such a massive carrot to sit unused would be wasteful. It would spoil eventually. Instead, he decided to hollow out the carrot, using its flesh to make carrot puree and carrot cakes. The remaining shell could be repurposed into a whimsical carrot-shaped playhouse for smaller Pokémon like Eevee to enjoy. Without hesitation, Naoki got to work. He carefully scooped out the carrot flesh using a spoon and a knife, saving the pieces for later. Once the inside was hollowed out, he enlisted Koraidon to load the remaining shell onto his pickup truck. Hopping into the driver's seat, Naoki set off for Kelly's workshop. Naoki remembered seeing her expertly preserve pumpkins to create lanterns that stayed fresh for months. He figured she could use the same method to treat the carrot shell. The drive to Kelly's cabin was about 10 minutes. Pulling up in front of her workshop, Naoki found Kelly busy with carpentry work near the door. Kelly looked up, surprised to see him. "Naoki, what brings you here today?" Naoki and Koraidon unloaded the giant carrot from the truck, as Naoki explained his plan. "I was hoping you could help turn this into a carrot house for the Pokémon at my ranch." Kelly studied the enormous carrot, nodding in understanding. She wasn't particularly shocked. After all, she'd seen the giant watermelon from Naoki's ranch before. Now that she thought about it, These oversized crops were probably the work of Calyrex. No problem, Kelly replied. It'll take me about 3 days. Great. I'll come back to pick it up then, Naoki said, nodding. After paying for the service, he was about to leave when he remembered something else he needed to do: ordering construction materials. He had plans to build an expedition guild inside the World Tree. It was now March in the 200th year of the Alliance calendar. In just 4 more months, the World Tree would reach its full size. Though the tree's growth was ongoing, the ecosystem within it had already stabilized. The vast interior spaces and flourishing environment made it the perfect place to establish a base. Naoki vividly remembered exploring the area with his Pokémon. One space, in particular, stood out: a wide, open field surrounded by forests and lakes. It was ideal for building the expedition guild he envisioned. However, there was one glaring problem. Naoki had no experience with construction. Building an entire guild, complete with multiple buildings, was far beyond his abilities. After a moment of contemplation, Naoki turned his attention to Kelly. Kelly noticed his expression and tilted her head slightly. What's wrong? Is there something else you need? Naoki nodded, his tone serious. Yes, there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Surprised by his seriousness, Kelly raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? I need help constructing some facilities. But the location isn't the ranch, it's somewhere else, Naoki explained. Kelly looked puzzled. Are you planning to open a second ranch? Naoki smiled faintly. Not exactly. You'll understand once you see it. Come with me. 10 minutes later, Kelly found herself standing in the distortion world. Floating islands stretched across a vast expanse of fractured sky, and below her lay an endless void. Her eyes widened in shock. Oh my goodness, she murmured, her voice trembling. What is this place? Naoki, standing beside her, replied calmly. This is the distortion world, Giratina's domain. He gestured toward a nearby sky island, where a colossal tree loomed. Giratina was absent from the scene, likely off patrolling its territory or knowing its peculiar habits, scaring people on the Pokémon forum through its rotom phone. Giratina, Kelly exclaimed, a massive metaphorical exclamation mark hovering over her head. Are you talking about the legendary Pokémon? The one that surfs the internet using rotom? That's right, Naoki confirmed with a nod. He didn't linger on the topic, instead directing her attention to the enormous tree in the distance. Do you see that big tree over there? Kelly turned to look and gasped. The tree was unlike anything she'd seen before. Massive, otherworldly, and imposing. That's where I'd like you to build the facilities, Naoki continued. Think of it like the Pokémon Tavern back at the ranch, but designed for the Pokémon who'll live here. He elaborated further. The tree is something I planted a while back. It's special. Though it looks solid from the outside, it's hollow on the inside. I plan to transform its interior into an ecological haven for the Pokémon from the ranch, a place they can explore and enjoy. As Naoki spoke, a shadow passed overhead. Giratina returned, its massive form descending with an aura of authority. Its sheer presence was overwhelming, and its crimson eyes scanned the scene with calm intensity. Kelly immediately recognized it. That's Giratina, she whispered, her voice shaky. The legendary Pokémon landed on the nearby Sky Island, its piercing gaze landing on Naoki and Kelly. There was a moment of silence as it tilted its head, clearly curious about the visitors. Naoki stepped forward and addressed Giratina. This is Kelly, a skilled craftsperson I've hired. She'll be working here for a while, helping to construct the facilities on the tree. Giratina seemed to consider this for a moment. Then, with a slow, deliberate nod of its massive head, it returned to its resting place on the Flower Sky Island, curling up peacefully. Naoki smiled at Kelly. All set. You can work here without any worries. Kelly, she glanced at Naoki, her perception of him shifting dramatically. Who could have imagined that their humble, hard-working, and unassuming neighbor was someone so extraordinary? Not only had he befriended Calyrex, but he also had a close relationship with the legendary Giratina and could come and go from its domain as he pleased. At that moment, Kelly felt an invisible but insurmountable divide between herself and Naoki, a barrier of sheer awe and mystery. Naoki noticed the look in Kelly's eyes and couldn't help but ask, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kelly murmured, "I'm just so shocked." After a moment, she composed herself. Looking into Naoki's eyes, she asked, "As always, I'll keep Giratina's presence here a secret, right?" Naoki nodded with a grateful smile. "Thank you. I appreciate it." Kelly took a deep breath and returned to her usual composed demeanor. Shifting her gaze to the towering tree in the distance, she asked, "So, what exactly do you want to build there?" Naoki led Kelly to the top of the world tree. What greeted them was a vibrant, picturesque landscape. The fertile soil gave rise to lush grass, and a serene lake shimmered amidst the dense woods. Mist hovered gently over the water, giving the area an enchanting, almost otherworldly feel. Moss-covered trees framed the lake, their branches adorned with green vines that swayed in the soft breeze. "This place is stunning," Kelly murmured, captivated by the view. Naoki smiled softly and gestured toward the greenery beneath their feet. "This is the spot. By the way, Kelly, have you ever played role-playing games?" Kelly blinked in surprise before recalling the medieval fantasy games she'd tried on her Rotom phone. She nodded. "I played a few. Why do you ask?" "In those games, there's usually a guild, a place where players can take on quests and tasks from a bulletin board," Naoki explained. "I want to build something similar here. A guild, complete with facilities like a bar and a bulletin board." Kelly tilted her head slightly, puzzled. "So, you're planning to create a role-playing setting for Pokémon?" Naoki continued, "In addition to the guild, I'd like to add Pokémon taverns, cafes, restaurants, warehouses for berries and supplies, item shops for selling useful tools, hospitals for treating injuries, and, of course, places for Pokémon to rest and sleep." Kelly, was Naoki really planning to play house with his Pokémon? Seeing her expression, Naoki smiled and reassured her, "I know it sounds elaborate, but I think it'll be perfect for the Pokémon." Kelly sighed softly but nodded. "All right, no problem." She glanced around, memorizing the environment and layout. "I'll start drafting designs this afternoon. Once the plans are ready, I'll bring them to your ranch for approval. With so many facilities to construct, this will be a large project. Are you in a rush to have it completed?" Naoki shook his head. "Not all. The world tree still had a few months before it would reach its full size, so there was no immediate pressure to finish construction." "Got it," Kelly replied, thinking carefully. "I'll have the blueprint ready for you tomorrow. The materials we have on hand won't be enough, so I'll need to source additional supplies from elsewhere. Once everything is in place, we'll begin construction." "Sounds good to me," Naoki said, nodding in agreement. With their discussion concluded, the two left the distortion world, and Naoki drove Kelly back to her workshop. On his way back to the ranch, Naoki began mentally assigning roles to his Pokémon for the Expedition Guild. The NDD siblings, who serve as caretakers for the ranch, were too busy managing things there to move to the World Tree. That meant Naoki needed other Pokémon to take on the responsibilities at the guild. For the Pokémon Tavern, the first candidate that came to mind was Oranguru, a highly intelligent Pokémon known for its resourcefulness and ability to use tools like a human. With its clever nature and calm demeanor, Oranguru was the perfect choice to run the tavern. In the Pokémon anime, there's a cafe deep in the forest run entirely by this Pokémon. It specializes in crafting delicious juice from berries. Inspired by this idea, Naoki began planning roles for the cafe and restaurant at the World Tree. For the Pokémon Cafe, he decided to enlist Shuckle as the barista. Meanwhile, the Pokémon restaurant would be led by Mr. Mime as the chef. Naoki fondly remembered Mr. Mime in Ash's house. The Pokémon was incredibly skilled, not only adept at cleaning, but also an expert in preparing a variety of delectable dishes. It was the perfect combination of housekeeping and culinary talent. Naoki had already assigned responsibility for the item shop to Palmot's parents. As for the Pokémon Hospital, dedicated to treating the injured, Naoki's mind turned to several Pokémon renowned for their medical assistance skills. He envisioned Chansey, Blissey, Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff, and Comfey all commonly recognized as nurse assistants in the Pokémon world. These Pokémon could often be seen helping nurse Joy in Pokémon centers across various regions. In addition to these helpers, Naoki thought of Clefable, a Pokémon capable of assisting with simple medical tasks. Clefable's acute hearing, said to be so sharp it could detect the sound of a needle dropping from a kilometer away, made it ideal for responding quickly to patients' needs. However, many of the Pokémon Naoki envisioned didn't reside in the Palia region. To recruit them, he would need to venture to other regions. Unfortunately, leaving the ranch wasn't an option for Naoki at the moment. He didn't want to risk his Pokémon feeling lonely in his absence. After some thought, Naoki pulled out his Rotom phone and forwarded the recruitment tasks to the... The first thing that popped into Naoki's mind was, this Squawkabilly really loves to brag. But there were more pressing matters at hand. Shaking off the thought, he focused. Can you take us there? He asked. The Squawkabilly, slightly tipsy from too much fruit wine, flapped its wings and puffed out its chest proudly. Squawk, squawk. Of course. I'll take you there right now. After all, it had been eating and drinking at Naoki's place for free. Offering help was the least it could do. Naoki hesitated. It was already late. But one look at the hopeful glint in Palmot's eyes silenced his doubts. All right, he said, bracing himself for a long night. If everything went smoothly, they'd be back before sunrise. With the ranch fast asleep and its Pokémon resting peacefully, Naoki quietly gathered supplies, climbed on a Giratina with Palmot, and followed the loud, boastful Squawkabilly as it soared into the southern sky. As expected, the Squawkabilly wouldn't stop talking. Squawk, I've traveled far and wide, forests, oceans, you name it. Squawk, the ocean, is massive. Ordinary Pokémon wouldn't dare fly over it. But I did. The legendary Squawkabilly. Naoki, Giratina. Meanwhile, Palmot listened intently, eyes wide with admiration. It clung to every word. Perhaps it was the anticipation of seeing its parents again. But in that moment, Palmot resembled a child on the brink of reunion, innocent and eager. Naoki smiled as he watched it. He couldn't help but hope. If they did find Palmot's parents, maybe he could bring them back to the ranch. Not only would that bring joy to the young Pokémon, but they could become part of the community. Perhaps even help run the prop store once the World Tree matured and the Hero Expedition Team's union was fully formed. Still, Naoki knew this journey held no guarantees. Squawkabilly's account was over a year old, dating back to when Palmot had been snatched away by a bombardier and eventually brought to the ranch. Over a year had passed. The forest was vast. There was no telling whether its parents still lived there or had migrated elsewhere. But even the faintest lead was something. And in Naoki's view, where there's a lead, there's hope. As long as the two Palmot hadn't been captured by a trainer, there was still a chance. Beneath the vast night sky, the wilds of the Palia region stretched endlessly. Unlike the world Naoki had known in his previous life, this world's wilderness remained untouched, raw and wild, a perfect sanctuary for Pokémon. Though Squawkabilly wasn't as fast as a Dragonite, its pace far exceeded that of a Noctowl. After about an hour and a half, Naoki checked his Rotom phone. They were nearing their destination, a dense forest sprawling under the moon's silver glow. A single massive tree rose in the center, dwarfing the canopy around it. It stood tall and silent, a sleeping giant in a sea of shadows. Palmot's eyes lit up. Palmot! Palmot! It called out excitedly and darted toward the tree, small paws moving with urgency. Squawk! What's gotten into it? Squawkabilly tilted its head. Naoki chuckled. Maybe it's finally home. He nudged Giratina, who leapt forward to follow the tiny, excited Palmot. The Squawkabilly flapped close behind. By the time they reached the tree's base, Palmot was already zigzagging around the clearing, sniffing the grass and touching familiar spots. Naoki dismounted and stepped closer. Did you find something? Palmot chirped and rushed toward a particular spot in the clearing, pointing at a bare patch of rock. Palmot! Palmot! This is it. I used to sleep here before I was taken. Naoki smiled warmly. I remember the first time I saw you. You were sneaking feed from the chicken coop, just a hungry little troublemaker. Palmot, The little Pokémon squeaked bashfully. They continued onward. As they ventured deeper, memories came flooding back to Palmot. The gentle rustling of leaves, the snow-dusted trees, the quiet murmur of a distant stream, it all whispered of a home long missed. Then, without warning, Palmot stopped before a snow-covered tree. Naoki followed its gaze and spotted a small, dark hollow in the trunk, low to the ground, just big enough for a nest. "This must have been your home," he whispered. "Go on," he said softly. "They might be waiting." "Palmot." The little Pokémon wiped its damp eyes and scampered inside. Naoki remained outside, scanning the area. He noticed faint footprints in the snow, ones that matched Palmot's kind. They're still here. But what followed wasn't the tearful reunion he had imagined. A flash of electricity burst from the tree hole. Palmot cried out and scrambled back out, visibly shaken. Two adult Palmots emerged behind it, bristling with hostility. Their eyes narrowed in suspicion as they looked down at the unfamiliar figure. Palmot waved its paws in panic. "Palmot, Palmot! Mom, Dad, it's me, your child." But one of them growled, "Palmot, liar! Our child doesn't look like you. Stop pretending." Naoki and Palmot froze. Only then did Palmot glance down at its fur, realizing the changes it had gone through during evolution. It looked different, but it wasn't ready to give up. "Palmot, Palmot, remember the time we went berry picking? I fell into the river, and a boy in a straw hat saved me. You gave him berries to thank him." The adult Palmots paused. "And last year," Palmot continued, "I wandered off while you were digging. I fell asleep on a rock, and then a Pokémon swooped in and took me away." The tension in the adult's posture softened. One of them trembled, voice barely audible. "Palmot." Palmot nodded rapidly. "Palmot." Then, all at once, the dam burst. The parents rushed forward, pulling their child into a tight embrace. All three cried. Tears of disbelief, joy, and reunion. Naoki sighed, smiling. "Looks like everything worked out." Giratina let out a low, contented growl. Nearby, Squawkabilly puffed up proudly. "Squawk, did you see that? I did it. I brought the family together." As the reunited family quieted down, Palmot eagerly shared all it had experienced. Life at the ranch, meeting Naoki, evolving, and making new friends who felt like family. If they could help the Trico. Upon arrival, Mew and Teddiursa saw the colossal, withered tree lying on the ground, lifeless. Mew, Teddy, looking at the fallen tree, the Pokémon felt a pang of sorrow. Mew couldn't help but think of the world tree back at Naoki's ranch. Would the world tree someday meet the same fate? Would they, like the Trico, lose their home too? Mew didn't know. Teddiursa didn't know. Even Zapdos didn't have an answer. After some hesitation, the three Pokémon decided to contact Naoki for advice. When the video call connected, Naoki's face appeared on Rotom's phone screen. Mew and Teddiursa pressed their little faces together, looking at him earnestly. "Mew, Naoki, will the world tree wither in the future?" Rotom translated their question, and Naoki's expression turned to one of surprise. "Of course not," Naoki assured them. "As long as this world doesn't perish, the world tree will never wither." "Did something happen?" Mew and Teddiursa nodded and stepped aside to show Naoki the fallen tree in the forest. Naoki immediately understood the situation. "I see. Don't worry. That kind of thing won't happen to the world tree," he reassured them. Hearing this, Teddiursa and Mew let out sighs of relief. Naoki was about to say more when he noticed movement behind the two Pokémon. Several figures darted through the bushes, and with a sharp whistle of air, several razor-sharp leaves flew past Zapdos's legs. "There's danger," Naoki warned quickly. The three Pokémon immediately sprang into action and began scanning the surroundings. Naoki soon spotted several green figures perched on nearby branches. Trico, wild Trico, native to the Hoenn region. Mew, Teddiursa, and Zapdos quickly noticed them too. Teddiursa stepped forward to negotiate. Teddy, we're a traveling expedition team. We mean no harm." Despite Teddiursa's explanation, the Trico continued to watch them warily from the trees. Naoki quickly pieced together the situation. This is their territory, he explained. To them, you're intruders. Pokémon like Trico are known to fiercely defend their homes and intimidate anyone who gets too close. They're guardians of the forest. Judging by the earlier flying leaf attack, it seemed more like a warning shot than a full assault. If the Trico had intended to attack, they wouldn't have missed. Mew floated closer and spoke gently. Mew, we heard from other Pokémon that the giant tree here fell, so we came to see if we could help. Zapdos, however, spread its wings, causing a loud, crackling sound as electricity coursed through its feathers. This startled the Trico, who tensed up defensively. Suddenly, a deeper voice called out from the forest. The Trico paused and turned toward the sound. An older Sceptile emerged from the foliage, its movements deliberate and calm. The younger Trico quickly leapt down to stand by its side. The Sceptile looked at Mew and Bear Cub. Sep, you say you're here to help us. Mew and Teddiursa nodded vigorously. Teddy, that's right. We're the Great Hero Expedition team, traveling the world to help Pokémon in need. The Sceptile glanced back at the fallen tree. Sep, but this tree is already dead. It was too old to survive. Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa looked distressed. Mew floated closer to the massive tree and attempted to channel its power to revive it. However, its efforts failed. This left the Pokémon feeling helpless, unsure of what they could do next. Unwilling to give up, Teddiursa declared resolutely, Teddy, there must be a way. Excuse me. Naoki's calm voice came through Rotom's phone screen. All the Pokémon turned toward the sound, and the Trico finally noticed the human figure inside the strange device. Naoki addressed the group. Teddiursa, see if you can find seeds from the fallen tree nearby. If you can, Calyrex can help revive it. Hearing this, Mew and Teddiursa's eyes lit up with excitement. The two Pokémon quickly flew to the fallen tree, carefully rummaging through branches and debris to find any intact seeds. Soon, Teddiursa let out a triumphant cry, holding up a tree seed it had found. Well done, Naoki encouraged. Next, dig a hole in the open space and bury the seed there. Teddiursa nodded and began digging with its small paws, working diligently under the watchful gaze of the Trico. Before long, it had dug a neat hole about 10 centimeters deep. Teddiursa carefully placed the seed inside and gently covered it with soil. Back at the ranch, Naoki turned to Calyrex. Can you help them? He asked. Calyrex nodded, its calm demeanor reflecting its immense power. That accelerated the growth of crops on Naoki's ranch, and with its current strength, this task was child's play. Calyrex closed its eyes, focusing on the seed's location far away. Its power surged, activating the buried seed. Suddenly, a miraculous transformation began. The once buried seed sprouted rapidly, breaking through the soil as a tender green sapling. The Trico, watching closely, gasped in shock. Before they could fully process what was happening, the sapling grew again, its trunk thickening and branches spreading. In a matter of moments, the once empty space now held a magnificent, towering tree, its canopy stretching high above the forest. The Trico stood frozen, their wide eyes reflecting awe. Mew and Teddiursa cheered joyfully beneath the tree. Teddy, now everything's okay again. Mew, now the Trico have a home again. Naoki, observing the scene through Rotom's phone, couldn't help but chuckle at the wide-eyed expressions of the Trico. He thought back to another Trico, Ash's starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region. That Trico had evolved into a Sceptile, earning an impressive record in battle. It had even defeated Darkrai during the Sinnoh League, a feat few Pokémon could achieve. Although it eventually lost to Latios, Sceptile's performance was nothing short of legendary. Reflecting on these memories, Naoki considered how fulfilling the Hero Expedition team's daily life must be, traveling the world and helping Pokémon in need. He was about to continue watching when a knock at his door interrupted him. Trusting that Teddiursa, Mew, and Zapdos were fine, Naoki ended the call and went to answer the door. Standing outside was Mayor Thomas. Good afternoon, Naoki. Thomas greeted warmly. Good afternoon, Mayor Thomas. Naoki returned the greeting. What brings you here today? The mayor nodded with a thoughtful expression. The spring fishing contest is happening the day after tomorrow. Are you planning to participate this year? Spring fishing contest. Hearing those words, Naoki's mind wandered to thoughts of the paella he had enjoyed recently. One of the benefits of a dish, paella, was that it increased the eater's chance of catching rare fish. All right, Naoki thought. Since he didn't have anything pressing to do, he might as well join the competition and have some fun. Mayor Thomas smiled with satisfaction. That's wonderful. The fishing enthusiasts in town have been wanting to challenge you. You haven't participated in the past 2 competitions, so this time they specifically came to me to see if you'd join. Naoki. It suddenly all made sense to him. When he first started the ranch, Naoki caught a large batch of fish with the help of Giratina. The townsfolk assumed all those fish were caught by him. To the people of Kosaji Town, Naoki was a fishing legend with unparalleled skill, a veritable fishing master. His supposed prowess had become a local legend. Naoki sighed inwardly at the misunderstanding. Mayor Thomas was beaming. The competition will be held at Casseroya Lake, starting at 8 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Show them your incredible fishing skills. Naoki. It seemed that he would have to prepare paella again. Meanwhile, in the forest of the Hoenn region, to express their gratitude to the Hero Expedition team, the Trico held a feast under the newly grown giant tree. They gathered fresh berries from a forest and arranged them neatly in a celebratory banquet. Sceptile approached Teddy Ursa and handed it a large, ripe berry. Sep, you're incredible. You gave this giant, withered tree a new life. Teddy Ursa accepted the berry happily and shook its head. Teddy, that's all thanks to Naoki and Calyrex. Naoki? Calyrex? Sceptile looked curious. Was Naoki the human it saw on the device? Teddy Ursa nodded enthusiastically. Teddy. Naoki is Naoki, the best human in the world. Calyrex is an amazing Pokémon who lives with everyone at the ranch. Mew floated over, joining the conversation. Mew, that's right. The ranch is wonderful. Sceptile tilted its head. Sep, ranch. Teddy Ursa's eyes lit up as it explained. Teddy, yes, that's our home. There's an enormous tree there called the World Tree, and Naoki is building all sorts of fun things around it. As it talked about the World Tree, Teddy Ursa suddenly remembered the commission Naoki had given the Hero Expedition team. Looking at the group of Trico, Teddy Ursa's excitement grew. These Pokémon were grass types, weren't they? With a bright expression, Teddy Ursa issued an invitation. Teddy, the World Tree is massive. Naoki is planning to build an expedition guild, a Pokémon tavern, a farm, and even a restaurant there. Would you like to come and live with us? It would be so much fun if everyone lived together. After seeing off Mayor Thomas, Naoki returned to his room to make another video call. He was pleased to see that the Hero Expedition team had successfully completed their mission. Through the Rotom phone screen, Naoki observed a group of wild Trico hosting a banquet under the newly grown giant tree, celebrating and expressing their gratitude to the 3 Pokémon from the expedition team. What surprised Naoki, however, was when 3 young Trico suddenly stepped forward and approached Mew and Teddy Ursa. Just as Naoki began to wonder what was happening, Teddy Ursa happily explained. Ursa, these Trico want to accept our invitation and live on the World Tree. Naoki blinked in surprise. Was it really this easy to invite 3 of the starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region? Was this how the Hero Expedition team usually recruited Pokémon to live on the World Tree? Naoki found the process amusing and couldn't help but ask, "What did you say to them?" Teddy Ursa eagerly replied, Ursa, I told them all about the World Tree and the Expedition Guild. They got really curious about the Pokémon restaurant and cafe being built there and wanted to check it out. Hearing this, Naoki nodded in understanding. These must be Trico with curious and adventurous spirits. Trico are known for their calm and composed nature, which makes them ideal for roles requiring patience and precision. Naoki gladly welcomed their decision to join the World Tree community. After the banquet concluded, the 3 Trico said heartfelt goodbyes to their tribe. Mew and Teddiursa placed them into Pokeballs, and Zapdos transported them back to the ranch. Naoki watched the entire process via video. He gazed at Zapdos soaring high into the sky and thought that, at its speed, it would likely arrive in the Paldea region by noon the next day. In the afternoon, Naoki focused on evolving the Eevee on his ranch. At present, the ranch already had Glaceon, Umbreon, Vaporeon, Flareon, and Jolteon. The missing evolutions were Leafeon, Espeon, and Sylveon to complete the Eevee army. Under the bright afternoon sun, Naoki asked the unevolved Eevee, excluding his partner Eevee, to line up on the grass. The three Eevee obediently sat in a row, their adorable faces glowing with anticipation. Other Pokémon, including Palmot, Alcremie, Ogerpon, and Cyclizer, gathered nearby, curious to watch the evolution process. "So who wants to go first?" Naoki asked, looking at the three Eevee. "Bui." The Eevee on the far left immediately raised its little paw. Naoki smiled and asked, "You want to evolve into Leafeon, right?" The Eevee eagerly nodded, its soft voice calling out, "Bui! Bui!" Evolving into Leafeon was simple. It only required a Leaf Stone. Naoki had prepared the Leaf Stone in advance for this very moment. He reached into a small box and retrieved a green stone etched with a leaf pattern, its surface glowing faintly. The other Eevee turned their wide eyes toward the Leaf Stone, instinctively sensing its power. Their genetic instincts told them that contact with the stone would transform them into something new. "First, let's remove the Everstone necklace," Naoki said, crouching down. He carefully unclasped the necklace from the Eevee's neck before placing the Leaf Stone in front of it. "Bui." The Eevee gazed at the stone, hesitated for a moment, then extended its tiny paw to touch the Leaf Stone. As soon as Eevee touched the Leaf Stone, a dazzling light burst forth from its body. In the radiant glow, Eevee's form began to change rapidly. When the light faded, a brand new Pokémon with a green body and the fresh scent of grass stood proudly. Leafeon was born. Naoki nodded in satisfaction. The evolution had gone smoothly, and now it was time for the next Eevee to step forward. "Next is Espeon, right?" Naoki asked, turning to the second Eevee in line. The Eevee nodded softly, its voice a gentle, "Eevee, all right, let's see what we can do to help you evolve." Naoki tapped his chin in thought. Unlike Leafeon, evolving into Espeon required more specific conditions. Not only did the friendship level with the trainer need to be high, but the evolution also had to occur during the daytime. Naoki glanced at the Eevee. Was the friendship level high enough? He was fairly confident it was. After all, he had raised these Eevee since they hatched, and had spent nearly every moment with them at the ranch. Deciding to test it, Naoki removed the Everstone necklace from the Eevee. Warm sunlight bathed the Pokémon, but nothing happened. "It looks like the conditions for evolution aren't quite met yet," Naoki muttered with a hint of disappointment. If only rare candies existed in this world, he could simply feed one to Eevee and speed up the process. But since that wasn't an option, Naoki decided to go with the traditional approach. "Cyclizer," Naoki called out. "Rah!" Cyclizer immediately trotted over. Naoki patted Cyclizer's head and explained, "I need you to do something for me. Train with this Eevee as its sparring partner, help it improve its skills, and gain experience." "Can you do that?" Cyclizer puffed out its chest and replied confidently, "Rah." Cyclizer and Eevee moved to a nearby area to begin their training, while Naoki turned his attention to the third Eevee. This Eevee, hoping to evolve into Sylveon, gazed up at Naoki with its big, round eyes full of anticipation. Naoki asked, "Have you learned Baby Doll Eyes yet?" The Eevee hesitated before responding guiltily, "Bui." Naoki sighed. Long ago, he had tasked Alchemy with teaching Baby Doll Eyes to the Eevee, but it seemed the little Pokémon had been slacking off. "You?" Naoki shook his head with a smile and lightly poked the Eevee's forehead. Then, raising his voice, he called out, "Alchemy." Marie! Alchemy appeared promptly. Can you demonstrate baby doll eyes for Eevee again? Eevee, make sure you're paying attention this time, Naoki said firmly. Bui. The Eevee nodded quickly, eager to learn. Alchemy stepped forward and took on the demeanor of a patient teacher. Despite its smaller size compared to some of the other Pokémon on the ranch, Alchemy exuded a sense of authority, much like a big sister. Marie. Alchemy began to demonstrate, focusing its gaze intently. Naoki noticed the faint pink glow that shimmered in Alchemy's eyes, a sign of its fairy-type energy activating during the move. The effect was immediate. Eevee, caught in the soft gaze of baby doll eyes, appeared momentarily dazed, its small body swaying slightly. After a few moments, Eevee shook its head vigorously, snapping out of its trance. Did you catch that? Naoki asked. Bui. The Eevee nodded enthusiastically. Huh, that was quick. Naoki couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Why don't you give it a try? Eevee nodded eagerly, mimicking alchemy by holding its breath and focusing all its energy on widening its eyes. However, instead of successfully using baby doll eyes, Eevee accidentally went cross-eyed. Naoki, the other Eevee, who had been observing, thought its companion looked ridiculous. It couldn't help but sigh internally. This was supposed to be easy. The partner Eevee, who had already mastered baby doll eyes, decided to step forward to demonstrate. With a confident shout of "Bew-bew," it executed the move perfectly, causing a faint pink glow to shimmer in its eyes as it locked its gaze on the struggling Eevee. The partner Eevee then turned and sighed dramatically. Boo. The sigh seemed to say, "You're so hopeless. I already mastered it." This show of competence made the struggling Eevee feel even more embarrassed. Tears welled up in its eyes as it let out a distressed cry and bolted away from the group. Naoki. The partner Eevee tilted its head in confusion, its innocent eyes silently asking, "What just happened?" The other evolved Eevees exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of curiosity and amusement. Nearby, Glacian lay flat on the grass, sighing melodramatically. Bui. Its expression clearly said, "These Eevee just can't get it together." Naoki watched all this unfold, trying to suppress a laugh. He realized that the embarrassed Eevee needed some encouragement. Leaving the rest of the Pokémon to play, Naoki followed the trail of the upset Eevee. He eventually found it sulking in the utility room behind the Pokémon Tarvin. "All right, don't be sad," Naoki said gently as he squatted down in front of the Eevee. He patted its little head in a comforting gesture. "Bew." Eevee whimpered, feeling even more dejected. It truly felt like a failure for not being able to learn baby doll eyes. "You know," Naoki began, "not every Pokémon is a natural genius. Everyone learns at their own pace." He paused, then added, "Do you know Dragonite?" "Bew." Eevee looked up, its watery eyes filled with curiosity. Dragonite wasn't very good at learning moves when it first came to the ranch, Naoki explained. It struggled a lot, but through hard work and practice, it mastered some of the toughest techniques. Naoki continued, "There's a saying, hard work can make up for a lack of talent. It means that even if you're not naturally gifted, effort and determination can help you succeed." Eevee blinked, its ears twitching as it absorbed Naoki's words. "You're not a stupid Eevee," Naoki reassured it. "You just didn't put in the effort during practice before." Eevee's ears perked up. "Bew," it seemed to ask, "if I work hard, can I learn it?" Naoki nodded with a smile. "That's right. I believe in you. And even if you can't, that's okay too. You can stay as an Eevee forever. I'll always take care of you." Bew. Tears welled up in Eevee's eyes again, but this time they were tears of gratitude. After a moment, the determined sparkle returned to its eyes. "Boo-ee!" it exclaimed resolutely. Eevee didn't want to stay as it was forever. It wanted to evolve into a powerful Sylveon and be by Naoki's side in its evolved form. Eevee's resolve solidified. It decided then and there to practice baby doll eyes diligently and leave behind its days of laziness. With newfound focus, Eevee began to concentrate. It recalled Alchemy's earlier demonstration, closed its eyes and started channeling the fairy energy within itself. Naoki instantly noticed what Eevee was trying to do. He observed its movements carefully and gave a bit of guidance. Relax your expression, don't be too tense. Stare at your opponent with your cutest, most endearing look. The cutest look? Eevee blinked, trying to understand. It relaxed its body, opened its big, round eyes wide, and gazed up at Naoki with the sweetest, most innocent expression it could muster. A faint pink glow shimmered through Eevee's eyes. Baby doll eyes was successfully used. Naoki couldn't help but marvel. "You're so adorable," he muttered, his hands instinctively reaching out to pick up the fluffy Eevee. But before he could scoop it up, Eevee's body began to emit a radiant white light. In the brilliance of evolution, Eevee's appearance changed rapidly. Delicate, ribbon-like feelers sprouted from its body, and its fur became pure white, accented with soft pink tones on its ears, tail, and legs. When the light subsided, standing before Naoki was a beautiful new form of Eevee. Sylveon had been born. For a moment, Naoki was speechless. Then Sylveon, its ribbon feelers moving gently, grasped his hand, tilting its head and looking at him with bright, sapphire eyes. "Bui," it cried cheerfully. Naoki gently pinched the soft ribbon feelers, a smile spreading across his face. "See? I told you could do it. Congratulations, Sylveon." "Bew," Sylveon responded, radiating happiness. With Sylveon's evolution complete, Naoki decided it was time to rejoin the others. Carrying Sylveon, he stepped outside. The other Eevees were stunned upon seeing Sylveon's transformation. They crowded around, marveling at their newly evolved friend. Sylveon, ever gentle, greeted them warmly and joined them in play. Naoki approached his partner Eevee, who stood at a distance, observing Sylveon. He crouched down and spoke softly. "Sylveon isn't stupid. It just wanted to have a little fun. Your earlier behavior hurt its feelings. It was really upset." "Bew." Partner Eevee looked over at Sylveon, its expression thoughtful. It hadn't meant to be hurtful. It was just a little impatient earlier. Naoki patted its head gently. "So, do you know what to do?" Partner Eevee hesitated, then nodded firmly. Bui. Without wasting a moment, it trotted over to Sylveon. Naoki watched as the two exchanged a few words. Though he couldn't hear what was said, the smiles that followed made it clear Sylveon had accepted its partner's apology. Reconciliation was swift and heartfelt. Meanwhile, not far away, the Eevee training with the Cyclizer began to glow with the bright light of evolution. Sunlight poured down on its body, infusing it with warmth and energy. Within moments, a ruby-red gem sparkled on its forehead, and its fur took on a sleek lavender sheen. When the light faded, Espeon stood proudly in place of the Eevee, its eyes shimmering with a soft, velvety brilliance. With Espeon's evolution complete, the ranch now boasted the full range of Eeveevolutions. Naoki called out to the group, his voice filled with excitement. "Everyone come here." In an instant, the colorful array of Eeveevolutions, from Glacian to Sylveon, dashed over, surrounding him in a joyful mob. Even the unevolved Eevee eagerly joined in. Naoki laughed as he petted one Eevee, then hugged another, enjoying their warm fur and affectionate nuzzles. The Eeveevolutions squatted patiently, their eyes shining with love and trust. For these Eeveevolutions, Naoki was the most important person in their world. He had been there for them since they hatched, feeding them, playing with them, telling them stories, and soothing them to sleep. He was their caregiver, their protector, and their family. Even the older Glacian and Umbreon, who had arrived at the ranch before evolving, watched the scene with quiet fondness. Though they didn't see Naoki as a parental figure, they respected him deeply. Looking at the sea of fluffy Eeveevolutions around him, Naoki felt a wave of pure happiness. Naoki was overjoyed as he looked at the newly evolved Eevees. All that's left now is to get a Z-Ring and Eevee's exclusive Z-Crystal. Once we have that, the Eevee army will be complete, he thought excitedly. The exclusive Z-Move, Extreme Eevee Boost, channels the combined power of all Eevee evolutions, allowing partner Eevee to unleash its ultimate move. Unfortunately, Z-rings and Z-crystals are unique to the Alola region and are unavailable in other parts of the Pokémon world. Naoki couldn't help but marvel at the variety of mystical items in the Pokémon universe. In addition to the Z-ring, there are Megastones and Keystones from the Kalos region, which enable Pokémon to Mega Evolve. Then there's Dynamax and Gigantamax, unique to the Galar region, and Terastallizing, exclusive to the Paldea region. 2 years ago, Naoki had received a Terra Orb as a gift from Dr. Sada and Dr. Turo. However, since battles rarely occurred on the ranch, the Terra Orb had been tucked away in a drawer, gathering dust. The Dynamax band from Galar was another intriguing item, but its use was limited to the Galar region. Pokémon couldn't Dynamax outside its boundaries. Of all these, Naoki's favorite was Mega Evolution, also called Super Evolution. Mega Evolution unlocks a Pokémon's hidden potential for a short time, allowing them to surpass their normal limits. However, it requires a deep bond between trainer and Pokémon. This mutual trust and connection ensure that the Pokémon reaches its full potential, driven by their shared feelings. Bonds and friendship. That's what it's all about, Naoki mused. The concept never failed to stir his heart. However, there was a downside. Among all the Pokémon on his ranch, not a single one was capable of Mega Evolution. Whether it was Dragonite, Butterfree, Alchemy, Gagote, or Cyclizer, none of them had the ability to Mega Evolve. Naoki sighed, feeling a bit dejected. Why didn't they give Dragonite a Mega Evolution, he grumbled. It's one of the coolest pseudo-legendaries ever. Shaking off his frustration, Naoki decided to focus on something productive. He headed back into the house to brainstorm new recipes for the Pokémon on the ranch. Just as he was about to step inside, the sound of a motorbike broke the tranquil atmosphere. Kelly, riding her bike, pulled up in front of the house. She hopped off the bike and handed Naoki a rolled-up blueprint. Here, I've sketched the designs you requested. Take a look and let me know if there's anything you'd like to change. If it's all good, I'll start construction tomorrow, she said with a smile. Naoki took the blueprint and unrolled it, his eyes lighting up as he studied the detailed drawing. At the center was a dome-shaped wooden building. Hanging above the entrance was a sign that read, Exploration Guild Headquarters. Branching out from the central building were various facilities. An item shop for selling potions, antidotes, and other necessities. A Pokémon hospital to treat injuries. A Pokémon tavern where Pokémon could gather and socialize. A cafe for rest and relaxation. A restaurant for dining. Dormitories with charming designs. Warehouses for storing food and berries. Training rooms for honing combat skills. Surrounding the guild were fields dedicated to farming and orchards for growing berries and fruits. The attention to detail amazed Naoki. The buildings were designed with an adorable aesthetic, perfectly complementing the whimsical and dreamlike nature of Pokémon. Kelly explained, although these buildings are made from wood, I'll be using golden wood, a highly durable material. After undergoing special treatment, it won't deteriorate even after 1,000 years. Naoki wondered about the mysterious golden wood Kelly mentioned. It should be a wood unique to the Pokémon world. He nodded in approval. Let's use the best materials for everything. Go all out. The ranch's income was now so substantial that Naoki no longer needed to worry about expenses. With the online store thriving as well, he had the financial flexibility to use only top-quality materials. Kelly, already aware of Naoki's low-key, yet powerful status, smiled and nodded. No problem. I'll make sure everything is the best quality. Is that all for now? Thanks for your hard work, Naoki replied. Kelly chuckled lightly. I can guarantee that if Mayor Thomas and the others found out about this, they'd be shocked. Naoki raised an eyebrow curiously. Kelly continued, a capable man like you, living quietly in a small town like Kosagi, running a ranch, it's surprising to say the least. Naoki couldn't deny it. His current lifestyle wasn't what he had initially planned. It had developed naturally over time. Better not let Mayor Thomas know. He might faint, Naoki joked. Kelly nodded in agreement. Don't worry. Your secret is safe with me. I'll start construction tomorrow morning. Perfect, Naoki said. With the design finalized, the next step was construction. Kelly, already mentally organizing the logistics, left to gather the necessary building materials. That evening, as Naoki prepared dinner for the Pokémon, a sudden thought struck him. What if I could create rare candies in real life? In the games, rare candies are described as items packed with energy that instantly increase a Pokémon's level. If I could make those, I could level up Pokémon instantly. Imagine feeding 100 rare candies to an Eevee. I'd have a team of level 100 Eevees and become unstoppable. The idea thrilled Naoki, and he immediately set out to try. Though he had no experience making candy, he recalled a cookbook he had bought in town. First, he added sugar, corn syrup, and water to a pot over medium heat, stirring constantly. Once the mixture thickened, he added golden honey from the combi's hive. Finally, he poured the syrup into molds to cool. After a while, the candy hardened into amber-like pieces. A notification popped up in Naoki's mind. Honey candy, see. Candy made with golden honey, exuding a sweet aroma. Effect: lures bear Pokémon from hiding. When fed to bear Pokémon, it greatly increases their affection. Comment: a popular treat among bear Pokémon. Naoki blinked at the description. It's not a rare candy. He sighed in mild disappointment. Even so, Naoki casually fed the honey candies to Pokémon with a sweet tooth, like Alchemy and Palmot. The key to rare candy must be its energy content, Naoki mused. But what kind of energy would work? Deciding to experiment further, he asked NDD to channel psychic energy into the syrup. NDD, confused but willing to help. NDD focused her psychic powers into the mixture. However, as soon as the energy entered the bowl, it exploded. The syrup splattered everywhere. Naoki sighed as he surveyed the sticky mess. Let's clean this up first, he muttered, grabbing a rag to wipe down the kitchen. After restoring order, he considered another approach. If Pokémon energy doesn't work, what about an item imbued with energy? Naoki's mind turned to the leaves of the world tree as a source of energy. He remembered using them once to bake a leaf cake, which significantly enhanced the abilities of his Gagote, Calyrex, and Arboliva. Calyrex had remarked that the leaves contained an abundance of natural energy. With this idea in mind, Naoki headed to the reverse world and carefully picked a leaf that was larger than himself. Back in the kitchen, he cut the leaf in half with a sharp kitchen knife, setting aside the unneeded portion to feed his Gagote. The Pokémon eagerly munched on the nutritious gift. Using a juicing machine, Naoki ground the leaf into a thick paste, then filtered it to extract the pure green juice. He added the juice to a prepared syrup mixture and stirred thoroughly. The final step was to boil the concoction, pour it into molds, and let it cool to set. When the process was complete, a batch of dark green candies sat before him. World Tree Candy, A+. This candy is crafted from the leaves of the World Tree, rich in natural energy. It brims with life-enhancing nutrients. Effect: Nature's Force LV. 3. Grass-type Pokémon that consume this candy will significantly enhance their ability to control grass-type energy. This newfound control aids in cultivating plants and increases their growth rate. Note: this effect works only on grass types and is effective for one use per Pokémon. Comment: a magical candy with a deep connection to nature. Naoki sighed as he inspected the candy. It wasn't the mythical rare candy he had envisioned, but in a way, this was just as valuable. Enhanced energy control could accelerate a Pokémon's growth, improve their battle efficiency, and refine their abilities. Not a bad outcome at all. He decided to feed the candies to the grass-type Pokémon at his ranch: Leafeon, Tropius, Gagote, Calyrex, and Arboliva. Each of them glowed with energy after consuming the treat, visibly brimming with newfound vitality. Naoki also kept 3 candies aside as a welcome gift for the Trico trio, who had recently decided to make the World Tree their new home. That evening, after dinner, Naoki prepared to head to bed. His usual habit of sleeping with the Eevees had changed somewhat now that most of them had evolved. Vaporeon preferred the tranquil waters of the ranch's lake, and had taken to sleeping there instead of indoors. Similarly, Leafeon had chosen a patch of fertile grass under the open sky as its resting place. Though it had been his suggestion that they find a spot they were most comfortable in, Naoki couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness as he watched them leave. Ah, he thought wistfully, the kids are growing up and finding their own paths. But his melancholy didn't last long. Flareon, warm and full of energy, leapt onto his chest. Sensing Naoki's mood, Flareon let out a cheerful cry, saying it would stay with him no matter what. Umbreon, Jolteon, Sylveon, and Espion, who were already snuggled in their nests, echoed Flareon's sentiment. Even Pawmot, Dratini, and Cyclizer chimed in enthusiastically. Naoki felt a wave of emotion and, unable to resist, picked up Flareon and kissed it gently on the forehead. Flareon's eyes sparkled with delight as it wagged its tail energetically, basking in the affection. Aga, Giratina, who had been sprawled on the floor nearby, noticed the gesture. Its wide eyes glistened with an almost comical look of longing, resembling a giant puppy desperate for attention. Naoki chuckled at the sight. "All right, you two, big guy," he said, planting a kiss on Giratin's forehead. However, this act of affection backfired spectacularly. The other Pokémon quickly caught on, all clamoring for their share of Naoki's love. One by one, Naoki obliged, kissing each Pokémon on the forehead while laughing. "You're all such spoiled children, you know that?" he said, shaking his head fondly. In response, the Eevee evolutions squeaked in unison, insisting they would always be Naoki's babies, no matter how much they evolved. Dratini, lying curled up near Naoki's pillow, raised its head and let out a soft cry as if to say, "Me too. Don't forget about me." Naoki reached out to gently boop its nose with a finger, smiling. All right. Now go to sleep." One by one, the Pokémon settled down, their eyes closing peacefully as they drifted into slumber. Naoki, still smiling, pulled out his Rotom phone. He posted a picture he had taken earlier of the entire Eevee family, captioning it with a heartfelt expression of joy. Soon, the photo was flooded with likes and comments. "Iono, wow, all your Eevees evolved? They're so adorable. Gita, looks like your dream of creating an Eevee paradise has come true. Alder, what a coincidence. My Volcarona recently had its second life moment. It's about to become a parent too. Looks like I'll be raising Pokémon alongside you soon." Naoki chuckled as he read through the comments, replying to each one. He hadn't had much time recently to catch up on Iono's streams, and the thought crossed his mind to check in on her. Opening the Pika TV app, he searched for her channel but found that she wasn't live at the moment. Instead, he browsed her profile, scrolling through the content she had uploaded. Most of the videos were of Iono battling trainers who visited her gym. While interesting, the repetitive nature might explain why her follower count wasn't as high as expected. Just then, a message notification popped up from Iono herself. As soon as Naoki clicked on the video, he received a message from Iono greeting him. After chatting with her briefly, Naoki learned that the nightlife in Levincia City had just begun, and she had just got off work and was preparing to go back to rest. "Naoki, is being a gym leader really this hectic?" "Iono, absolutely. The influx of trainers from other regions has been overwhelming. It's not just me. All the other gym leaders in Palia are swamped." Reading her reply, Naoki couldn't help but wonder. Was this massive influx of trainers because of the Calyrex? He recalled reading online about trainers from Galar threatening to relocate to Paldea permanently. Gita must be thrilled, he thought, picturing the champion standing atop the Paldea League's headquarters with an uncharacteristic grin, murmuring, "Talent, so much talent." Early the next morning, Kelly arrived at the ranch in a truck. Along with a team of Machamps, she transported load after load of goldenwood to the World Tree's base. Once the guild's location was finalized, Kelly and her construction team officially began their work. Hammers clanged and saws buzzed as the project moved forward. Around noon, Zapdos returned to the ranch, delivering the 3 Tricos to their new home. After fulfilling its duty, the legendary Pokémon immediately flew off, leaving the trio of Trico standing calmly before Naoki and the assembled Pokémon. Welcome, Naoki greeted warmly, leading a group of Pokémon and hosting a small but heartfelt welcome ceremony for the newcomers. As the ceremony concluded, Naoki handed each Trico a piece of the World Tree candy he had prepared the day before. The green, jewel-like candies sparkled in the sunlight as they were passed out. The Trico looked at the candies curiously before taking tentative bites. Their reactions were almost instant, eyes wide with astonishment. "Tree-fu!" they exclaimed, glancing at each other in shock. "Can you feel it?" Naoki asked with a knowing smile. "Your grass-type energy has grown stronger, hasn't it?" The Trico nodded cautiously, still processing the strange yet invigorating sensation coursing through their bodies. Their curious gazes fixed on Naoki. "Come with me," Naoki said, gesturing for them to follow. He led the Trico across the shimmering lake and into the reverse world. The transition between the ranch and the ethereal landscape left the trio wide-eyed as they took in the surreal beauty of their surroundings. As they reached the base of the World Tree, the Trico froze in awe. The colossal tree, its trunk towering into the heavens, dwarfed anything they had ever seen before. "Tree!" they murmured in unison, unable to hide their amazement. The sheer size and majesty of the World Tree sparked vivid images in their minds, of climbing its dense foliage, building nests among its branches, and living peacefully within its embrace. Their eyes gleamed with longing and excitement. Naoki, noticing their captivated expressions, smiled. "I take it you like the World Tree." The Trico nodded eagerly. "Then let's head up and explore," Naoki suggested. He guided them through a path of floating sky islands and into the cavernous base of the World Tree. Using the bubble elevator, they ascended to a realm that could only be described as a paradise. Vibrant greenery stretched as far as the eye could see, while soft sunlight filtered through the dense canopy. The Trico inhaled deeply, their senses overwhelmed by the pure, natural energy filling the air. The lush surroundings and tranquil atmosphere resonated with their grass-type nature, instantly making them feel at home. In the distance, Kelly and her construction team were hard at work, hammering and assembling the foundation of the guild. Naoki pointed toward the bustling activity. "See, Mew and Teddy Ursa didn't lie to you when they said I'd build a bustling Pokémon guild here. We're just getting started, but in a few months, this place will be thriving." He turned back to the Trico and added, "Once it's complete, you can live here in peace and help run the guild with the other Pokémon." The trio of Trico exchanged glances before nodding in unison. It was the promise of such a guild that had convinced them to leave their old home and join the Hero Expedition team in the first place. "So," Naoki asked, "have you decided where you'd like to stay? Will you return to the ranch with me? Or would you prefer to settle here at the World Tree right away?" "Trek." Without a second thought, the Trico chose to stay at the World Tree. Naoki nodded with approval. "All right, sounds good." He glanced around the area. The World Tree, while magnificent, had not yet reached its full maturity. The orchards and farmlands were still undeveloped, leaving only a few edible berries scattered among the bushes. "But there isn't much to eat here right now," Naoki pointed out. "The orchards and farmlands haven't been cultivated yet." However, the Trico seemed entirely unconcerned. They cheerfully explained, in their own way, that they could easily satisfy their hunger by munching on the leaves. Naoki, as expected of grass-type Pokémon, their adaptability to natural conditions was impressive. Some grass types could even sustain themselves purely through photosynthesis. Even though the Trico didn't mind, Naoki couldn't bear the thought of them chewing on leaves just to survive. It felt far too pitiful to him. After a moment of thought, Naoki decided to take action. He asked the Trico to stay at the World Tree temporarily while he returned to the ranch. From there, he drove his pickup truck to the town and purchased a batch of berry tree saplings from the local Hue Seed store. Back at the World Tree, Naoki enlisted the help of Dugtrio and Calyrex. Together, they began reclaiming a designated planting area around the World Tree. Naoki and Dugtrio worked to dig holes and prepare the soil, and the berry tree saplings were carefully planted into the pits. Once all the saplings were in place, it was time for Calyrex to work its magic. With a graceful wave of its hand, the tiny, delicate saplings began to grow at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, a lush and vibrant orchard filled with berry trees appeared before their eyes. The trees were laden with plump, glistening fruits, their skins smooth and shiny, radiating an irresistible allure of ripeness. The Trico trio stood in awe, their eyes gleaming with amazement. "Treek!" they murmured in unison, marveling at the incredible sight. Naoki smiled warmly and said, "All right, that's settled. If you're hungry, feel free to pick fruit from the trees." "Trey!" The Trico trio nodded eagerly, their tails twitching with enthusiasm. Naoki glanced around the lush environment and added, "Oh, there's one more thing I need to tell you." "Trey!" The Trico looked up attentively. "The world tree is enormous," Naoki explained. "Aside from this level, there are many other areas. However, I haven't explored those parts yet. It might be easy to get lost, so for now, please stay on this level." "Trey!" The Trico nodded in unison, understanding the caution. Naoki nodded back. The area on this floor was already expansive enough to satisfy their curiosity and provide plenty of room to explore and play. The world tree was still in the process of growing. This particular level, located at the crown of the tree and shielded by its dense canopy, would likely remain unchanged even as the world tree matured further. However, other areas were less stable and could shift as the tree expanded, particularly the hollow spaces within its massive trunk. Naoki decided it would be best to wait until the world tree reached full maturity before venturing into those parts. Once the environment stabilized, he could better assess what kind of habitats were suitable for different types of Pokémon. Pokémon have a diverse range of attributes and habitats they prefer. Fire-type Pokémon thrive in volcanic regions with high temperatures. Grass types favor areas with dense foliage and rich greenery, while water types need environments with clear, clean water. Similarly, rock and ground types gravitate toward rugged mountainous terrain. Ice types prefer frigid zones covered in snow and ice, and so on. Creating specialized environments for each Pokémon type would be a significant project, but Naoki, with the orchard established, the Trico trio could now settle on the world tree with peace of mind. However, the orchard also needed care and maintenance, which required Pokémon capable of handling the task. After some thought, Naoki decided to approach Arboliva, who often blended into the ranch disguised as a tree. Given her experience cultivating crops with Gagote, she was an ideal choice to oversee the orchard. Her expertise in utilizing grass-type energy to nurture plants made her an invaluable asset. When Naoki explained the situation, Arboliva readily agreed and moved to the world tree to take charge of the orchard. Joining her was the Tropius. Thus, the world tree officially welcomed its first residents. Naoki provided a brief introduction, and soon enough, Arboliva, Tropius, and the Trico trio became fast friends. The Trico spent half a day exploring the woods, familiarizing themselves with the terrain. Once comfortable, they returned to the orchard and eagerly began assisting Arboliva. As a grass-type Pokémon, the Trico could naturally contribute to caring for crops and trees. They gathered around Arboliva, learning to channel their grass-type energy into the plants, diligently following her guidance. Arboliva, with her nurturing personality, took her role as a mentor seriously, teaching the Trico with patience and dedication. She emphasized the importance of collaboration and mutual support, fostering a community where everyone contributed to building a harmonious home. Meanwhile, Tropius gravitated toward the serene lake near the guild. With its long neck, it often dipped down to drink the clear water. This lake served as the sole water source for the area. Whenever the Trico came to the lake to drink, Tropius enthusiastically shared the ripe bananas that grew around its neck. Thanks to Tropius's harvestability and the nourishing effects of dishes like fried banana, the fruits it shared quickly replenished. At first, the Trico were shy about accepting Tropius's generous offerings. They were used to a communal life among their kind, but the concept of receiving gifts from Pokémon of a different species felt unfamiliar. However, the trio decided to reciprocate by offering berries they had discovered in the bushes. Tropius accepted the berries with delight, happily munching them down. Seeing their gesture appreciated, the trio smiled, their mutual kindness strengthening the bond between them. The atmosphere around the world tree grew warm and lively. Pokémon of different species found joy in each other's company, forging friendships through simple acts of sharing and cooperation. Kelly, observing this from a distance, was amazed. "These Pokémon are so harmonious with each other," she remarked. Naoki smiled at her comment and said, "Most Pokémon are naturally kind-hearted. They not only help each other, but often assist humans too. I've even seen wild Pokémon go out of their way to save people in danger. For example, Zarud from Pokémon the movie, Secrets of the Jungle, who saved a human baby named Coco and raised him in the forest." Kelly nodded in agreement. "It's wonderful to live in a world with Pokémon." Naoki gave a soft nod. "It truly is." March 7th, year 200 of the Alliance calendar, spring. This marked the day of the highly anticipated spring fishing competition in Kosagi Town. Naoki had received an invitation from Mayor Thomas 2 days ago. After finishing his tasks on the ranch, he prepared to ride Coraden to the lake and join the fishing competition. At 7:30 in the morning, Kelly and her construction team arrived at the ranch. Seeing Naoki with Coraden, Kelly paused and asked, "Are you heading to the fishing competition?" "Yeah," Naoki replied with a cheerful nod. "I missed it the past 2 years. I have some free time today, so I thought I'd check it out." "Then best of luck to you." Kelly smiled before gesturing to the truck. "Oh, by the way, the carrot house you requested the other day has been completed. What do you think?" Naoki turned to see two Machamps unloading a massive, sculpted carrot. They carried it carefully toward him, its vibrant orange sheen reflecting in the sunlight. The carrot was the oversized crop Naoki had sent to Kelly's workshop for processing. Now, it had been transformed into a whimsical structure. The carrot was split into 2 sections, with a sturdy base beneath. A small door and 2 circular windows were carved into the side, making it look exactly like a storybook bunny's home. Naoki was delighted by the result. He called the Eevee evolutions over to see their reaction, but before he could ask for their opinions, he realized something wasn't quite right. After their evolution, the Eevee evolutions had grown larger, and the carrot house could no longer fit all of them comfortably. At best, it could accommodate 2 or 3. As the Eevee evolutions gathered around the carrot house, Naoki observed the scene. His partner, Eevee, boldly entered first, claiming the space and sitting proudly inside. Flareon and Jolteon followed, squeezing into the small space. Sylveon trailed behind, barely fitting before the interior was packed to capacity. The remaining Eevee evolutions stood outside, pacing curiously around the carrot house, their noses twitching as they examined it. Naoki sighed. There's no way all of them can fit in here. After a moment of thought, he decided he would plant some giant pumpkins later. Perhaps he could craft a pumpkin carriage large enough to hold all the Eevees comfortably. "All right, you all enjoy yourselves here," he said, addressing the playful group. "I'm heading out for a bit." "Bui," the Eevee evolutions, fully engrossed in their new carrot house, responded absent-mindedly, indicating they'd be fine without him. Naoki gave them an exasperated look, but Kelly chuckled softly at the scene. Resigned, Naoki turned to Kelly. "All right, I'm heading off. Thanks for all your hard work today." Kelly nodded warmly. "No problem. We'll get started on construction." With that, Kelly left for the World Tree to begin work on the Expedition Guild, while Naoki mounted Coraden and rode towards the Casseroya Lake. With Coraden's incredible speed, the journey took only a few minutes. When Naoki arrived, he saw a lively crowd already gathered near the lake. Many participants were dressed in fishing vests and baseball caps, holding rods of various sizes and designs. Naoki and Coraden had just arrived at the competition grounds, and their appearance immediately drew a lot of attention. Even before Naoki dismounted, the majestic presence of Coraden made heads turn. Mayor Thomas, who had been speaking to a middle-aged man in a floral shirt, noticed Naoki's arrival. His face lit up as he greeted him with enthusiasm. "Ah, it's Naoki, the pride of Kosagi Town, our very own fishing expert." Naoki winced slightly at the proclamation, knowing it would only invite more stares. As expected, every angler nearby turned their gaze toward him, eyes filled with curiosity and admiration. "Naoki!" Mayor Thomas and the man in the floral shirt approached him. The mayor gestured toward the stranger and introduced him with a big smile. "This is Sato Takaru, a renowned fishing enthusiast. He's traveled all the way from Zapapico to compete with you." Sato Takaru extended his hand confidently. "Greetings. I'm Sato Takaru, the man who tamed a Gyarados. My friend, I'm eager to test my skills against yours." "Naoki, wasn't this a bit much?" Mayor Thomas chimed in with admiration. Mr. Sato once caught a ferocious Gyarados while fishing at sea and managed to tame it with his incredible skill. Naoki, feeling obligated, shook Sato's hand. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Sato." Sato Takaru grinned. "Let's have a fair and exciting competition." Naoki. Soon after, Mayor Thomas called out to the crowd. "Everyone, take your places. The competition is about to begin." The mayor explained the rules. The fishing competition will last 3 hours. The winner will be determined based on the quantity and rarity of the fish caught. The champion will receive the prestigious Fishing Celebrity Medal awarded by the Fishing Association. The mention of the medal sent a wave of excitement through the crowd. Naoki could see anglers of all ages, men, women, and even teenagers, getting ready with determined expressions. And now, Mayor Thomas declared, "Let the spring fishing competition begin." At the sound of his announcement, the competitors hurried to the lakeside, each finding a suitable spot to cast their lines. The fishing rods, lines, and bait were all standardized and provided by the association, ensuring fairness. This meant that the outcome relied purely on luck, skill, and patience. Naoki settled on a small bench, while Sato Takaru chose a spot a few dozen meters away. Naoki prepared his rod, adjusted the line, attached the bait, and cast the hook into the water with practiced ease. Then, the waiting game began. As the minutes ticked by, the competitors maintained intense focus, silently holding their breath in anticipation. For an outsider, the scene might seem dull, and even Karaden, standing guard next to Naoki, grew bored. It let out a big yawn before curling up beside him and dozing off. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the surface of the water nearby. Naoki turned to see Sato Takaru's fishing rod bending sharply. Something had taken the bait. Sato reacted instantly, reeling in the line with expert precision. The hooked fish resisted fiercely, pulling in the opposite direction in an attempt to escape. But Sato Takaru, a seasoned angler, was ready. He braced himself, planting his feet firmly and keeping his balance. The struggle between man and fish continued, each testing the other's endurance. The tension in the fishing line eased momentarily, a sign that the fish was tiring. Recognizing the opportunity, Sato exerted a sharp pull. A large splash broke the lake's surface, and a shimmering quillfish was pulled from the water, its scales glistening in the sunlight. "It's a quillfish." The spectators recognized the Pokémon immediately and were all astonished. As expected of a fishing master, "That's incredible." He managed to catch one of the bullies of Casseroya Lake, the quillfish. Quillfish, a water and poison-type Pokémon, is known for its aggressive behavior. Often referred to as the lake bully, it indiscriminately attacks any creature entering its territory. However, the quillfish that was caught didn't submit easily. Its piercing gaze locked onto Sato Takaru, and in a sudden burst of motion, it launched itself toward him with the tackle move. But Sato Takaru had anticipated this. Just as the quillfish was about to strike, he deftly sidestepped and swung down with a practiced chop, shouting, "Huh, VV." The quillfish was struck hard and landed on the ground, writhing. Without hesitation, Sato pulled out a Pokeball and tossed it at the downed Pokémon. The ball wobbled violently at first, but after its earlier struggle with the line, the quillfish was too exhausted to resist further. Soon, the ball stopped moving. The capture was successful. Naoki, who had been watching the whole thing, stood there in shock. What did I just witness? Fighting a Pokémon physically? Could this be how he tamed that Gyarados too? As if sensing Naoki's disbelief, Sato turned toward him from a distance of about 10 meters, grinning proudly. As a true fishing celebrity, one doesn't just reel in ordinary fish. A true master conquers Pokémon as well. Only those who can tame both can be called legendary fishing masters. Naoki, conquer all fish. Does that include Kyogre, the god of the sea? Before Naoki could respond, Sato Takaru added enthusiastically, "Show me what you've got, my friend. Let's see how far you can go." Just as he finished speaking, Naoki's fishing float twitched twice. A bite. Everyone nearby turned their attention toward Naoki, curiosity and anticipation in their eyes. Naoki quickly reeled in his line, expecting a struggle similar to Sato's. He braced himself, only to realize that it barely required any effort to pull the fish in. As the transparent fishing line emerged from the water, a small Pokémon resembling a piece of sushi dangled at the end of the hook. Is that a Tatsujiri? Naoki gently held the orange Tatsujiri in both hands, staring at it in surprise. The little Tatsujiri squirmed slightly, its big eyes blinking curiously at Naoki. Normally, a Pokémon caught like this would panic and try to escape. But instead, Tatsujiri seemed calm, even intrigued by the human holding it. It's a Tatsujiri. Someone in the crowd immediately identified it. Tatsujiri, a dragon and water-type Pokémon, is notoriously cunning and resourceful. It can inflate its throat pouch to mimic sushi and use this camouflage to outsmart predators and prey alike. Despite its small size, Tatsujiri is considered one of the most intelligent dragon Pokémon. It is known to live inside the mouths of Dondoso, guiding them in cooperative hunts. Dondoso, in turn, respects Tatsujiri as its leader. "What an incredible catch!" someone exclaimed. Catching a Tatsujiri is no small feat, given its elusive nature. Even if one were to catch 100 aggressive quillfish, there's no guarantee they'd land a single Tatsujiri. Even Sato Takaru, who had just been boasting about his skills, looked serious for the first time, as expected of the famed fishing expert of Kosaji Town. Sato said, his tone carrying newfound respect. "I'll need to give my all if I want to match you." Naoki, he could only offer a polite smile, unsure how to respond. As he glanced at the small Tatsujiri in his hands, Naoki's heart stirred with curiosity. Using his ability to sense dragon-type energy, he realized something surprising. This Tatsujiri had bitten the hook deliberately. It wanted to be caught. The first thing that popped into Naoki's mind was, this Squawkabilly really loves to brag. But there were more pressing matters at hand. Shaking off the thought, he focused. "Can you take us there?" he asked. The Squawkabilly, slightly tipsy from too much fruit wine, flapped its wings and puffed out its chest proudly. "Squawk, squawk. Of course. I'll take you there right now." After all, it had been eating and drinking at Naoki's place for free. Offering help was the least it could do. Naoki hesitated. It was already late. But one look at the hopeful glint in Palmot's eyes silenced his doubts. "All right," he said, bracing himself for a long night. If everything went smoothly, they'd be back before sunrise. With the ranch fast asleep and its Pokémon resting peacefully, Naoki quietly gathered supplies, climbed on a Giratina with Palmot, and followed the loud, boastful Squawkabilly as it soared into the southern sky. As expected, the Squawkabilly wouldn't stop talking. "Squawk, I've traveled far and wide, forests, oceans, you name it. Squawk, the ocean, is massive. Ordinary Pokémon wouldn't dare fly over it. But I did. The legendary Squawkabilly. Naoki, Giratina." Meanwhile, Palmot listened intently, eyes wide with admiration. It clung to every word. Perhaps it was the anticipation of seeing its parents again. But in that moment, Palmot resembled a child on the brink of reunion, innocent and eager. Naoki smiled as he watched it. He couldn't help but hope. If they did find Palmot's parents, maybe he could bring them back to the ranch. Not only would that bring joy to the young Pokémon, but they could become part of the community, Perhaps even help run the prop store once the world tree matured and the Hero Expedition Team's union was fully formed. Still, Naoki knew this journey held no guarantees. Squawkabilly's account was over a year old, dating back to when Palmot had been snatched away by a bombardier and eventually brought to the ranch. Over a year had passed. The forest was vast. There was no telling whether its parents still lived there or had migrated elsewhere. But even the faintest lead was something. And in Naoki's view, where there's a lead, there's hope. As long as the two Palmot hadn't been captured by a trainer, there was still a chance. Beneath the vast night sky, the wilds of the Paldea region stretched endlessly. Unlike the world Naoki had known in his previous life, this world's wilderness remained untouched, raw and wild, a perfect sanctuary for Pokémon. Though Squawkabilly wasn't as fast as a Dragonite, its pace far exceeded that of a Noctowl. After about an hour and a half, Naoki checked his Rotom phone. They were nearing their destination, a dense forest sprawling under the moon's silver glow. A single massive tree rose in the center, dwarfing the canopy around it. It stood tall and silent, a sleeping giant in a sea of shadows. Palmot's eyes lit up. "Palmot! Palmot!" It called out excitedly and darted toward the tree, small paws moving with urgency. "Squawk! What's gotten into it?" Squawkabilly tilted its head. Naoki chuckled. Maybe it's finally home. He nudged Giratina, who leapt forward to follow the tiny, excited Palmot. The Squawkabilly flapped close behind. By the time they reached the tree's base, Palmot was already zigzagging around the clearing, sniffing the grass and touching familiar spots. Naoki dismounted and stepped closer. "Did you find something?" Palmot chirped and rushed toward a particular spot in the clearing, pointing at a bare patch of rock. "Palmot! Palmot! This is it. I used to sleep here before I was taken." Naoki smiled warmly. "I remember the first time I saw you. You were sneaking feed from the chicken coop, just a hungry little troublemaker." Palmot, the little Pokémon, squeaked bashfully. They continued onward. As they ventured deeper, memories came flooding back to Palmot. The gentle rustling of leaves, the snow-dusted trees, the quiet murmur of a distant stream, it all whispered of a home-long mist. Then, without warning, Palmot stopped before a snow-covered tree. Naoki followed its gaze and spotted a small, dark hollow in the trunk, low to the ground, just big enough for a nest. "This must have been your home," he whispered. "Go on," he said softly. "They might be waiting." "Palmot!" The little Pokémon wiped its damp eyes and scampered inside. Naoki remained outside, scanning the area. He noticed faint footprints in the snow, ones that matched Palmot's kind. They're still here. But what followed wasn't the tearful reunion he had imagined. A flash of electricity burst from the tree hole. Palmot cried out and scrambled back out, visibly shaken. Two adult Palmots emerged behind it, bristling with hostility. Their eyes narrowed in suspicion as they looked down at the unfamiliar figure. Palmot waved its paws in panic. "Palmot, Palmot! Mom, Dad, it's me, your child." But one of them growled, "Palmot! Liar! Our child doesn't look like you. Stop pretending." Naoki and Palmot froze. Only then did Palmot glance down at its fur, realizing the changes it had gone through during evolution. It looked different, but it wasn't ready to give up. "Palmot, Palmot! Remember the time we went berry picking? I fell into the river, and a boy in a straw hat saved me. You gave him berries to thank him." The adult Palmots paused. "And last year," Palmot continued, "I wandered off while you were digging. I fell asleep on a rock, and then a Pokémon swooped in and took me away." The tension in the adult's posture softened. One of them trembled, voice barely audible. "Palmot!" Palmot nodded rapidly. "Palmot!" Then, all at once, the dam burst. The parents rushed forward, pulling their child into a tight embrace. All three cried. Tears of disbelief, joy, and reunion. Naoki sighed, smiling. "Looks like everything worked out." Giratina let out a low, contented growl. Nearby, Squawkabilly puffed up proudly. "Squawk, did you see that? I did it. I brought the family together." As the reunited family quieted down, Palmot eagerly shared all it had experienced. Life at the ranch, meeting Naoki, evolving, and making new friends who felt like family. After witnessing Sato Takaru's success, Naoki was about to do the same, but just as he reached for his fishing rod, the float on the water suddenly twitched. A bite. Startled, Naoki instinctively reeled in his line. With a dramatic splash, a long, elegant figure broke through the surface of the lake. Water droplets scattered into the air, shimmering like a rainbow in the sunlight. The Pokémon scales sparkled brilliantly, drawing gasps from the crowd. When the onlookers realized what Naoki had hooked, they collectively froze in awe. The Pokémon had a cream-colored, streamlined body adorned with shimmering blue and pink scales. Its ruby-like eyes glowed with a dreamy brilliance, and its beauty was almost otherworldly. Milotic, Sato Takaru whispered in disbelief. Milotic, the tender Pokémon, was known for its rare beauty and elegance. For anglers and trainers alike, encountering a Milotic was akin to a dream, a nearly unattainable goal. With a graceful cry, the Milotic broke free from the hook and dived back into the water. "Naoki, tame it quickly," Sato Takaru shouted, snapping Naoki out of his daze. "Tame it? How?" Naoki stammered. The idea of physically subduing a Milotic, as Sato had done with the Whiscash, was laughable. "Forget it. I'll just throw the Pokeball." Naoki muttered to himself, gripping the Pokeball in his hand. He took a deep breath, aimed carefully, and threw the Pokeball with all his strength. The ball arced gracefully through the air and struck the Milotic, enveloping it in a red light before pulling it inside. The Pokeball landed on the lake's surface, bobbing gently as it began to shake. Buzz! Buzz! The tension was palpable. Everyone held their breath, their eyes glued to the ball. Naoki's heart raced. He didn't dare to hope. After all, capturing a Milotic, a Pokémon of such beauty and rarity, on the first throw seemed impossible. He wasn't some kind of legendary trainer with a one-throw guarantee, and there was no bond between him and the Milotic. It had no reason to stay. The Pokeball rocked once, twice, 3 times, and then fell still. The crowd erupted in cheers at the sight. Yes, he successfully caught it. Mr. Naoki is incredible. To catch such a rare Pokémon like Milotic is amazing. Sato Takaru, still slightly breathless from his earlier battle with the Whiscash, nodded with a smile. Compared to Milotic, the Whiscash he had caught were clearly inferior. "It seems we already have our champion," Sato Takaru admitted, this time with genuine admiration. He was ready to concede defeat without complaint. Naoki, however, felt his head buzzing. Had he really caught a Milotic? And even more surprising, it seemed to acknowledge him. What just happened? The Pokeball containing Milotic drifted to the shore with the gentle waves of the lake. Naoki picked it up with a mix of awe and disbelief. With a press of the button, a flash of white light revealed the beautiful Milotic standing before him once more. Its elegant form glimmered in the sunlight as it gazed at Naoki with gentle, curious eyes. 3 metaphorical exclamation marks appeared in Naoki's mind. Does the Pokeball have some hidden brainwashing function? Milotic, Naoki called hesitantly. The tender Pokémon tilted its head slightly, observing him with a calm, almost curious demeanor. It didn't seem hostile, nor did it attempt to flee. If anything, its gaze was almost approving. Milotic could sense something unique about the human before it. He exuded a natural, calming aura, one that resonated deeply with Milotic's connection to nature. In its mind, this aura marked him as someone inherently kind and trustworthy. Naoki, without his usual translator device, couldn't understand Milotic's unspoken thoughts, but its gentle behavior gave him a clue. He decided it was best to let things flow naturally and proceeded to bring the Pokémon he caught for the final evaluation. Around him, other contestants cast envious glances at Milotic, their admiration evident. "It seems everyone has done well today," Mayor Thomas announced warmly as he approached the gathered participants. "Now, let's see what everyone has caught." The fishing competition would be judged based on a point system. Ordinary fish were worth 1 point, Pokémon 2 points, and rare or special Pokémon carried bonus points. The combined score would determine the winner. Mayor Thomas and the panel of judges began inspecting each contestant's catches one by one. While waiting for his turn, Naoki reviewed his own haul for the day. His collection included 3 Tatsujiri, 2 Barboach, 1 Slowpoke, several Magikarp and Goldeen, and of course the star of the show, Milotic. He glanced over at Sato Takaru, who had also caught a fair number of Pokémon. 4 Quillfish, 5 Basculin, 1 Kingler, and a mix of common river fish. When it was Sato Takaru's turn, Mayor Thomas inspected his haul carefully and then announced, "Contestant Sato Takaru's final score is 42 points." The crowd applauded. Compared to most contestants, his score was already quite impressive. Naoki silently admired Sato Takaru's effort. Watching him subdue Pokémon with his sheer determination and physical skill earlier had been nothing short of awe-inspiring. Finally, it was Naoki's turn. Mayor Thomas carefully examined Naoki's collection, his eyes lighting up when he reached Milotic. After deliberating with the other judges, the mayor smiled broadly and declared, "Contestant Naoki's final score is 52 points. By the way, this is the first time in our competition's history that someone has caught a Milotic." The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Naoki's score was a full 10 points higher than Sato Takaru's, earning him the championship title of the fishing competition. Mayor Thomas handed him the gleaming gold medal awarded by the Fishing Association. Sato Takaru approached Naoki with a wide grin. "I accept my defeat wholeheartedly," Sato Takaru said with a sincere smile, his admiration for Naoki evident. Naoki, feeling slightly uncomfortable, shook his head. "No, I was just lucky." He couldn't help but think about the edge he had thanks to the effects of the world trees, aura, and the Palia. Compared to the other competitors, his methods felt like cheating. But Sato Takaru chuckled and replied, "Sometimes, luck is part of one's skill. It was a pleasure competing with you in today's fishing contest. If the opportunity arises in the future, let's go fishing in the open ocean together." The vast, boundless ocean, home to an incredible variety of aquatic Pokémon, was every angler's dream destination. Naoki hesitated. Fishing in the ocean? With his luck, he might accidentally reel in something legendary, like a Kyogre. He thought of the miraculous effects of Palia and sighed inwardly. Still, a light smile. Sure, why not? Satisfied with his response, Sato Takaru grinned widely. "Then let's conquer the Pokémon of the sea together." With the fishing competition officially over, many participants opted to release the fish Pokémon they had caught, mindful of preserving the ecosystem. Naoki also turned his attention to his catches. 3 Tatsujiri popped their heads out from the bucket, their bright scales glistening under the sun. 2 Barboach stubbornly bit the rim of the bucket, refusing to let go, while Slowpoke continued lying on the grass, staring into space. As for Milotic, it stood nearby on the grass, its elegant form captivating all who looked at it. Naoki crouched down and spoke gently. "Thank you all for your help today. Because of you, I was able to win the competition. Now that it's over, if any of you wish to return to the lake, you're free to go." He placed the bucket by the river, allowing the Pokémon to make their choice. The 2 Barboach grumbled, but eventually let go and waddled toward the water, disappearing beneath its surface. The 3 Tatsujiri, however, remained in the bucket, chirping playfully. Slowpoke, unsurprisingly, stayed put, still lost in thought. As for Milotic, it didn't even glance at the water. Instead, it fixed its serene gaze on Naoki. Seeing that most of the Pokémon had no intention of leaving, Naoki made up his mind to bring them back to the ranch. However, he needed to confirm Milotic's intentions first. Taking out his Rotom phone, he activated the translation feature. "Milotic, do you want to come with me?" Naoki asked. Milotic nodded gracefully. Naoki blinked, genuinely surprised. "Why choose me?" Rotom quickly translated Milotic's response. "Because you smell nice, Rotom. Smell nice." Naoki sniffed himself in confusion, but caught no discernible scent. "What do you mean by that?" he asked. Milotic tilted its head and tried to explain. It's like the wind and the scent of green leaves. I don't know how to describe it well." Naoki frowned, puzzled, but then a thought struck him. Could it be the aura of the world tree that Milotic sensed? Perhaps the natural energy from the dishes he had prepared using its leaves had left a trace on him. Thinking back to how even powerful Pokémon like Zapdos and Calyrex had been drawn to the world tree, the pieces started to fit. After considering for a moment, Naoki asked again, "Then, would you like to live with me on the world tree?" Milotic's ruby-like eyes sparkled as it nodded enthusiastically. With the competition wrapping up and the other participants dispersing, Naoki gathered his Pokémon. He returned Milotic to its Pokeball, carefully picked up the Slowpoke, and carried the bucket of Tatsujiri. Together, they made their way back to the ranch. Once they arrived, Naoki headed directly to the lake on the top level of the world tree. The peaceful waters shimmered under the sunlight, creating a tranquil atmosphere. "Come out, Milotic." A flash of white light illuminated the area as Milotic gracefully slipped into the lake. Surrounded by the intense natural energy of the world tree, Milotic appeared captivated by its serene beauty. Naoki then released the 3 Tatsujiri and Slowpoke. The Pokémon emerged, each with its own unique demeanor. Milotic, elegant and peaceful, disliked conflict. Tatsujiri, timid but intelligent, avoided provoking others, and Slowpoke, ever unbothered, lounged by the lake's edge, lost in thought. Naoki observed the group with a warm smile. "This is the interior of the world tree," he explained to them. "I'm building an expedition guild here, a place where Pokémon can live in harmony, help each other, and explore new adventures. You're all welcome to be a part of it." The Tatsujiri poked their heads above the water, and Milotic blinked curiously. They seemed intrigued by the idea of the guild. Naoki turned to Arboliva, who had been tending the orchard nearby. "Arboliva, these are our new companions. Can you show them around and introduce them to the area?" Arboliva nodded gently, agreeing without hesitation. Satisfied, Naoki left to return to the ranch and tend to other tasks. Once he was gone, Arboliva began to guide the newcomers around the world tree, explaining its wonders. It shared stories about the Hero Expedition team, the Pokémon Guild under construction, the cozy restaurant, and the lush orchard and farmland nearby. The gentle Pokémon spoke in a soft, melodic tone, immediately putting the new arrivals at ease. Not long after, the Trico trio, attracted by the commotion, joined the group. They observed the new arrivals with bright eyes, their curiosity evident. Arboliva smiled warmly. "Olei, this place will soon become a paradise where we can all live and work together. The Trico have already decided to be waitstaff at the cafe. If you're interested, you can find something to help with too." The Tatsujiri began hopping in excitement, their eyes lighting up. "Tats, we'd like to manage a sushi restaurant." Milotic's serene expression brightened at the thought. This peaceful haven seemed like a perfect place to call home. "Woo, I'd love to help water the plants." Arboliva nodded in approval. "Ollie, from now on, we're all companions. Let's work together to make this place truly special." Meanwhile, Slowpoke remained sprawled on the shore, gazing into the distance, completely lost in its own thoughts. As the world tree neared completion, its bustling activity hinted at the harmony of Pokémon working and living together. Naoki couldn't wait to see the looks of amazement on the faces of Mew and Teddiursa when they returned and saw the fully operational expedition base. Reflecting on how Milotic had been drawn to the world tree, Naoki realized its immense appeal to Pokémon. To describe it in terms of fantastical literature, the world tree was akin to a sacred site overflowing with spiritual energy. For Pokémon, the natural energy radiating from the tree was a dreamlike draw, a sanctuary perfectly suited to their needs. Understanding this, Naoki returned to the ranch. After enjoying a handful of translation seed crisps, he gathered all the Pokémon. They assembled with curiosity. He swept his eyes across the faces of the Pokémon in front of him and asked, "The world tree is almost ready. Does anyone want to move there?" Alchemy raised its small paw almost immediately. "Marie, will you come live with us at the world tree?" "Naoki?" Naoki smiled gently. No, not for now. I built that place for all of you to enjoy. You can live there without worrying about me. The ranch was Naoki's life's work, constructed with his own hands and enriched by years of memories. Leaving it wasn't an option. This was home. Alchemy thought for a moment before cheerfully declaring, Marie, then I won't go either if you're staying here. This set off a chain reaction. OG. Odrapon chimed in. Bamo. Palmot agreed. Rayo. Koraden rumbled enthusiastically. Gah! Cyclizer let out a low, melodic sound. The Pokémon unanimously decided they wouldn't leave either. Wherever Naoki was, that was their home too. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle at their earnest devotion. I don't mean to send you away. I just thought the World Tree might suit you better. It's just a short walk from the ranch. Paymo. No. The Pokémon were resolute. They wanted to stay by his side forever. Naoki was deeply touched by the Pokémon's unwavering loyalty and affection. These Pokémon were more than companions. They were family. Deciding not to press the matter, Naoki left the idea of relocating them to the World Tree behind. With the Pokémon's decision settled, Naoki turned his attention to Dragonite Express. The delivery service had grown immensely, but new challenges were surfacing. For instance, a customer had left a message on the store's message board, asking if Dragonite Express offered cross-regional delivery services. At first, Naoki politely responded, Sorry, we don't currently offer cross-regional delivery services. However, as the questions and demands grew louder, customers even organized a petition, pledging to pay higher fees if cross-regional shipping was made available. Despite the demand, Naoki hesitated. Pokémon poachers and villainous teams ran rampant in many regions, making it unsafe for Dragonite to travel across borders. Organizations like Team Rocket in Kanto and Johto, Team Aqua and Team Magma in Hoenn, and Team Galactic in Sinnoh were notorious for targeting rare Pokémon. Even though some regions, like Galar's Team Yell or Paldea's Team Star, posed little direct threat, the dangers in other regions were enough to keep Naoki wary of expanding Dragonite Express beyond its current reach. The members of Team Yell are passionate fans of Marnie and Pokémon trainers from Spikemouth. They often resort to antics like occupying hotels, commandeering transportation, and yelling during battles to support Marnie in her quest for the championship. However, even with their boisterous behavior, Team Yell never resorts to stealing Pokémon. As for Team Star, they weren't even on the radar at this point. It was due to security concerns in regions with such organizations that Naoki had long hesitated to introduce cross-regional delivery services. These areas posed risks that Naoki wasn't willing to take lightly. Now, however, the demand for cross-regional deliveries had skyrocketed. A flood of messages, primarily from people in other regions, filled the store's message board. Naoki was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of requests, which had reached thousands overnight. Curious about the sudden surge, Naoki decided to dig deeper and contacted one of the customers who had left a message. What he discovered shed light on the situation. As the saying goes, the hardest part is getting started. Initially, Dragonite Express and Naoki Ranch's online store operated in relative obscurity. However, it didn't take long for them to gain traction, thanks to one unique feature: the use of Dragonite for deliveries. The novelty of a delivery service employing Dragonite quickly spread online, first by word of mouth, and then through forums and social media. One particular post on a popular Pokémon forum captured widespread attention. Shocking. Forget standard courier birds like Pidgeot or Pelipper. This store uses Dragonite for deliveries. Have you ever seen anything like it? The post detailed the original poster's experience. I'm a homebody who rarely goes out. My Mimikyu and I enjoy a peaceful life at home. One day, I ran out of Moo Moo milk and decided to buy some online. While browsing, I stumbled across a store offering only one delivery option: Dragonite Express. At first, I thought it was a typo or a gimmick, but curiosity got the better of me, so I placed an order despite the slightly higher delivery fee. Within minutes of paying, the app notified me that my milk was already en route. To my astonishment, less than 10 minutes later, a Dragonite appeared at my door with a backpack, carefully unloading the 2 boxes of Moo Moo milk I had ordered. The whole experience was surreal. Not only was the delivery speed incredible, but I got to see a Dragonite up close. My Mimikyu and I were thrilled. The milk quality was exceptional, too. I highly recommend Dragonite Express. While many users were intrigued by the post, some skeptics dismissed it as an advertisement. The original poster quickly responded, urging them to try it themselves. Soon, other users chimed in with their experiences. It's legit. Dragonite Express is both efficient and reliable. But I can't help but wonder, who owns this service? How do they have so many Dragonite? Could this be a venture by the Dragon Tamer family? Maybe they're stepping into the modern era. When Hassel, the Dragon-type Elite 4 member of the Palia region, saw this comment, he initially assumed that the elders in the Dragon Tamer community were starting to embrace modern advancements like online shopping and internet delivery. However, it didn't take long for him to realize something awkward. There simply weren't enough Dragonites in their Dragon Tamer circle to account for such a large-scale delivery service. He read through the post carefully until he noticed a reply from the original poster to another curious user. The netizen had asked about the name of the store offering such unique delivery services. The original poster responded, "The name of the store is Naoki Ranch." Hassel immediately connected the dots. Oh, it's him. That explains everything. The name Dragon Express quickly became a trending topic on Pokémon forums, drawing widespread attention. Meanwhile, at Naranja Academy in the student dormitory, Arvin, who had recently started his semester, casually scrolled through the Pokémon forum. He couldn't help but chuckle at all the excitement surrounding Dragon Express. "What's all the fuss about?" Arvin muttered. He had been a regular customer of Naoki Ranch since it opened. Over a month ago, he'd stumbled across a post about Dragon Express on the Academy's campus forum. Intrigued, he looked it up and realized it was connected to Mr. Naoki. Knowing firsthand the quality of Naoki Ranch's products, especially the fresh Moo Moo milk, Arvin had started ordering regularly. Even his Mabostiff had taken a liking to it. Arvin wasn't the only one using Dragon Express. Grusha, the gym leader of Glacido Mountain, and Larry, a dedicated worker for the Pokémon League, were also loyal customers. Grusha first heard about Naoki's store during a live stream by Iono. In one casual moment, Iono sipped from a bottle of milk on stream and exclaimed how incredible it was. She added, "By the way, they use Dragonite for deliveries. Can you believe that?" Curious, Grusha looked it up and became a regular customer. Larry, on the other hand, valued efficiency above all else. With his demanding work schedule, time was a precious commodity. "Time is money," he often said. Dragon Express's speed outperformed traditional services like Squawkbilly by miles. Sometimes, even on work trips, Dragonite would find him and deliver his goods with pinpoint accuracy. For Larry, this level of convenience made Naoki Ranch an indispensable part of his routine. As more people discovered Dragonite Express, word spread rapidly. Initially, most were captivated by the novelty of Dragonite making deliveries. However, soon enough, attention shifted to a specialty product sold in Naoki's store, Life Goat Milk. According to the product description, this goat milk could instantly heal Pokémon injuries and even provide humans with significant energy and health benefits. The catch? It was sold in extremely limited quantities, only 50 bottles per week. Naturally, curiosity about Life Goat Milk skyrocketed, and enthusiastic netizens began sharing their purchasing experiences. That's right, everything described above is absolutely true, a netizen wrote with excitement. Let me tell you, even though Life Goat Milk is pricey, its effects are worth every poke dollar. Honestly, I think the shop owner is underselling it. The post continued with an astonishing claim. The effects of Life Goat Milk are incredible. Even if a Pokémon is on the brink of collapse, just one sip restores its full strength instantly. Isn't that amazing? One time, I encountered a wild Pokémon far beyond my skill level while exploring. Thanks to this milk, I survived to tell the tale. Another user chimed in. Haha, let me add, this goat milk isn't just for Pokémon. Humans can drink it too. After just one bottle, you'll feel like you've got unlimited energy. Trust me, I've experienced it firsthand. People unfamiliar with such an item were stunned. How could something like this exist, they wondered. For many in the Johto region, this revelation was especially striking. If the claims about life goat milk were true, it seemed eerily similar to the legendary sacred ash of Ho-Oh. The sacred ash, a rare and revered artifact, was said to have been created by the legendary Pokémon Ho-Oh. It possessed miraculous restorative powers, capable of reviving the near-dead, human or Pokémon alike, as long as even a sliver of life remained. However, only a handful of sacred ashes were left in Johto, carefully guarded by ancient families who believed in Ho-Oh's benevolence. And now, a small online shop seemed to be selling an equivalent of this sacred item in bulk. This revelation sent shockwaves through Ho-Oh's followers and the ancient families of Johto. Could the goat milk come from a legendary Pokémon, like Ho-Oh? They speculated in disbelief. For those devoted to the rainbow Pokémon, this notion was almost sacrilegious. If that goat milk truly comes from a legendary Pokémon, how could the shop owner so casually sell it online? They questioned angrily. Such divine blessings should be preserved, not turned into a commercial product. At the same time, curiosity grew within these ancient families. If this milk really compares to sacred ash, we need to see it for ourselves. Many resolved to investigate the store further. The Pokémon shopping app saw an unprecedented surge in activity. Thousands of netizens flocked to search for Naoki Ranch, eager to learn more about Dragonite Express and the famed life goat milk. Many tried to place an order, but they were soon disappointed. The store's message read, "Cross-regional delivery is currently unavailable." Frustrated, more and more people began leaving messages on the shop's message board, petitioning the owner to enable cross-regional delivery services. "Please, I'll pay extra for the postage. I don't care how much it costs. Just let us buy it." The message board was soon flooded with thousands of such comments. Naoki reads the messages. Naoki, holding his Rotom phone, browsed the post and scrolled through the overwhelming number of messages on his store's board. He fell silent. He could understand people's amazement at life goat milk's effects. After all, it truly was remarkable. VC Naoki, after careful consideration, decided not to rush into offering cross-regional delivery. As the popularity of Dragonite Express continued to grow, he realized it would inevitably attract the attention of Pokémon hunters from other regions. These hunters might place fraudulent orders to lure Dragonite out and then ambush and capture them in one fell swoop. Compared to humans, Pokémon are still innocent and trusting. This holds true even for legendary Pokémon. The Pokémon world has seen countless examples where advanced technology and cunning strategies were used to capture these mighty beings. Lugia, the guardian of the seas, Celebi, the time traveler, Latios, the three lake guardians, Meloetta, Suicune, even Dialga, the god of time, and Palkia, the god of space. Each has been manipulated or captured in some way. With this in mind, Naoki replied to the many customers requesting cross-regional delivery. "Naoki Ranch, merchant, I'm sorry, but at the moment, our delivery service is limited to the Palia region. Other regions are simply too far, and I'm worried about the safety of the Dragonite delivery team." As soon as this response was posted, it quickly went viral on Pokémon forums, shared widely by netizens. Many immediately understood Naoki's concern. The risk of Pokémon hunters. Dragonite, being rare and powerful, would naturally be a prime target for such individuals. The internet was abuzz with discussions. One user commented, "Every region has black markets dealing in rare Pokémon. Naoki's caution makes perfect sense." Another, more skeptical user asked, "But doesn't the Palia region have Pokémon hunters too?" Before Naoki could reply, an unexpected defender spoke up. "Palia, Chief Champion Gita. That's right. Security in Palia is exceptional, thanks to the hard work of the Palia Pokémon League staff. We're committed to maintaining peace in the region. Everyone is welcome to travel and settle here." Gita's response was promptly shared, further boosting Palia's reputation for safety. Naoki, she wasn't wrong. The Pokémon League's tireless efforts kept Palia remarkably secure. From gym leaders to league champions, everyone worked overtime to ensure the region's safety. Even Gita herself was often seen diving headfirst into emergency situations, whether it was resolving city crises or handling rogue Pokémon like the giant Dragonite that entered Paldea's waters a few years ago. Still, Naoki knew the importance of vigilance. While Paldea might be safer than most regions, he reminded himself of the old adage, trust, but verify. March 10th, year 200 of the Pokémon Alliance calendar, 6:25 a.m. Naoki gathered all the Dragonites on the grassy field. In total, there were 11 Dragonites employed for deliveries, plus Naoki's own personal Dragonite, bringing the count to 12 majestic Dragonites on the ranch and a newly hatched Dratini. Naoki's Dragonite stood beside him, with its arms folded, observing the group of hard-working Dragonites and their Rotom partners assembled in front of them. Naoki cleared his throat and asked, "Ahem, has your work been going smoothly these days?" The Dragonites nodded enthusiastically, happily exclaiming, "Oh, whoa." For them, the tasks were simple and enjoyable. Their cheerful smiles made them look even more endearing. Naoki chuckled, reaching out to pat their heads. "That's good to hear," he said warmly. "But today, I want to talk about something a little more serious." The Dragonites blinked curiously, tilting their heads as if to say, "Owo." "What is it?" Naoki's expression grew serious. "I want to warn you about the dangers you might face while delivering goods. Humans, like Pokémon, have different personalities. Some are kind-hearted, like Mrs. Dante's in town, who bake cookies for you. But," he continued, his tone darkening, "some humans have malicious intentions. They might try to hurt you by using stronger Pokémon to overpower you, trap you in nets or cages, and sell you for a high price." The Dragonites collectively frowned, their expressions filled with distaste for such people. But their frowns soon turned into determined scowls. The big brother Dragonite, flanked by its brothers, roared confidently, "Roar! If we meet those people, we'll teach them a lesson." Naoki shook his head. "Don't underestimate your enemies." "Oh," the big brother Dragonite tilted its head in confusion. Naoki turned to his own Dragonite, using it as an example. "Think about this. If you only saw Dragonite before it trained, you might think it's just the same old silly Dragonite. But now its strength has grown far beyond what it used to be. If you fought it now without knowing its true power, what do you think would happen?" Dragonite cheerfully chimed in with a playful woof, raising its chubby paw. Naoki chuckled, squeezing it gently. The big brother Dragonite furrowed its brow, its expression shifting to one of deep thought. After a moment, its face hardened with resolve. "Do you understand now?" Naoki asked. "Oh," the Dragonites nodded earnestly, signifying that they understood the gravity of the situation. Next, Naoki addressed the Rotoms. "I'm counting on you to watch over the Dragonites. If anyone tries to harm or capture them, contact me immediately. If you can't reach me, contact Calyrex or Giratina." The Rotoms buzzed in unison, pledging to do their part diligently. Naoki gave a satisfied nod. He had already secured promises from 2 legendary Pokémon. Both Calyrex and Giratina had assured him that they would intervene swiftly if alerted. Among them, Giratina was particularly resolute. Giratina had assured Naoki, with its usual confidence, that the Dragonites were now its little brothers, and that it would take great care of them. "If anyone dares to bully them," Giratina declared boldly, "I'll follow the network signal straight to their hideout, take them down, and rescue the Dragonites myself." Naoki was left completely dumbfounded by Giratina's peculiar statement. It wasn't until Rotom on his phone piped up that he learned the truth. Giratina had been watching a Hollywood Pokémon gangster movie. According to Rotom, the movie followed the story of a loyal and fearless human who led his gang to confront rivals, eventually becoming the undisputed king of all gangs worldwide. Giratina had been deeply inspired, convinced that the protagonist's sense of loyalty and commanding presence mirrored its own personality. It began imagining itself as the boss of Pokémon, leading a loyal band of followers. So, When Naoki asked for its help, Giratina didn't hesitate for a second. Though it could be hot-tempered at times, Giratina was dependable when it came to keeping him your trainer, its promises. With both Giratina and Calyrex as safeguards, Naoki felt reassured. Should anyone dare to target Dragonite, Giratina would run along the network cable, as it so dramatically put it, and make them pay. With the day off to a solid start, the Dragonites began their deliveries, carrying goods to customers under the precise guidance of Rotom's navigation systems. Meanwhile, Naoki turned his attention to cleaning the house, joined by the NDD siblings. The ranch, bustling with Pokémon, often left Naoki's home in a state of disarray. Toys were scattered everywhere, and muddy paw prints from the Pokémon returning from outdoor play often left the freshly cleaned floors a mess. As Naoki swept and mopped, the Eevee evolutions darted around him, playing a game of tag. When he turned around to admire his progress, his jaw dropped. A trail of muddy footprints crisscrossed the pristine floor he'd just cleaned. "You little troublemakers. Look at this mess. Outside, all of you, go play in the pasture." Naoki took a deep breath to calm himself before ushering the mischievous Eevee evolutions out of the house. The Eevee evolutions scampered off with playful giggles, clearly unbothered by Naoki's scolding. Meanwhile, Fluttermane, who had been rummaging in the fridge, glanced back at Naoki in confusion. "Fluttermane," Naoki called out quickly, "not you. You don't mess up the floor. You can stay." Fluttermane rarely touched the ground, always floating gracefully in the air. It gave a soft, understanding hum and drifted back to its spot. "Phew," Fluttermane murmured, as serene as ever. Seeing Fluttermane staying put, Giratina, who had been preparing to head outside, decided to remain indoors as well. Naoki raised an eyebrow at the big Pokémon, torn between saying something and staying silent. "Rayo." Giratina tilted its head, feigning innocence. Naoki sighed in defeat. "Oh, forget it. Where's the Cyclizer?" Giratina turned its head and looked outside. Rayo. It had just spotted Cyclizer and Ogerpon dashing off towards Snorlax Park to play. Seeing this, Naoki sighed knowingly. "Go fetch them all for me," he said, addressing Giratina. "It's bath day, and I'm not letting anyone skip it." "Rayo." Giratina chirped in agreement before turning and bolting off to gather the others. By the time Naoki and the NDD siblings finished tidying up the house, Giratina returned, accompanied by a parade of Pokémon. Naoki headed to the bathroom, filling several basins with water. With so many Pokémon to clean, he had to wash them one at a time. He started with the hairless Pokémon, as their cleaning process was quick, a simple rinse followed by fragrant shampoo. Giratina, Cyclizer, Goldingo, and Ogerpon were all squeaky clean within 5 minutes. The furry Pokémon, however, required more attention. Their fur needed to be thoroughly washed and then dried to prevent colds. But with Slugma in the house, this was no problem at all. After each Eevee evolution's bath, Naoki sent them to the fireplace, where Slugma waited. The warmth radiating from its body served as a natural dryer, efficiently evaporating the moisture from their fluffy coats. As the Eevee evolutions gathered by the fireplace, the cozy warmth made them visibly relaxed. Some wagged their tails lazily, and a few were already dozing off, their eyes half closed. One Eevee evolution sprawled on its back, its partially dried belly exposed. When Naoki stepped out of the bathroom and saw the scene, he couldn't help but grin. A symphony of playful cries of "Booey! Booey!" soon echoed through the room as Naoki joined in the fun, affectionately playing with the fluffy group. In the afternoon, after a hearty lunch, Naoki felt thoroughly worn out from the morning's work. The weather was good, with the sun casting a warm, golden glow. Taking advantage of the peaceful atmosphere, Naoki made his way to the Wooloo pen and stretched out on a grassy hill. The gentle breeze and soothing sunlight enveloped him like a cozy blanket. Lying there, Naoki let himself relax completely. Time seemed to slow as he gazed at the endless blue sky above. Fluffy, cotton-like clouds drifted lazily across the heavens, carried by the soft breeze. In that moment, surrounded by nature's tranquility, Naoki felt an unparalleled sense of peace. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, with no endless overtime or heavy traffic to endure, Naoki's life now consisted of fertile farmlands, abundant orchards, soft grassy fields, and the companionship of adorable Pokémon. It felt like a dream. From the warm afternoon to the glowing sunset, Naoki reclined peacefully, resting against the fluffy wool of a wooloo, enjoying the breeze and the sunlight. During this tranquil time, he occasionally noticed the Dragonites returning from their deliveries, only to set off again. When the day's tasks were finally completed and the store closed, the Dragonites received their daily treats from NDD before preparing to return to Dragonite Island with content expressions. Watching them, Naoki suddenly felt a pang of concern. Traveling back and forth between Dragonite Island and the ranch every day seemed exhausting for these diligent Pokémon. After pondering for a moment, Naoki stood up and called out to the departing Dragonites. A large group of Dragonites paused mid-flight and turned to him with curious expressions. "Oh," Naoki smiled and said, "Oh, I almost forgot something. The world tree has fully grown now, and there's plenty of space inside for you all to live. Would you like to stay here instead? It'll make things much easier. You won't have to travel back and forth all the time." The Dragonites exchanged glances, their interest piqued. Oh, they had heard of the world tree, but it had been a long time since they'd last visited it. Sensing their curiosity, Naoki decided to show them. He led them through the reverse world to the world tree, allowing the Dragonites to see its splendor firsthand. The moment they arrived, the Dragonites were visibly awestruck by the tranquil and lush surroundings. The tree's natural energy resonated with them deeply. "How about it?" Naoki asked, gesturing around. "Would you like to stay here? It's close to the ranch, and you'll have all this space to enjoy." 4 of the Dragonites immediately nodded in excitement. They were the younger Dratini and Dragonair who often visited the ranch to play, already deeply fond of the area. 3 additional Dragonites quickly nodded in agreement, their enthusiasm clear. The prospect of living closer to the ranch, with its comforting environment and abundant resources, was far more appealing than making the long journey back to Dragonite Island each day. However, the Big Brother Dragonite group, led by their eldest brother with the scarred face, hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, the eldest brother stepped forward and rumbled, "Oh, whoa. I think I'll return to Dragonite Island." Naoki nodded understandingly. "That's fine. Take your time to think about it. Whatever decision you make, I'll respect it." The eldest Dragonite was moved by Naoki's words. Over time, it had come to see why the others admired this human. Naoki wasn't just a skilled trainer. He genuinely cared for the Pokémon. Not only could he teach them advanced fighting techniques, but he also possessed the ability to harness the power of dragons to aid in their growth. Furthermore, he demonstrated genuine respect for their choices and took the time to consider their feelings, something that deeply resonated with the Dragonite. The Big Brother Dragonite glanced at Naoki with a newfound seriousness. But before it could speak, it caught a sharp glare from the stupid Dragonite standing nearby. Naoki's Dragonite puffed up its chest and growled protectively, "Oh, whoa. Naoki is my trainer. You can stay here, but don't even think about making that night." The Dragonites who worked at Naoki's ranch returned to Dragonite Island. Since they had decided to move to the World Tree, this was their chance to say goodbye to their companions on Dragonite Island. Dragonite Island lay peacefully in the vast ocean, its silhouette resembling a crescent moon against the night sky. Nourished by the power of dragons, the island's vegetation flourished, with clusters of berries hanging heavily from the trees that thrived in the fertile soil. Rustle. The leaves of the forest trembled as a Dragonite's head popped out from the foliage. Its chubby claws reached for a bunch of berries, which it happily stuffed into its mouth. The burst of juicy flavor made the Dragonite hum in satisfaction as it munched. Not far from this scene was a circular lake, where Dratini and Dragonair were playing near the clear water. "Woo!" A series of cheerful calls echoed from the sky, catching the attention of the Dragonites on the island. They looked up and saw their friends returning from the ranch, laden with their delivery boxes. The young Dratini and Dragonair playing near the lake perked up, their eyes lighting up with curiosity and excitement as the returning Dragonites landed. Eagerly, the young Pokémon crowded around the delivery Dragonites, their gazes fixed on the boxes they carried. The big brother Dragonite, as usual, distributed some poffins to the eager Dratini and Dragonair. The sweet aroma of the treats wafted through the air, and the younger Pokémon eagerly nibbled at their portions. More Dragonites on the island were drawn to the commotion. Their curious eyes darted toward the poffin boxes, their expressions asking, "What does that taste like?" Typically, the working Dragonites would share only a small portion of their poffins. But tonight was special. Since they were leaving the island and would have plenty of delicious treats at the ranch, they decided to share everything as a parting gift. Oh, the working Dragonites opened their poffin boxes and generously distributed their contents to their companions. Soon, a growing crowd of Dragonites gathered, happily munching on the poffins while wondering why the delivery team was being so generous. One of the working Dragonites cheerfully explained, "Oh, well, because starting tomorrow, we'll be moving in with Naoki." This announcement left the other Dragonites stunned. "Oh, well." Some Dragonites looked shocked, while others seemed worried about the implications of this move. If they're leaving, does that mean we won't get to eat poffins anymore? Word of the decision quickly reached one of the older Dragonites, who approached the gathering with a calm but curious demeanor. The elder Dragonite asked, "Well, are you certain about this decision?" The working Dragonites nodded enthusiastically, sharing stories of their life at the ranch. "Oh, Naoki is a wonderful human. He's so kind. Oh, thanks to him, I was able to evolve into a Dragonite. Oh, I love working there. Every day I deliver milk with Rotom, and I even get paid. Rotom said I can use the money to buy more poffins. Oh, and when we do well, Naoki uses his magical power to help us grow stronger." The stories captivated the other Dragonites, sparking curiosity in even those who had previously shown no interest in humans or the ranch. However, some Dragonites remained unconvinced. One hesitantly asked, "Oh, but if you leave, how will we get more poffins?" One of the working Dragonites thought for a moment before replying confidently, "Oh, you can work part-time too." Another working Dragonite chimed in, "Oh, that's right. If you work part-time, Naoki will give you all the poffins you want." The hesitant Dragonite's eyes lit up with realization. "Oh, that's a great idea." Soon, the other Dragonites, previously worried about losing access to poffins, reached the same conclusion. If they also worked at the ranch, they could enjoy delicious poffins every day. The following morning, a large group of Dragonites departed from Dragonite Island, soaring across the vast Palia Sea toward the Palia region. As they flew, their presence was detected by an ocean ferry traversing the sea. The captain and first mate stood on the deck with their binoculars, stunned by the sight. Passengers on board quickly gathered on the deck, their faces painted with astonishment. "So many Dragonites. Are they migrating?" Someone murmured in awe. Dragonite migrations were an exceedingly rare phenomenon, often considered a sign of good fortune. Many of the tourists clasped their hands together and began making wishes to the majestic Pokémon. 6:35 a.m. Naoki was busy feeding the Pokémon at the ranch when a sudden shadow passed overhead. Looking up, he froze in surprise. A massive group of Dragonites was descending into the pasture, their wings creating a flurry of movement in the air. Naoki. While it wasn't unusual for the Dragonites to arrive for work, this was an entirely different scenario. "Why are there so many Dragonites?" Naoki exclaimed, barely concealing his shock. Spotting the big brother Dragonite among the group, Naoki approached it hurriedly and asked, "What's going on?" The big brother Dragonite replied calmly, "Oh, whoa. They want to work here too." Another Dragonite chimed in eagerly, "Oh, whoa, whoa. That's right. Naoki, as long as you give them poffins, they're willing to work like us." Naoki listened to their responses, and it all began to make sense. Apparently, after his Dragonite employees returned to the island the previous evening, they had shared stories about life on the ranch and the delicious poffins. The news had spread, inspiring these Dragonites to migrate en masse. However, Naoki suspected the real motivation was their desire for the poffins. Looking at the eager faces of the newly arrived Dragonites, Naoki found himself at a loss for words. If Professor Oak were to study Dragonite behavior here, he thought, he'd probably discover that working at Naoki Ranch has become a trend among young Dragonites. Finally, Naoki smiled and welcomed them warmly. "All right, everyone, welcome to the ranch. I'm Naoki, the owner of this place." The Dragonites blinked curiously, clearly recognizing Naoki from his previous visits to Dragonite Island, where he had treated them to plenty of food. "From today onward, we'll be working together," Naoki continued. "You'll help me deliver goods, and in return, I'll make you all the poffins you could ever want." He then instructed Giratina to fetch several spare Rotom phones and called his own Dragonite over. "Teach them everything," Naoki said to Dragonite, "from how to use the Rotom phone to the delivery routes." Dragonite puffed out its chest proudly and stepped forward to take charge. It began instructing the new Dragonites with an air of authority, demonstrating the delivery process with the help of the veteran Dragonites. Meanwhile, Naoki took a head count of the new arrivals. 1, 2, 3, 13, he muttered. There are 13 new Dragonites, added to the 12 already working here. That makes 25 Dragonites and 1 Dratini at the ranch. "Naoki, this is getting out of hand." The sheer number of Dragonites at the ranch was astonishing. If I recall correctly, Naoki murmured to himself, there were only about 30 Dragonites on Dragonite Island. How many are even left there now? Including the Dratini and Dragonairs that hadn't yet evolved, the total number of Dragonites on Dragonite Island was likely no more than 50. And now, nearly half of them had come to Naoki's ranch. Even Naoki couldn't believe the sheer number. He recalled that the giant Dragonite, known for its immense size and strength, also lived on Dragonite Island. Originally, this Dragonite had journeyed to the Palia region in search of companionship and eventually found a tribe on the island. But now, with so many Dragonites migrating to Naoki's ranch, it would be left with fewer friends. Naoki felt momentarily speechless. Should I invite the remaining Dragonites to settle at the World Tree? He wondered. It would certainly be a way to reunite the tribe, even if they didn't work for him. However, Naoki quickly realized this plan had a major flaw. Those who had stayed behind likely had no intention of leaving their island home. If they wanted to come, they would have joined this morning's migration. Naoki wasn't about to force them. After careful thought, he decided to abandon the idea. However, while Naoki gave up the notion, the Dragonites themselves seemed to have other plans. That evening, after a long day of work, Naoki brought the Dragonites to the World Tree. For the time being, he settled them near the lake where Milotic resided. Once the arrangements were complete, Naoki returned to the ranch, leaving the Dragonites to explore their new surroundings. Curious about their environment, the Dragonites began to fly around, getting a feel for the vast and vibrant World Tree. Meanwhile, Pokémon who had already made the World Tree their home, like Milotic, Tropius, and the Trico Trio, noticed the newcomers. To make them feel welcome, Arboliva prepared a warm welcome by offering fruits from the tree storage. Tropius even shared its own banana-like fruit with everyone. After discussing with everyone, Arboliva and Milotic held a bonfire party for the Dragonites. The atmosphere was lively. Arboliva used large leaves to serve fruit, while the warm flames illuminated the gathering. As they sat around the fire, the 3 Tricos were particularly curious about their new companions. "Trek," they asked, tilting their heads. "Where are you from?" One of the Dragonites answered cheerfully, "Oh, well, we're for Dragonite Island, where many Dragonites live." Another Dragonite eagerly nodded in agreement, but soon lowered its head, its tone becoming melancholic. "Oh, well, but we'll never see them again." The Trico sitting nearby tilted its head, clearly puzzled. "Trek, why not?" The Dragonite sighed, replying, "Well, because they stayed behind on Dragonite Island." This particular Dragonite was one of the newer arrivals. Having spent its entire life on Dragonite Island, the transition to the World Tree was a little overwhelming. It missed the familiar surroundings of the island and the companions it had left behind. Unlike the Dragonites, the Trico Trio seemed completely at ease. Their excitement about the future and the Pokémon Guild they were helping to establish overshadowed any homesickness. They were already envisioning their role in running a cozy cafe at the World Tree. The flickering light of the bonfire cast soft shadows across the faces of the gathered Dragonites. A lingering sadness hung in the air as the reality of parting from their companions on Dragonite Island settled in. Even Milotic and the Trico trio couldn't help but feel the weight of the Dragonite sorrow. Arboliva, observing the scene with gentle eyes, quietly pondered the situation. Having been with Naoki since childhood, it had learned to silently pay attention to his actions and decisions. Naoki always chose togetherness, no matter the circumstances. He believed in the power of companionship. Inspired by this thought, Arboliva suddenly had an idea. If the Dragonites are upset about leaving their friends, wouldn't it be better to live together? Arboliva perked up and addressed the Dragonites. Olive, if you miss your friends so much, why not invite them to live on the World Tree with you? Oh, the Dragonites blinked in surprise, their heads tilting in unison. Arboliva continued, Arboli, as you can see, the World Tree is vast and has plenty of room for everyone. If they come here, you'll never have to be apart again. It'll be just like the ranch, a place for everyone to live together happily. Hearing this, the Dragonites' eyes sparkled with renewed hope. What a brilliant idea. The World Tree was beautiful, peaceful, and perfect for their tribe. Their friends on Dragonite Island would surely love it. Excited by the thought, the Dragonites began to chatter animatedly, making plans to visit Dragonite Island first thing in the morning to extend their invitation. Their spirits lifted, and the atmosphere around the bonfire became warm and cheerful again. That night, under World Tree, the Dragonites slept soundly, their hearts filled with anticipation. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight bathed the ranch, the Dragonites approached Naoki to share their plan. They explained their idea with earnest expressions, their large eyes filled with hope. Oh, we want to invite everyone from Dragonite Island to live on the World Tree. Is that okay? Naoki stared at the group in disbelief, needing a moment to process what they were asking. Wait, you're saying you want all the Dragonites on the island to move here? Oh, the Dragonites nodded enthusiastically, their tails swishing with excitement. But what if they don't want to leave? Naoki asked, his brow furrowed with concern. The Dragonites were quick to reassure him, puffing out their chests with confidence. They explained that everyone on Dragonite Island had grown up together, sharing countless memories, catching fish in the sea, gathering berries in the forest, and watching the stars and sunrises. If they missed their friends, surely their friends felt the same way. All right then, Naoki said with a smile, touched by their determination. Let's go together. After quickly closing the ranch for the day, Naoki mounted Giratina with his own Dragonite by his side. Along with the group of working Dragonites, they set off across the glistening waters of the Palia Sea. After nearly a year, Naoki found himself returning to Dragonite Island. The secluded haven stood tranquil in the middle of the vast ocean, surrounded by lush greenery and vibrant wildlife. As they approached, the group could hear the familiar calls of wild Dragonites echoing through the island's forest. The scent of ripe berries filled the air, carried by a gentle breeze. The working Dragonites led the way, excited to share their stories and their invitation. Naoki dismounted Giratina, taking in the serene beauty of the island. Memories of his previous visits flooded back, along with the realization Dragonite Island had a unique charm, one that felt like home even to him. His Dragonite, too, seemed nostalgic. Its gaze swept across the landscape, remembering the days it had spent here with its kin. Dragonite reflected on its past. Back then, it felt like the fool of the group, clumsy and unsure of itself. But the other Dragonites never laughed at or bullied it. Instead, they always treated it with kindness. Despite their support, it couldn't shake the feeling of being inadequate, always seeing itself as just a stupid Dragonite. Looking back now, Dragonite felt a wave of nostalgia for those simpler times. Life had been carefree, filled with days spent playing in the lake and dreaming of growing stronger. Dragonite glanced at the group of island Dragonites, who were now vying for Naoki's attention. It made a decision then and there. It wouldn't stop Naoki from teaching them new moves. After all, they were its family, and learning from Naoki could only make them stronger. The working Dragonites began negotiating with the island Dragonites, enthusiastically sharing tales of life at the ranch and the World Tree. Naoki, observing the lively discussion, turned to his Dragonite with curiosity. "Did you play with them when you were little?" he asked. Dragonite nodded with a soft "oh," recalling the memories fondly. Back then, it was just a tiny Dratini, surrounded by others as weak as itself. They had spent their days swimming in the lake, eagerly waiting for the day they would evolve. Older Dragonites would bring blackberries and fish to feed them, watching over the younger generation with care. Naoki smiled warmly at Dragonite. "You've grown so much since the first time I met you," he said, his voice filled with pride. Dragonite, caught off guard by the compliment, scratched its head shyly and let out a soft whoop. But then a playful gleam entered Naoki's eyes. He leaned closer and whispered, "By the way, that Dragonite you had a crush on, is it among them?" Dragonite froze, its eyes widening in shock. It looked as though Naoki had struck a nerve. Naoki couldn't help but chuckle at its reaction. "What's the matter? Don't you like her anymore?" Dragonite's wings twitched nervously, unsure how to respond. "Come on," Naoki said with an encouraging smile. "You're a strong Dragonite now. You should have confidence in yourself." Dragonite sighed, a little flustered. It let out a reluctant "awoo" before turning its gaze toward the other Dragonites, clearly still shy about the topic. Meanwhile, the negotiations between the working Dragonites and the island Dragonites seemed to have reached a conclusion. The Dragonites all turned to Naoki, their expressions bright with excitement. One of the working Dragonites stepped forward eagerly, letting out a cheerful "awoo." "Did they agree?" Naoki asked, hopeful. The Dragonite nodded enthusiastically, its tail wagging with joy. Naoki let out a relieved breath, a smile spreading across his face. "That's great." As he scanned the gathered Dragonites, his eyes landed on a familiar figure, the giant Dragonite. Once towering over its peers, it had eaten a special pumpkin dish Naoki had prepared during a previous visit. Now its size had adjusted to match that of a normal Dragonite. "Long time no see, Dragonite." Naoki greeted warmly, his voice carrying a note of nostalgia. The giant Dragonite responded happily with a deep, resonant roar. "Awoo!" It clearly remembered Naoki, the person who had helped it find this haven in the first place. Gratitude filled its heart, and the bond between them felt stronger than ever. Now that the Dragonites had agreed to live within the World Tree, Naoki turned his attention to the logistics of their new home. If all the Dragonites were housed on the Expedition Guild floor, it would undoubtedly become overcrowded. Furthermore, feeding this many Dragonites with the output from the orchard he had cultivated would be nearly impossible. He needed to expand the orchards, and fast. Naoki fell into deep thought, his eyes scanning the lush Dragonite island. His mind wandered to the interior of the World Tree, considering its many levels and vast spaces. Suddenly, inspiration struck. Could Calyrex use its psychic powers to relocate the entirety of Dragonite Island into the World Tree? Naoki's mind raced as he pieced together the logistics. He recalled that the World Tree's lower levels housed a massive valley with an expansive open space. With some minor modifications, it could be transformed into a perfect Dragonite sanctuary. If they transferred the island along with some seawater and stocked it with fish, the environment would replicate the Dragonite's current habitat. They could hunt fish as they pleased, and when in the mood for something sweet, visit the orchard for fruit. He knew of Calyrex's immense power. It had once saved an entire forest and its Pokémon by relocating the entire ecosystem. Surely it could manage this task. Excited, Naoki whipped out his Rotom phone and called Calyrex. After hearing Naoki's idea, Calyrex affirmed it was feasible. "Where are you now?" Calyrex asked. Naoki shared his location, and Calyrex used the phone's navigation to teleport directly to Dragonite Island. Should we evacuate the island first? Naoki inquired. Calyrex took a moment to scan the surroundings, its gaze calm and analytical. Finally, it shook its head. No need. You can stay where you are. The next moment, Calyrex's eyes glowed with radiant energy as it activated its psychic powers. A surge of pressure emanated from its form, sending ripples through the air. The immense psychic energy manifested as a soft blue aura that enveloped Dragonite Island and a significant portion of the surrounding seawater. The power was so intense that it distorted the space around them, warping the sky and horizon into a surreal swirl of colors. Then, in a flash of dazzling white light, the entire island, along with its inhabitants and the surrounding waters, vanished from the ocean. Before Naoki or the Dragonites could fully comprehend what had happened, the scenery around them shifted dramatically. Gone was the endless ocean. In its place was a mysterious, otherworldly environment, the inside of the World Tree. Calyrex had not only transported Dragonite Island, but had also brought a vast expanse of seawater along with it. The transplanted waters flooded the valley, filling the area with a shimmering blue sea that perfectly mirrored the original habitat. Dragonite Island now floated peacefully on the surface of this newly created ocean. As the waves settled, the once turbulent waters became calm and serene, reflecting the soft light from above. The Dragonites were utterly dumbfounded. They gazed around in disbelief, taking in the uncanny resemblance to their former home. The gentle waves lapped against the shore, and the familiar trees and berry bushes swayed in the breeze. Naoki discovered that the World Tree, which had mutated from the grass-type energy of his Gagote, was incredibly unique. Unlike the legendary World Tree in the Kanto region, this one had an extraordinary ability to perform photosynthesis and provide sunlight to its internal areas. Its interior was a self-contained space, an intricate Pokémon ecosystem simulator. The World Tree could replicate external environments within itself and infuse them with vitality and energy. For instance, the sea that Calyrex had transferred to the World Tree was now flowing with life, as the tree injected natural energy into it, making it vibrant and dynamic. Standing on Dragonite Island, Naoki surveyed the surrounding waters. This otherworldly space sparked a cascade of ideas for his next steps. With the abundance of water resources, Naoki envisioned turning this area into a haven not just for Dragonites, but also for water-type Pokémon like Corsola, Lovedisc, and Starmie. He could create a thriving aquatic ecological zone. If only I could get in touch with Groudon and Kyogre, Naoki mused wistfully. He imagined the possibilities. Kyogre, the legendary ruler of the seas, could bring endless vitality to the waters by creating new ocean currents. Partnered with the World Tree's life-giving energy, it could make the sea an even more vibrant ecosystem. Meanwhile, Groudon, the legendary master of land and magma, could shape a fiery ecosystem. Its presence could create a haven for fire, rock, and ground-type Pokémon centered around lava flows and rugged terrain. But Naoki knew the odds of contacting those two were slim. Moreover, Groudon and Kyogre's legendary rivalry was infamous. If both were to inhabit the same space, chaos would surely ensue. Shaking off the ambitious thought, Naoki refocused on his immediate priorities. With Dragonite Island successfully relocated, the next step was stocking the waters with fish to sustain the Dragonites. The ranch hadn't ventured into aquaculture yet, so it couldn't supply fish directly. Naoki decided to head to town and consult Zack. It was March, a time when the World Tree needed ripening. After bidding farewell to the Dragonites, Naoki took the World Tree elevator to leave the realm. Driving his pickup truck, he made his way to the bustling marketplace in Kosagi Town, where he found Zack. When Naoki explained his plan, Zack raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Fish? Are you starting a fish farm?" he asked. Naoki nodded. "Sort of, but it's not for commercial farming. The fish are meant to feed the Dragonites, so I don't need aquatic Pokémon, just plain fish." "Got it. Zack chuckled knowingly. He was familiar with the Dragonite delivery team from Naoki's ranch. Leave it to me. I'll contact the nearby fish hatchery this afternoon. Naoki handed Zack 2 cans of rock salt harvested from the ranch as a token of appreciation. Thanks for helping out. I didn't want to trouble you for nothing. Zack grinned and handed Naoki a bag of ripe cherries in return. Here, these cherries are fresh from the leaf cherry orchard. Big, sweet, and perfect for the cyclizer to snack on. Spring was in full bloom, and the cherries from a leaf orchard were renowned for their size and sweetness, a delicacy of Kosagi town. Naoki thanked Zack and headed back to the ranch. Upon arrival, he found Calyrex and Coraidon waiting for him by the lake at the heart of the ranch. Together, they ventured into the reverse world, where Calyrex used its immense power to help the world tree grow. The next moment, the colossal world tree in front of Naoki began to radiate a brilliant green light. The leaves on its crown swayed gently in the breeze, creating a soothing, rustling sound that echoed through the surroundings. At the same time, within the world tree itself, Kelly and the Pokémon working at the construction site paused as they noticed the change. They gazed upward in amazement at the leaves glowing softly above their heads. The light seemed to resonate through the surrounding vegetation, which began to grow even more lush and vibrant. In the orchard, the Trico trio had just harvested a batch of fruit and were preparing to transport it to the storage areas with Tropius. Before they could leave, a shimmering green light enveloped the entire orchard. To their astonishment, the fruit trees began producing new fruit at a speed visible to the naked eye. In mere moments, the once empty branches were heavy again with ripe, sweet fruit. Triek, one of the Tricos exclaimed, startled by the miraculous sight. In its surprise, the leaf it had been using to carry fruit slipped from its grasp, sending a cascade of berries rolling to the ground. Another Trico stared at the orchard in disbelief, murmuring, Triek, there's too much fruit. We can't eat it all. Arboliva, who was nearby, observed the scene calmly. Unlike the shocked Tricos, it was used to such wonders. Turning to the others, Arboliva suggested gently, Olive, if there's too much, why don't we share it with the Dragonites? Tropius and Milotic immediately agreed with the idea, nodding their approval. Meanwhile, the Dragonites that Arboliva mentioned were also witnessing the changes brought about by the World Tree. On Dragonite Island, the gathered Dragonites gazed up at the sky, watching as the green light bathed their surroundings. Some looked around in confusion, sensing that something was subtly changing. Curious to investigate, a particularly bold Dragonite dove into the glowing waters with a loud splash, disappearing beneath the surface. As it swam deeper, it noticed the seabed undergoing an incredible transformation. The barren underwater terrain had been replaced by patches of vibrant seaweed, lush kelp forests, and stunning coral reefs. Woo! The Dragonite exclaimed in amazement. It grabbed a strand of kelp with its chubby claws and surfaced to show its companions. The other Dragonites quickly gathered to examine the kelp, their excitement growing as they realized the profound changes taking place in their aquatic home. Outside the World Tree, the glowing leaves began to dim, signaling the end of the process. Naoki turned his gaze back to the World Tree. Information about the tree appeared in his mind. World Tree. Mature stage. The World Tree is thriving and nearing the end of its growth phase. It is transitioning into a new life form, capable of sustaining an entire ecosystem and nourishing all life within it using natural energy. Estimated time to full maturity, 27,198 years. Naoki let out a low whistle. Shortened by another 10,000 years. At this rate, it'll be fully matured in another 3 months. It was March now, which inked by June, the World Tree would reach its final growth stage. Turning to Calyrex, Naoki smiled gratefully. Thank you for all your hard work. Calyrex offered a warm smile in return and looked up at the towering tree. I sensed something unusual inside the World Tree during the ripening. You should investigate. It feels different from before. Different? Naoki asked, intrigued. What kind of change? Calyrex shook its head. I can't be certain. but the energy inside has definitely shifted. Nodding thoughtfully, Naoki decided to take a closer look. Accompanied by a group of Pokémon, Naoki entered the World Tree and took the elevator to Dragonite Island. Naoki was greeted by an unexpected sight. On the beaches surrounding the island, groups of Dragonites were playing with seaweed, corals, and kelp. Some clumsily tangled themselves in the strands, while others proudly showed off their findings to their friends. Naoki blinked in confusion. Where did they get seaweed and coral? There wasn't anything like that here before. He glanced at Calyrex, who followed close behind. Calyrex tilted its head and responded, "I didn't move these. They must have appeared naturally." Naoki's curiosity deepened. "In that case, I need to see for myself." Without hesitation, he set his jacket aside and dove into the water. Seeing Naoki plunge into the sea, the Dragonites panicked. They immediately assumed that Naoki had fallen in and sprang into action. With splashes and roars of determination, several Dragonites dove in after him. Before Naoki could figure out what was happening, several Dragonites came up behind him. One of them grabbed him with its two chubby claws and tried to drag him out of the sea. Naoki? Through his dragon power, he quickly sensed the thoughts in the Dragonite's mind. Naoki sighed internally, finding himself once again surprised by the Dragonite's instincts. Wild Dragonites, known for their kind hearts, often rescued humans who fell into the sea. It was no wonder ships crossing the ocean often used Dragonite imagery as a symbol of good fortune and protection. He gently patted the Dragonite's arm, using his dragon power to convey his thoughts. "I didn't fall into the water. I came down on purpose to see what's changed beneath the surface." The Dragonite tilted its head in confusion and examined Naoki closely. Seeing that he was indeed uninjured and not struggling, the Dragonite loosened its grip with a soft grunt of understanding. "Do you know what happened down here?" Naoki asked, hoping the Dragonite could provide some insight. Since his own Dragonite and the other delivery team members were out working, Naoki decided to seek answers from the Dragonites currently living in the World Tree. Hearing Naoki's question, the Dragonite perked up, happy to help. It grasped Naoki firmly yet gently and swam with him to the seabed, where other Dragonites followed closely. Pointing at the lush seaweed and vibrant algae swaying with the ocean currents, the Dragonite exclaimed, "Oh, whoa, these just started growing." Naoki's eyes widened in amazement. The seabed, once barren, was now teeming with life. Long strands of green seaweed danced with the water's rhythm, and a vibrant coral reef glimmered in the distance. "What in the world?" Naoki muttered, his voice muffled underwater. Could it be that when Calyrex ripened the World Tree, its powers had merged with the seawater, creating a self-sustaining underwater ecosystem? The timing and transformation seemed too perfect to be a coincidence. That must be it, Naoki thought. His mind raced with wonder at the sheer capability of the World Tree. The realization filled him with awe. This was more than he had ever anticipated. The World Tree wasn't just an ecosystem. It was alive and evolving in ways that defied logic. However, Naoki's lungs burned from the effort of holding his breath. Reluctantly, he gestured for the Dragonite to take him back to the surface. Breaking through the water's surface, Naoki inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. Exhausted, he flopped onto the sandy shore of Dragonite Island, allowing himself a moment to recover. A group of curious Dragonites gathered around him, their large, expressive eyes peering down with concern. "I'm fine," Naoki assured them with a chuckle, brushing off their worries. "I just held my breath too long." One of the Dragonites lowered its head, nuzzling him affectionately. Naoki smiled and stroked its smooth forehead, earning a happy cry of a woof. After resting a bit, Naoki stood up and approached Calyrex and Coraden, who had been patiently observing from the shore. Turning to the Dragonites, he spoke with a warm smile. "The sea has fully merged with the World Tree. From now on, you can live here peacefully without worry." The Dragonites erupted into joyous cries of a woof. Naoki looked around Dragonite Island, searching for open spaces that could be cultivated into farmland. He envisioned creating a fruit orchard there, allowing the Dragonites to become more self-sufficient. By summoning rain to water the crops and using dragon energy to nourish them, Naoki believed Dragonite Island could quickly transform into a paradise for its inhabitants. It didn't take long for Naoki to find a suitable piece of land. He decided that once Zack delivered the fish, he would bring saplings and enlist Doug Trio to help establish the orchard for the Dragonites. Having sorted out the changes with the Dragonite Island, Naoki turned his attention to the Expedition Guild. Waving goodbye to the Dragonites, he stepped in the World Tree elevator and ascended to the top floor. Upon arriving, Naoki was greeted by the sight of Trico carrying large piles of berries, clearly on a mission. Surprised, he stopped them and asked, "Where are you going?" "Treyek," one of the Trico chirped. The nearby Calyrex, standing serenely, translated for Naoki. They said the orchard has produced so much fruit that they couldn't possibly eat it all. Even the tree holes are full. They want to share these fruits with the Dragonites. Naoki blinked in surprise. While he knew the fruit trees in the orchard had an unusually high yield, this level of abundance was unexpected. "Well, go ahead. The Dragonites are on the island now," he encouraged. Treyek, the Trico, responded happily and waddled off with their fruits, taking the World Tree elevator to the next floor. Naoki, curious about the changes in this area, decided to take a closer look. As he wandered, he observed that while the vegetation had become more vibrant and lush, the changes weren't as dramatic as those on Dragonite Island. Nonetheless, the enhanced natural atmosphere gave the area a soothing and lively vibe. He paused to greet Ma Camp, who was busy with construction work. From their conversation, Naoki learned about the extraordinary phenomena that had occurred earlier. "Champ, the trees above emitted a brilliant glow, and the grass began growing rapidly," Ma Camp explained. "Champ, even the fruit trees in the orchard were producing fruit at an incredible rate." Hearing this, Naoki raised an eyebrow. Fruit trees bearing fruit like crazy? Intrigued, he continued his exploration, heading toward the orchard with his Pokémon. When he arrived, the sight before him left him speechless. The orchard was bursting with fruit, trees laden with plump, juicy berries, their branches sagging under the weight. Nearby, Arboliva was tending to the fruit trees, its grassy energy flowing gently into the soil. Upon noticing Naoki, it stopped and greeted him warmly. "Arboliva, are these fruits freshly harvested?" Naoki asked, still stunned. Arboliva nodded and began explaining the recent events. When Calyrex had enhanced the World Tree, the orchard had been affected as well. The trees had produced fruit so rapidly that the Trico couldn't keep up with the harvest. "Olive, every time they picked a batch," Arboliva explained, "another batch would immediately grow to replace it. This went on for several rounds before the trees finally stopped. The poor Trico were exhausted." Arboliva led Naoki to see where the harvested fruits were stored. They arrived at a massive tree with hollowed-out sections acting as makeshift storage spaces. The sight was astonishing. The tree holes were filled to the brim with fruit, with some even spilling onto the grass below. Naoki finally understood why the Trico had been giving fruit to the Dragonites. There was simply too much to eat. "Don't worry, the warehouse will be completed soon. Once it's ready, we won't have to worry about running out of storage space." Construction was progressing rapidly. With Macamp and other Pokémon lending their strength, the warehouse was nearing completion. Once it was finished, the team would move on to building the guild headquarters and additional facilities for Pokémon. "Olive," Arboliva nodded gently, pleased with the progress. Having finally figured out the changes happening within the World Tree, Naoki sighed with relief. Everything was heading in a positive direction. Before leaving, Naoki decided to visit the lake where Milotic and other water-type Pokémon resided. When he arrived, Milotic was gracefully swimming across the serene lake, its movements as fluid as the water itself. On the shore, 3 Tatsujiri basked lazily in the sunlight, enjoying the safety and tranquility of the World Tree, free from worries of being captured or threatened. Meanwhile, Slowpoke lay on the shoreline, gazing blankly at the water, completely lost in thought. Seeing the relaxed atmosphere, Naoki couldn't help but chuckle. He approached Slowpoke and gently lifted it under its arms, holding it up. Slowpoke didn't react at all. Naoki shook his head in amusement, then turned to greet Milotic and the others. "How are things? Are you getting used to living here?" "Woo!" Milotic trilled melodiously, its tone brimming with contentment. It loved the idyllic and peaceful environment of the World Tree. Naoki smiled, happy to hear that. Nearby, the tiny Tatsujiri were bouncing playfully, trying their best to catch Naoki's attention. "Tats!" they chirped enthusiastically. Naoki crouched down and asked with a smile, "And how about you three? Are you enjoying it here?" Tatsu tasked. The Tatsujiri jumped with even more energy, their excitement clear. Calyrex, observing the interaction, translated casually. "They're saying they want to become the managers of a sushi restaurant and work hard to run it." Naoki blinked in disbelief. "What? You want to manage a sushi restaurant?" "Tats!" The Tatsujiri nodded eagerly, their enthusiasm unwavering. Naoki stared at them for a moment before joking. "Well, you'd better be careful not to stand too close to the sushi. Someone might mistake you for actual sushi and eat you." The Tatsujiri, particularly the orange-yellow one resembling a piece of salmon nigiri, shook their heads vigorously. "Tatsu tats!" they cried, clearly alarmed by the idea. Naoki laughed. "All right, we'll sort out the details when the sushi restaurant opens. For now, enjoy yourselves." Turning his attention back to Slowpoke, Naoki noticed that the Pokémon still hadn't reacted to being picked up earlier. After what felt like an eternity, Slowpoke finally turned its head toward Naoki, but it did so at an agonizingly slow pace. Its dull eyes seemed to stare straight through him. "Stupid," Slowpoke muttered. Naoki repeated the sound, "Stay." Slowpoke said nothing further, simply maintaining its blank stare. Naoki sighed. He had the distinct impression that if he remained still, Slowpoke would continue staring at him for days on end. He reached out and gave its curly ear a light rub, earning no reaction. When thinking about Slowpoke, Naoki couldn't help but ponder its two unique evolutionary paths, Slowbro and Slowking. Unlike most Pokémon, Slowpoke required a partner Pokémon, Shelder, to evolve. When a Shelder bites Slowpoke's tail, the two Pokémon form a symbiotic relationship, resulting in Slowpoke evolving into Slowbro. However, if the Shelder bites Slowpoke's head instead, and a special item called the King's Rock is involved, Slowpoke evolves into Slowking. As its name suggests, Slowking is considered the king of the Slowpoke evolutionary line. Research conducted by Pokémon scholars has revealed that Slowking possesses an incredibly high level of intelligence, comparable to the world's most brilliant scientists. Thinking of this, Naoki felt a flicker of inspiration. He had always wanted to hire a highly intelligent Pokémon to help manage a shop at the World Tree. He'd even issued a request to the Hero Expedition team to find a suitable Pokémon for the task. However, there has been no success in locating one so far. That brought him to Slowpoke. Could he assist this Slowpoke in evolving into a Slowking and let it take on the role he had envisioned? However, evolving Slowpoke into Slowking required two key elements, Shelder and the King's Rock. Neither of these was currently available at the ranch. After some thought, Naoki decided he would search online to see if anyone was selling a King's Rock. As for Shelder, it would be much simpler. He just needed to take Slowpoke to the coast, where Shelder naturally lived. One would surely come along and complete the evolution process. That afternoon, Zack called with good news. He had secured a deal with a fish breeding base. After hanging up, Naoki met Zack at the base, located south of Kosagi town. There, he purchased several types of fishes, including sea bass, yellow croaker, and sori, investing in a sustainable food source for Dragonite Island. Next, Naoki visited the local seed store, where he bought a variety of fruit tree saplings. With his supplies ready, Naoki returned to the ranch, gathered the Doug Trio and Calyrex, and made his way to Dragonite Island. The tasks ahead felt manageable thanks to the Doug Trio's expertise. It had worked with Naoki on similar projects before, and after he marked the designated area, the Doug Trio immediately got to work. Using its remarkable digging abilities, it transformed the empty plot into fertile farmland. As the Dug trio dug, several Dragonites gathered nearby, curiously watching their progress. Meanwhile, Naoki mounted his own Dragonite and began releasing the fish into the sea, ensuring they were evenly distributed throughout the water. Once that was done, Naoki approached the Elder Dragonite and the Giant Dragonite, who had taken on leadership roles within the group. "I've just released fish fry into the sea," Naoki explained. "It won't be long before they grow, and you'll have plenty of fish to eat here." The Elder Dragonite let out a pleased rumble, and the Giant Dragonite nodded its gratitude. Naoki smiled, but added a word of caution. "However, you must be patient. Don't eat the fish before they've had time to grow. If you deplete the population too soon, there won't be enough fish to sustain the ecosystem." The Elder Dragonite, with its wisdom and experience, nodded solemnly. It understood the importance of maintaining balance, as even in the wild, Dragonites avoided catching small, juvenile fish to ensure future abundance. "I'll leave it to you to explain this to the others, and keep an eye on things," Naoki said. "Oh, whoa." The Elder Dragonite nodded firmly, agreeing to the responsibility. With the aquatic part of the ecosystem set up, Naoki turned his focus to the orchard. By the time he returned to the cleared farmland, the Dug trio had already finished its work. They squeaked excitedly, clearly proud of their efforts, while the gathered Dragonites observed with wide-eyed fascination. Without wasting time, Naoki teamed up with Cyclizer and Karaden to plant the fruit tree saplings in the freshly dug plots. The Dragonites, inspired by Naoki's dedication, even began to help by gently patting the soil around the saplings with their claws. The final step in the process belonged to Calyrex. Under the watchful eyes of the gathered Dragonites, Calyrex gracefully floated forward. As Calyrex raised its right hand, a brilliant light spread across the orchard. The fruit saplings began to grow at a rapid pace, their transformation visible to all. Within moments, the barren plot had become a lush orchard filled with fruit-laden trees. The Dragonites stood in stunned silence, their wide eyes reflecting admiration for Calyrex. "This Pokémon is incredible," their expressions seemed to say. Calyrex, accustomed to such reactions, simply smiled modestly and stepped back to stand beside Naoki. "All right," Naoki said with a warm smile. "Now you can pick fruits from these trees whenever you like." "Oh, woof," the Dragonites chorused joyfully. They hadn't imagined fruit trees could grow so quickly. To them, this was nothing short of a miracle. Naoki stayed on Dragonite Island for a while longer, watching as the Dragonites adapted to their new orchard. They flitted from tree to tree, picking fruits and sharing them with the younger Dragonaires in Dratini. The sight warmed Naoki's heart. It was part of Dragonite's nature to care for their young, a habit that persisted even after they reached adulthood. The harmony and affection within their tribe made Dragonite seem even more endearing to Naoki. Compared to the intimidating Hydreigon clan from a neighboring region, the Dragonite family was the epitome of warmth and friendliness. Their chubby paws, round bodies, and big, soulful eyes made them look like living embodiments of joy. Before leaving the World Tree, Naoki asked the Dragonites to bring some berries to Giratina outside. Though puzzled, the Dragonites complied. Each one carried a bundle of berries in its arms and flew to the Flower Sky Island, where Giratina resided. Giratina greeted them with a satisfied growl, clearly pleased by their thoughtfulness. "Good, my little brothers," Giratina rumbled, its tone brimming with pride. "From now on, you'll be under my protection." Watching from below, Naoki smiled. With Giratina watching over them, he no longer needed to worry about his Dragonite employees encountering danger during deliveries. March 15th, Alliance Calendar Year 200. That morning, Naoki sat at his desk, browsing the internet for information about the King's Rock, the rare item needed to evolve Slowpoke into Slowking. According to online sources, the King's Rock was a symbolic item of great power, frequently in high demand. It was said to be crucial not only for evolving Slowpoke into Slowking, but also for evolving Poliwhirl into Politoed. Despite its popularity, The King's Rock was rarely available for sale and was often snapped up as soon as it appeared on the market. Naoki sighed as his search yielded no results. Undeterred, he opened his Rotom phone and typed King's Rock into the search bar of an online shopping app. Unfortunately, no listings appeared. Just then, a video call notification popped up. The caller ID read Gita. Naoki blinked in surprise. "Why is Gita calling me?" he muttered before pressing the answer button. Gita's smiling face appeared on the screen. "Long time no see, Naoki. How have you been?" "Pretty good," Naoki replied, though he couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't a casual call. "What's going on?" Gita chuckled. "You know me too well. I do have something to ask." Naoki groaned internally. Of course, he thought. Here it comes. Gita continued. In recent months, several champion-level trainers have joined the Paldea League. As you know, it's challenging to make significant progress once you've reached this level. Naoki raised an eyebrow. "And so," Gita said with a grin, "I've recommended your ranch as a training ground for them. They might come to challenge you soon. Take good care of them, will you?" Naoki couldn't help but grumble. "I feel like I'm working for the Paldea Alliance in some indirect way and without any salary to boot." "Oh, don't say that," Gita replied with a laugh. "If you ever need anything, you can always ask the Paldea Alliance." She continued, her tone light-hearted but sincere. "Even though you're not officially part of the Paldea Alliance, everyone here already considers you one of us. You've earned the nickname the Extraordinary Champion among the members." Having grown familiar with Gita's ways, Naoki decided to skip the pleasantries. "All right then, help me find a King's Rock, and I'll gladly welcome those champion-level trainers," he declared confidently. Gita raised an eyebrow in surprise. "A King's Rock? Isn't that the item used to evolve Poliwhirl into Politoed?" Naoki nodded. "Yes, but I'm looking for it to evolve a Slowpoke on my ranch into a Slowking." "Ah, I see," Gita responded thoughtfully. "All right, it's a deal. I'll track down a King's Rock for you, and you'll handle those trainers." "Deal," Naoki replied, already thinking ahead. Champion-level trainers, huh? The trials on his ranch had gained some popularity recently. For those interested, it wasn't hard to find strategies online detailing how to clear them. For example, to beat the green grass trial, you just needed to send out a Pokémon with a type advantage against Gagot, let it build up its power, and deliver a decisive blow to secure victory. For champion-level trainers, this wouldn't be much of a challenge. After all, every champion had earned their rank through countless battles, mastering the ability to adapt and devise strategies. They only needed one attempt to figure out the mechanics of the trial and overcome it. But Naoki wasn't worried. Even if someone managed to clear the green grass trial, they would still have to face the ancient double trail with Koraidon and Fluttermane that awaited them in the later challenges. After the call ended, Gita wasted no time and contacted Larry. It didn't take long for the call to connect. With a cheerful tone, Gita greeted him. "Larry, I've got a new assignment for you. Complete this task, and I'll grant you 3 days of paid vacation." Meanwhile, in Mesagoza, just outside the gates of Paldea Academy, a teenager, no older than 15 or 16, was staring intently at a special mission issued by the chief champion. Mission: travel to Naoki's ranch in Kosagi Town and complete at least one trial. Rewards will be issued by the Paldea Alliance based on your performance. The boy's name was Miguel, and he had only been promoted to champion-level trainer in the Paldea League a week ago. Since his promotion, he hadn't been assigned any special tasks until now. Looking at the mission, Miguel's brow furrowed in confusion. "Naoki's ranch? What kind of place is that?" he muttered to himself. A trial at some ranch in the countryside? The young trainer, who had achieved the prestigious rank of champion at just 16, couldn't help but feel a mix of curiosity. Despite his initial doubts, Miguel decided to accept the mission and set off for Naoki's ranch. At that moment, Miguel's Rotom phone buzzed again. When he opened it, he saw it was a message from a friend asking what he was up to. Miguel didn't hesitate and replied honestly, explaining that he'd received a mission to participate in a trial at a ranch. Almost immediately, he received a string of exclamation marks in response. "Jasper, Naoki's ranch?" "Miguel, Yes, do you know about it? Jasper, of course. You've been traveling, so you probably haven't been keeping up with the school forums. That place is super famous. Along with the message, Jasper sent a forum link. Curious, Miguel clicked on it, and bold text immediately caught his attention. The hidden boss of campus legend. Hidden boss. Miguel frowned and continued reading. Every trainer in the Paldea region must know this. Challenging all gyms, earning every badge, and even becoming the Paldea League champion doesn't necessarily mark the end of your journey. Legend has it that somewhere in Paldea, there exists a mysterious and powerful trainer. Only by challenging and defeating this individual can you truly claim the title of the strongest trainer in the region. The article revealed that the so-called hidden boss of Paldea was none other than Naoki, the ranch owner of Naoki's ranch. According to the post, Naoki was a mysterious and formidable champion-level trainer with over 20 years of travel experience. His extensive battle expertise and incredible strength were the stuff of legend. After retiring from competitive battling, Naoki returned to his hometown of Kosagi, where he started a ranch and created trials for passing trainers to challenge. These trials were designed to hone their battle skills and provide invaluable experience. The trials included the Green Grass trial featuring Gagot, the Lightning trial featuring Palmot, the Storm trial featuring Dragonite. Additionally, there was even a metronome trial to test the luck of the challengers. The more Miguel read, the more serious his expression became. This rancher was clearly no ordinary rancher. The post detailed some of the trials. The Green Grass trial featured a Gagot that could manipulate grassy terrain to heal itself while simultaneously preventing the opponent from utilizing the field's benefits. Its powerful vine whip technique resembled a massive python constricting its prey, and its sacred sword attack was described as devastating. The Lightning trial showcased a Palmot that not only wielded electrical power, but also had a surprising ability. It could fly. Using a hammer-like tool charged with electricity, it could strike opponents from unexpected angles or even send currents through the hammer for devastating rear attacks. The Storm trial involved a Dragonite capable of summoning massive typhoons. Trainers faced this challenge under extreme, stormy weather conditions, while Dragonite unleashed a barrage of thunderous attacks. The Storm enhanced the accuracy of its thunder move, making it almost impossible to avoid. Even Pokémon with high-level durability risked being overwhelmed. Miguel's face grew more serious as he continued reading. He immediately decided to avoid the Storm trial. It was a clear mismatch for his team. His strongest Pokémon, a Venusaur, was grass/poison, making it particularly vulnerable to Dragonite's powerful thunder and flying moves. That left the Green Grass trial and the Lightning trial. After weighing his options, Miguel felt both seemed manageable. Venusaur's poison typing gave it an advantage over the pure grass-type Gagot, while its natural resistance to electric moves made it a good counter for Palmot. Additionally, Venusaur's ability to channel lightning into the ground through its vines gave it an edge against electric-type opponents. After some deliberation, Miguel made his choice. I'll take on the Lightning trial,
I want to
he
share
thought
a quick
confidently.
note. I have a
I've
Patreon
trained
account.
Venusaur
If you'd like to
specifically to
support
handle
me and
electric
enjoy
types,
on-demand
so I'm
audiobooks,
70%
you can
sure
become a
we can
Patreon
win.
member.
The stakes were high.
Alternatively,
Gita
you can check
herself
out
had
my Google
stated
Drive
that
link,
any
which
trainer
has
who
500
successfully
plus novel
completed a trial
audiobooks
would
available
receive
through my
a
Ko-fi
generous
or
reward
Patreon
from the
shop.
Paldea Alliance,
I appreciate your
being
support.
rewarded by the chief champion. The most respected figure in the Paldea region was an honor Miguel could not ignore.